seem not to understand the guidelines that guide, that the national guidelines that guide the collection and export of samples. And actually, this is the quote. There is a general lack of solid national guidelines or policy regarding the appropriate or adequate content of the MTA. There are non-exhaustive guidelines in the MTA. Now, our national guidelines, they have a provision for material transfer agreements, and actually they have a section that is detailed on, that details what should be in an MTA. But now you find that actually some of these members did not even know the existence of this, and this is very, very important. Then process as tedious and slow. Remember, this is a negotiation. Okay, this is a legal document that has to go through the institution. So if you find that some members feel that after this was very tedious, there seems to be a lot of frustration when it comes to biobanking. Respondents were not sure or did not trust that the provisions of the MTA would be respected once the MTAs were 3 minutes. 3 minutes, so thank you. To be comprehensive, how the leaders to exploitation. So those scientists may be exploited by financial inducements. So in conclusion, local research has had a positive attitude towards the export of materials. However, there are certain governance and trust issues. And of course, those are the recommendations: strengthening national eco-legal frameworks. Stakeholders should be encouraged to read the national guidelines and understand them. Institutions should become proactive during collaborative negotiation, and Local stakeholders should be trained in research ethics and best practices work. For biobanking, and those are the members of the research team. They are all acknowledged. And thanks very much. Okay, thanks very much for listening to me. So the next presentation is Alan Ambose. Thanks for warming this chair. So Alan, for me I have 13 minutes, so you have on this. Because you don't the chair. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Alan Ambose, and I'm here to present my research findings on researchers' perspectives of sharing clinical research data in international collaborations. Data sharing is an important requirement for effective and efficient research, particularly in medical research. Data sharing is it's a practice of making data used for scholarly research available for other researchers. It is increasingly becoming a requisite for review journals. However, researchers have limited knowledge on data sharing practices, the policies, the regulations, and issues that could rise when the data is shared. From a Ugandan setting on whether on the data sharing policies guidelines will involve international collaboration. My objectives, the general objectives was to explore researchers' perspectives and practices of sharing clinical research data in international collaborations. The specific ones were two. One was to explore the researchers' perspectives on sharing clinical research data in international collaborations, and the second was to evaluate the practices of sharing clinical research data in international collaborations. This study was a cross-sectional, which involved principal investigators who are actively involved in international collaborative research, and participants were passively sampled. We had 14 participants that were recruited from Makerere University College of Health Science, and data collection was done using in-depth interviews until saturation was achieved. We had the interviews were audio recorded and transcribed. Data analysis was data was analyzed systematically using the in vivo software. Looking at the results, we had 14 participants, of which 11 were male and 3 were female. 5 were they had masters, and 9 were PhD holders. From the research experiences, 2 participants had engaged in collaborative research for more than 10 years, whereas 8 had involved in collaborative research from 11 years to 20, and then 4 participants were involved in collaborative research for more than 20 years. We generated 5 things, which were the perceptions of data sharing, about data sharing. The second one was benefits of sharing clinical research data. The third was data sharing practices. The fourth was ethical issues associated with data sharing. And the last one was best practices for fair and equitable data sharing in collaborative research. So if we look at the themes in details, the first theme was perceptions about sharing clinical research data in international collaborations. Participants had both positive and negative perceptions. Where on the positive attitude, most of them were willing to share their research data, their clinical research data with their collaborators. However, some had negative perceptions, where they thought that data was exploitative, particularly by the Western collaborators. It was highlighted that data sharing agreements are very important in the collaborative research because they protect the participants and the researchers from exploitation, which is usually done by the funders or the foreign collaborators. So the second theme, our second theme was the benefits of sharing clinical research data in international collaborative research. We had several benefits. I would mention a few. Some were it facilitates collaborative partnership and skills transfer. It maximizes the utility of data. It is a key in knowledge translation. If I could quote one of the participants, he says, data sharing encourages dissemination of this information with other countries so that in case there is a variable output in terms of any best practices, it enhances the ability to disseminate and translate this information with the best practices and policies. And the last that I have here was it promotes responsible conduct of research. So the third theme was data sharing practices in international collaborative research. The participants highlighted that there should be mechanisms to enforce the data sharing policies and collaborative research and collaborative agreements in order to ensure that the principal investigators, all the researchers, all the local investigators have some bit of control and access to the data in case it's shared. Because usually, if I can read this quote, so the problem is that sometimes when the data goes, you don't really have much control over it, particularly if the collaborators are the funders. So we need to establish the mechanisms that enforce the data sharing practice, the data sharing policies, for us to have some bit of control, the local researchers to have control and so that they don't lose the access to the data. There were some challenges that came along with data sharing, especially in low and middle income countries. So there was difficulties in there were difficulties in accessing shared data by researchers in the low and middle income countries, lack of integrity, and this one is still there was data misuse, acknowledgement of researchers in publications, among many others. So when we look at the fourth field, which was ethical issues associated with data sharing in international collaborations, there were several that were mentioned that I picked up here. There was an abuse of informed consent. If I could read the quote, you may give limited information about what you're doing, but then you may collect much more than you intended to collect, and that's a problem. So if you're not careful, you may end up in a situation where you violate the rights of participants or the patients. So we should encourage, like we should ensure that informed consent is really done in a thorough way, so that we do not violate the rights of participants. Another ethical issues were protection of privacy and confidentiality, lack of scientific integrity, failure of local principal investigators to give a copy of the shared data set. The last one was inequalities and other power differences. So the last theme, the final theme was best practices for fair and equitable data sharing in collaborative research. Allow me to read this as it is. There is a need to improve data sharing practices at Makerere University College of Health Sciences through developing robust data sharing policies and guidelines. Data sharing arrangements should be discussed right from the protocol development, and they should include capacity building, Local and international collaborators should have equal access to the shared data, mentorship, and capacity building to equip the young scientists with the knowledge and skills to utilize the data set and make them more competitive in collaborative research. Conclusively, data sharing is key in the advancement of research, and therefore all research institutions should have data sharing policies. I would like to acknowledge the following. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, you still have 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, another say. So the next presentation is from my very good friend, Professor Joseph Ocheng. Actually, Professor Joseph Ocheng is the one who introduced me to biophysics. Okay? And he's going to make a presentation titled Feedback of Individual Genetic and Genomic Research Results of studies involving grassroots communities in Uganda. So, Professor Cheng is an associate professor of human anatomy. He's one of the first formally trained, one of the first formally trained biologist in Uganda, and he chairs the National AIDS Research Committee at the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. Please welcome Professor Cheng.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Moa, for that kind introduction. I'm privileged today to be here because all those guys around there were mentored by Dr. Mwaka. Mwaka, as he has told you, he comes in because of me. So those are all my grandchildren. So yeah, when you see me treating them nicely, that's not their grandwife. They're spoiled grandchildren. Yeah, so I'm going to look at something a bit out of what my colleagues have been doing. They've been focusing on researchers, the research institutions, and the people who are playing the responsibilities of regulation and research. Mine will go a bit. When we tell them, he said, many of you here are very young. Those days, HIV, and the next time someone is flying from Morocco, they are getting somebody. So those issues are very difficult to handle for many people. People know that you have a gene predisposing to this condition. Sometimes they stigmatize you. Sometimes they avoid you. Sometimes they don't want to give you a job. It says, you have a gene for cancer. We are not taking you on. We are not giving you insurance. Or if we have to give you insurance, then it has to be a higher premium. So all these things keep coming up in Uganda and the Africa, and we do not have adequate data nor guidelines to guide how we can ethically conduct genetics and genomics research in Uganda and most of Africa. So our study aimed at assessing participants at the grassroots communities. What are their perceptions about receiving feedback of genetic research results? And we did the study. This is part of a bigger study, so what I'm presenting is a small component, but it comprised of 42 individuals recruited from grassroots communities. And this one, to be specific, there were communities from the rural parts of Teso. I think that was Kumi district. There were participants from the rural parts of Acholi, that was the Kitugum district, and there were participants from West Nile. I don't remember that new district that came from Arua. So those were the participants, and we were looking at individuals representing the major ethnic groups in those different regions. And the participants were recruited using individuals at the sub-county levels who had contact with these ones. And we are targeting rural communities, and those ones are the ones who qualified. And of course, the methods we used was basically, we're targeting these communities, rural, a bit far from the urban centers, which are considered to have a mix of many of these cultures, because we wanted a culture touch to these individuals' perceptions and so on. It was qualitative research. We used first group discussions, and the data was analyzed thematically, and we used the software and vivo to structure the whatever the information that was captured. So we had the 5 focus group discussions. That was 1 in Teso, 2 in Acholi, and 2 in West Nile. And the main reasons, we asked people why they would want to know the results, and the main reasons they said they wanted to know their health information. I wanted to know my health information. I want to know if I'm safe. I want to know if this information can be used to protect myself and the future. And of course, the other aspects people considered is, I'm willing to give information only. I'm willing to participate in genetics and genomics research only if you're going to give me my results. You're not giving me results, what's the use of participating? And then other considerations, they said we needed also adequate informed consent, adequate genetic counseling, understanding of the implications of my participation, as well as the results you give me, and of course the issues of privacy and confidentiality. So content analysis came up with the 3 major areas. They need to know one's health, then those considerations, like informed consent, counseling, and so on. And then the other aspect was on the 3rd major theme was extending feedback to individuals in the family and the individuals in the community. So in summary, these are our findings by focus group discussions for the 2 participants. Many had no experience in genetics and genomics research. 100% supported participation in genetics and genomics research, as well as receipt of results. They needed informed consent, and many of them supported extending feedback to family and whatever close ones. These are some of the quotes. So for theme 1, they need to know one's health. They said, I want to know my results, because if you test for anything, you have to know your results. So that is why I can know if I'm healthy or sick. Another one said, I want to know my results of this test because I want to know my health status. So that if I am sick, I go to the hospital. If I'm not, I start planning for my life afresh. So those are some of the reasons they wanted to know their results. Then the considerations, someone said, maybe in improving learning resources and materials to make people understand things better. So this one is focusing on informed consent, the need for adequate consent. And this one, the counseling that is given before feedback of results from the research center can encourage me and even my plan members take that test. So they are stressing the need for genetic counseling. And then of course, this one was about privacy and the confidentiality. Then on the third theme, many of them said they would want to be given results when there is a loved one, either parent or a brother, a sister, or differently, whatever that people came up with. And some of them said also they would be okay extending feedback to community. Those were a few, and the reason for doing that was because they thought community members sometimes come to their rescue when they are sick. So briefly, what we did was we found out that extending feedback of genetics and genomic research results is acceptable among members of the community. They have a number of considerations why they should accept it, and it's also generally acceptable to extend feedback of results to family members. So they are not strictly as confidential as in other places or other parts of the world. So we are grateful to the individuals who participated in our study. Our research was funded by the H3 Africa Initiative and then some other grants that came up. These are the grants that supported the study from the NIH. These are the study team members. I don't know, there is this one, I don't know that you've heard of him. Yeah, and then we have a team from Makerere University, a team from the John Hopkins, and a team from the Stellenbosch University who participated in the work. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So our next presentation is by Ms. Sylvia Pena. She's a bioethicist and a PhD fellow. So she's going to present. She's going to make a presentation based
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to be presenting my work, which is entitled An Assessment of Understanding of the Informed Consent Process Among People Living with HIV, who are involved in pharmacogenetics research at the Infectious Diseases Institute. So we know that many studies in sub-Saharan Africa have actually reported limited understanding of genetics and genomics research. And we know that as researchers, we're obliged to obtain informed consent from participants, and we know that actually informed consent is an ethical and legal requirement before research participants are involved in any research study. In other words, we are obliged to make sure that participants do understand this information. And before we proceed, I would like to just talk about the informed consent process, which starts with researchers developing the informed consent document, and then they're translated into the local languages, which are then submitted to the research ethics committees for review and approval. And then the research teams actually come up with various methods to convey this information to participants. Then there is the component of participants being competent to be able to fully understand this information, and then also voluntarily agreeing to participate or not participate in your study. And then there's an assessment of understanding that actually the information they have been given is appropriate and adequate for them to make a decision to participate in the study or not. And we also understand that informed consent is a continuous process, and it's important that we keep sharing this information with the participants over and over again. For the objectives of this study, we had two main ones where we had to explore the methods used by researchers to ensure research participants' understanding of the informed consent process in pharmacogenetics research. And then also wanted to assess the factors that influence participants' understanding of this information, especially that is disclosed to them during the informed consent process. And for our methodology, this study took place at the Infectious Diseases Institute, and that's at the Mulago complex. And it was a cross-sectional study which involved both qualitative and quantitative approaches, and was conducted in between February and May of 2018. So we basically looked out for participants who were involved in one of the 5 active pharmacogenetic studies, and then they should have been above 18 years of age, and they had provided written informed consent. So for objective 1, where we had our research team members, because here we're trying to explore what methods they use to ensure that participants understand the information, we actually conducted in-depth interviews among 15 research team members who were successively selected, and then we used semiotic analysis for the interview, for the recordings, and and then for the objective 2, we randomly selected 206 participants, and then we conducted a survey among them, and we used the quality, a modified validated tool, which was a quality of informed consent measure tool. And then we also used descriptive and bivariate and multivariate analysis. So from the first objective, which was about the research stuff, a majority of them were female and were above 35 years of age, and they had the research experience of over 5 years, and then majority of them were research, they studied nurses. And then the methods that this team described to us they kind of gave us a number of methods that they used to ensure that participants actually understand this information, and some of them included establishing a rapport that creates a harmonious relationship that is involving having a positive attitude when you're conveying this information to the participants, and then also making sure that you actually cultivate trust with them, that they can believe the kind of information you're conveying to them, that's the truth of what you're going to do. And then also they talk about using diagrams like charts and pictures as you keep drawing to describe what you're talking about, since we know that genetic terms are kind of complex for everyone, for the layman to understand. And then also they use a conducive environment where it's actually like a secluded kind of room, which ensures privacy and confidentiality to ensure that participants can freely discuss this information with the study team members. And then also there is kind of minimal movement to prevent some kind of distractions. And then also they convey this information in a language that is easily understood to the participants. In other words, breaking down what a gene means, what DNA is, and how drugs and genes interact. So they also use the recall method, whereby the next study visit, they actually ask some questions regarding what was discussed in the previous visit to ensure that they can correct some misinformation or introduce more information that could be important for the participants. And they also read the consent forms word by word. Then also some challenges are described in this interview, and they range participant challenges, research team members, and institutional challenges. And just to concentrate mainly on the research team challenges, there was the very issues about difficulties in balancing what is adequate information versus information that is not going to be confusing to the participants, and also the lack of formal tools for assessing participants' understanding, language barrier, and then also the absence of direct words in local languages. And then this can actually sometimes lead to inaccuracies in translation. Like we know it could be difficult for us to have a direct word of what DNA or gene is in our local languages. And then they also describe several approaches that can be used to enhance participants' understanding, like the use of video clips and informative or creative figurative drawings and images, as well as continuous team building involving discussions of challenges that they may face, and so that they can actually try to improve the informed consent process. So for our objective 2, which was for the research participants, who are 206 of them, their demographic characteristics involved, majority of them were less than 35 years of age, and then were female, and then a number of them had participated in, this was their first study to be involved in, and then also majority of them had been in the IJ clinic for more than 5 years. And just to emphasize from this result about participants, how much they had understood, we'll see that there are a couple of items that were well understood by the participants, like the nature of the research, and then the nature of the research, confidentiality, and benefits to others. However, there are also other key things that needed to be highlighted to the research team to emphasize that participants to understand this information. And we see that the purpose of the research was not really well understood, and then also the duration of the study, and then also some study procedures such as the leftover blood that the researchers may have at the end of the study. What is their use and how are they going to store it, or what is going to be used for in the nearby future. And also the other components that was important to note that research team members needed to have an improvement about was the voluntary nature of the study team, and also informing them the role of the research ethics contact information in the informed consent process, in the informed consent documents, sorry. And just to note that overall, the average score was 74.26%, yet we had an adequate score, which we should have been between 80 to 100%. So in other words, we see that very few people had actually understood this information. And when we get to the predictors of participants understanding at a multivariate analysis, we realized that we had three main significant factors that actually led to people's understanding. And we see that people who had post-primary education were employed and had more than one study, had been in more than one study, information compared to their counterparts. And in conclusion, only 23% of the participants had adequate understanding of the information disclosed to them. And this inadequate understanding could have been attributed to low literacy levels, the complex genetic terms that we are aware of, and then the lengthy informed consent documents. As we know that usually consent documents in clinical trials are usually ranging between 5 to 7 or 8 pages, and then the illiteracy levels, and then the lengthy recruitment processes, as well as the societal misconceptions. However, as we have seen, the team suggests a couple of important key approaches that they can use to improve informed consent process, like using simple language, figurative kind of drawings and video clips, as well as the research team that is well experienced, is some of the factors that can be used to facilitate people's understanding. And then for study limitations.
You have 2 seconds to go.
Okay. So we see some possibility of the recall bias, and then this pharmacogenetics research was basically a secondary objective in these 5 studies. So there's a possibility that people could have understood the primary objective versus a secondary objective. And then also this study was conducted in a single institution, so the results may not really be very generalizable, but they can be used for future studies and in a future bigger community. And just for recommendations, we encourage the research committee members to take closer scrutiny of the informed consent documents to ensure that the information is provided.
But they also ask a question, ask a few questions to the presenter apart from me, so that we can discuss. Okay, ask the other. All right. In the microphone, so please, you mentioned the person residing in your question.
Ask one question.
Thank you. Of course, I can't remember all the names. You just point like that.
No. When I bring the subject, the owner will know. So my question goes about the flight reality. And things of the group. Yeah, I think it's a very big issue that needs to be addressed. I saw that one investigative journalist, did a coverage about that, where he found out most of the lecture notes were Googled and put by the students. And then also when students are doing coursework, they also Google and put the link to the lecture. So I think the level where we need to address this in research in Syria, but then also in academic work and one look at Syria. So what therefore I want to do? Because if we don't do anything, in Uganda, but outside the country, you can manage so far. People are so aware, even any material from Facebook is big. So that's why we need to look at it.
Okay, thank you very much. So the question was simple. Women have plagiarism. Okay. Among the scholars. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Becky. I'm a question goes to Francis. So it's saying NCSC guidelines pronounce themselves more clearly on the objective. I'd like to know how and why.
Okay, that one is not it.
Thank you, Representative. I'm here for that. I just said to Representative as identified by the fire, if research has been done in genetics, where the genetic sample has been taken, for example, saliva or blood, and it's been counted that has been given for that particular study, are there exceptions for in the future to do work on that same sample without necessarily going to get further content, given how closely the genetic studies can be? Thank you.
So if I understood well, it's a question on consent for use of samples. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I assume those are the only questions because the branch of potential I'm going to then discuss.
However, we have the software that we are introduced. For instance, there is a software that is being used as a very important, and therefore this is used to check out the students' work that has been submitted. That is one. Then also it is very important to train students on responsible for research. They should know what it entails to conduct research in a responsible way. Then thirdly, students should know the repercussions of plagiarism. Now, first of all, work has been rejected. Then also the students will be dismissed from the university before. And finally, students should be encouraged to work on the last surveillance or their methods, so they guide them on how to come up with work. Thank you.
So basically, the institutions should play a leading role. Another thing is we need training because some people have plagiarism because they do not know that they are plagiarism. So the thing is, can we educate them? Can we sensitize them? Can we train them in responsible conduct of research so that they know that if you do something wrong, there are repercussions. So the institution should play a leading role. How and why the researcher must treat that consent only after the prospective research participants as applicant time to relevant facts and the consequences of participation. For certain types of research, directly may require the research to administer a comprehensive test. So that's all it says. For certain types of research, doesn't
economics, social effect of research, and in all other guidelines, it doesn't talk about those. So let me go to the how. Well, before I go to the how, the Sylvia's presentation showed us the four requirements of consent. There is voluntariness, you need to understand the these are the four requirements. Understanding, autonomy, voluntariness, and breaking the other one, but it's a requirement. Like for someone to give you consent, it should be after I've understood. But when you come to the reviews and everything that the regulatory authorities do as far as research is concerned, they don't refer to assessment of understanding anyway. So I believe this is something that they need to put into consideration. It may not easily be incorporated in a time of establishing proposals to council, but the reporting requirements of council, at least it should be, for example, included in the progressive reports by researchers to council that we did this study. These are the participants we had, and they how they score. And maybe it's the test that we administered. Thank you very much.
Okay. As part of my work, you see, for informed consent, for consent to be informed, somebody must be given information and they have to understand that information. Now, for part of my work in genetics research, actually, we discovered that even the nurses themselves and the counselors that obtain the consent do not understand the consent. So, how would you expect a student to pass mathematics when the teacher doesn't actually know mathematics? You understand? You pick up by somebody who doesn't know the topic. Certainly, you're not going to understand. You find out even actually some researchers with genetic components in their studies, you ask them about the basics of genomics or genetics, and they didn't get it. So the thing is, there has to be an objective way of assessing whether somebody has understood. End of semester exams, progressive assessment examination, you get 80%, you pass. You get 80, you fail. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And just to follow up on that, I think the requirement is there, maybe it's not explicit, but there is the requirement is for understanding and depending on the risk of the research, the risk associated with that research, there is always that requirement for the written documented assessment of understanding tool. For those of you who have been part of clinical trials, there is no way clinical trial will be approved by a government rate without having that test, comprehensive test. And for that test, for someone to be recruited, they must have scored at least 80%. If they fail to score 80% for those questions they are being asked, then they are given a retake and only once. If they fail the retake, then they are not recruited in the study, they have to be excluded. Now, back to my question, it's about consent for storage and in future use of specimens or samples of biological materials you collect from individuals. If you came and collected my specimen and you said, I'm doing this saliva collection for genetic testing for this particular gene, and that is all you told me, then after testing for that particular gene, please discard my samples. If you request for my saliva and you say, please, we're going to do gene A, but we would also like to store your samples for future genetic testing, then it should be clear. There should be a separate consent form. If you store in my sample, there should be consent for the particular test you're doing now, and then there should be a different consent form for the test you're going to do in the future. And sometimes we do not know exactly what it will be in the future. We just storing the sample. In future, if an idea comes up, or if technology becomes available that is relevant to using this test, then we can come back and say, no, let's use this test to answer the new objective. So that means if you're requesting my sample to be stored for the future, it has to be clear what are you going to use it for. In the world, we've been having debate on different sets of consent forms. There are consent forms that we call broad consent. I request for your specimen. I'm doing research in malaria, and I tell you I want to keep your specimen for future use on malaria related to research. So it's within the same broad area. So we call it broad what? Broad consent. And that's what we are promoting in Uganda. That's what is acceptable, and in most of Africa. In other parts of the world, they want what they call blanket consent or open consent. I take your specimens, I can use them for whatever I want to do. That's called blanket consent, and for us in Africa, we don't have on that. So we are saying, if you take my specimens and you want to store them, you must get consent for storage. And that consent is called a broad what? Consent. Others are even more strict and say, okay, you can store, you're going to do research in this area, but when the new objective comes up, come back to me again and explain to me the details. So you obtain consent from that one. That one is some form of consent. Every time something comes up, you come back and explain and so on. So there are different aspects, and the Research Ethics Committee should be able to assess and see what is acceptable in the consent. I don't know whether that one helps. Thank you. There is another add?
Where I come from, when the lion roars, all the others just keep quiet. Thanks very much. I think it is served. We are not doing well on time. Let me just take a 15 minutes break, then we come back to the next channel session. Thanks very much. Please can you clap for us? Now, the next presenter, please, could you give your slides to the gentleman? I assume it's gentle. The gentleman standing at the podium. Dr. Asahel Tukei, Dr. David Wamala, and Kazibwe, please, can you submit your presentation so that you do not waste a lot of time. Thanks very much. Let me hope those people are around. All right.
Modelo. Bigana, se tutekele kando. Nchusa. Chusa. So that
Eddie muvuddeyo.
tetunaba mbaleseeyo
Nga muluddeyo.
olowooza bakoze meeting gye badde tandika ssaawa nnya abafumbi badde bali kuba ssaawa bbiri.
Ate nga mwagamba bbiri.
That's what they told me. That's what they told me. Lwakuba nti teekamu MTN egaana
Abantu bakuleetedde presentations. Nange sibamanyiko mu naye nga taliyo. Ani kazigwe.
miss some presenters. Welcome.
Everyone, very welcome to this session. My name is Dr. We are looking at session number.
I don't know the password because I've not been here.
Session number 6. We're supposed to have 3 presentations. We're going to have 2. One by Dr. Andrew Kaziwa, and then we missed a session yesterday by Dr. Paul Bambirana, and we will have it in this session as well. So we'll begin with Dr. Andrew Kaziwa, who is on my left, and he's a third-year SHO student for internal medicine at the College of Health Sciences at Makerere University, and he's also a master's fellow with the NAP program. His interest is in interaction of infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. His presentation today is drawn from part of his master's research, and he's going to tell us his results, focusing on older age and preventive use, being associated with higher latent tuberculosis infection, among others, diabetes mellitus. Dr. Kaziwa, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to share with you findings from some of the work we've done at Makerere University and this will be the outline of the presentation. I'll give you a brief background and take you through the methods and materials, the results, and then conclusions and recommendations. So, as most of us know, diabetes mellitus is a chronic hyperglycemia and relative or absolute insulin deficiency or resistance. And we know that the burden of diabetes mellitus is growing in sub-Saharan Africa and in Uganda in particular, with an estimated prevalence of about 1.54%. So you can be sure that over 2 million Ugandans are living with diabetes mellitus. And diabetes mellitus is associated with a 2-fold increase in the odds of latent TB infection. It's also associated with increased risk of TB activation, and also associated with poor TB treatment outcomes. That is treatment failure, delayed sputum conversion, and TB-associated mortality. So, because we have a growing burden of diabetes mellitus, we anticipate that this may slow down our progress towards eliminating TB as a public health threat by 2030 in this country. And so we need to understand the mechanisms underlying the interaction between diabetes mellitus and tuberculosis. But we also know that tuberculosis is a continuum or a spectrum, right from infection through latency, through incipient TB, to subclinical tuberculosis, and then to active TB disease. And some people have spontaneous cure without treatment, but majority will need treatment to cure.
So unfortunately, the World Health Organization guidelines on programmatic management of latent TB infection do not prioritize individuals with diabetes mellitus for TB preventive therapy. And rightly so, because we do not have adequate evidence to inform this. So we set out to determine the prevalence of latent TB infection and its associated factors in adult patients attending the diabetes clinic at Chirudu National Referral Hospital. We conducted a cross-sectional facility-based study, and like I've mentioned, focused on adults at least 18 years of age who had diabetes mellitus diagnosed according to the American Diabetes Association guidelines. And these were enrolled in the outpatient clinic at Chirudu National Referral Hospital. We used systematic random sampling and identified 185 study participants in whom we conducted questionnaire interviews, did anthropometry, drew blood for investigations, and also collected midstream urine samples for dipstick analysis. So that the variables we're interested in included the exposures, that was the sex, age, drugs they were using, and the primary outcome of our study was having latent TB infection. So we may know that latent TB infection can be diagnosed using tuberculin skin tests, but for this study, we used the quantiferon test, and a cutoff of 0.35 international units was used. For data analysis, we did univariate analysis, summarized the variables using medians, frequencies, and proportions. And for bivariate analysis, for continuous variables, we used the Mann-Whitney U test to compare medians between those who had latent TB infection and those who did not have. We also used chi-square tests for categorical variables and binary logistic regression. So what did we find? That majority of study participants were female. This is more than 3/4 of them. And about a third were aged 41 to 50 years. This was the largest age group. And about another third had been diagnosed with diabetes mellitus in the last 6 months. And another nearly 4/5 were on metformin therapy. We also found that more than 3/4 of them had suboptimal glycemic control. That is glycated hemoglobin concentration greater than 7%. And we also found that HIV was prevalent in these individuals, about 5.4%. This is almost similar to the current national prevalence of about 5.8%. We also found that about a third of them also had kidney dysfunction, measured by a presence of either proteinuria or estimated glomerular filtration rate less than 90 mils per 1.73 meters squared per mil. And the prevalence of latent TB infection in this population was 57.8%. And this was lower than what colleagues had found in diabetes mellitus patients in our setting who had newly initiated therapy. They found about 73%, but then it was higher than what was reported in the general population of about 47%. Nevertheless, it's quite high for a population that is already at risk of poor outcomes. And we also found that the prevalence was higher among males than females, but this was not statistically significant. From the comparison in age groups, and these are the key takeaways for this discussion, compared to individuals less than 30 years old, individuals who were aged 51 to 60 years had 8 times the odds of latent TB infection, 8 times, and this was statistically significant. We also found that compared to individuals who were not on glibenclamide therapy, those on glibenclamide therapy had higher odds of latent TB infection, about 2 times. And this is important for us to note because some of the drugs that we use to treat diabetes mellitus, some of the glucose lowering drugs have been shown to have immunomodulatory effects. So what did we conclude? That latent TB infection was prevalent among adults with diabetes mellitus, even those who are attending ambulatory care. And we also found that older individuals have higher odds of latent TB infection than the younger ones. And those who were on glibenclamide who used glibenclamide as part of their therapy were also at higher odds of latent TB infection. However, we found no association between glycemic control and latent TB infection, and this suggests a different causal pathway between latent TB infection risk and glycemic control. So what do we recommend? We recommend that older individuals would be prioritized for TB preventive therapy, especially if we are looking at lowering the burden of TB among individuals with diabetes mellitus. But this would require further studies to determine whether such therapy would be effective in preventing TB disease reactivation. And we also recommend further studies to evaluate the relationship between glucose-lowering therapies and the risk of latent TB infection in diabetes mellitus. We acknowledge the support from the Department of Medicine, Makerere University, the HEPI team, the Tuberculosis and Comorbidities Research Group, Chirudu National Referral Hospital, and the study participants. This study was funded by an NIH grant whose award number is included. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katimanabro. We'll move on to Dr. Paul Bandurana, and then we'll ask the question Dr. Paul and his presentation. So Dr. Paul Bandurana, you're very welcome. He's a psychologist, College of Health Sciences, Makerere University. He's a former lecturer and supervisor. His research is essentially malaria and neurodevelopmental outcome in children. So today we will be presenting to us his results about effect of malaria and malaria prevention regimen in pregnancy and childhood, for the developmental and behavioral outcomes in children at 12, 24, and 36 months, which is from a randomized controlled trial.
I sent it by email. I sent it. Yes, the yes.
As they finish with the presentations, I would like to welcome Professor Harry Mayanja. I'm very proud to say that she's for some of you, she told us when you are still there, part of you still swimming on bed, and when you are still traveling your thumbs. So, yeah, she's a professor of internal medicine. She's a very, very ardent researcher, mentor, and basically, for all of us who have some bit of wisdom here, we are proud to have her as students. And some of you, I'm proud to say, have been our students. So basically, she's your grandma. Now, I tell you, we're very welcome, Professor. So I think you can go ahead and get the presentation.
So as we try to get Mr. Bandrana's presentation projected, you can take your questions for Dr. Kazibo. As we wait, yes, Dr. Kazibo.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Congratulations on very safe population. Very good. In your presentation, you found that in your study group, the majority of the participants were female. But we know that actually the prevalence of it is higher in the area. I was just wondering what you have explained that this is going to be the hospital study. I would like to know some more information around that and the implications to extrapolation of the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kazibo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew. I might have missed what the group that you talk about the elders, which now the website shows that when you compare the same prevalence in the same without that, you have that calculation in that. And then I'm also looking at that one. Then two, the recommendation for the prevention therapy for this group. I was just wondering whether you're looking at actually only the prevention for the people with diabetes, or you're looking at the entire age group or the elderly because of the length of exposure. Was like the elderly, all managed. And that's how we do that. We need that's the comparison of comparison. Thank you for the good information.
Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. So my question to you, I thank you so much for the presentation. So my question to you concerns some of the variables that you might have looked into. Well, I'm not so sure about those that you mentioned, if they were all that you actually looked into, because of money, characteristics like issue of prevention, and what I think people actually looking at. could have actually played the role of investment rating, and that could have appeared in the result, like how it varies.
But I have some questions. Yeah, so once you say that the prevalence is what you said was lower than previous, what is the explanation? Two, you did note that as of license, you have self-presence. But in this particular case, why then why not including, why not informing, being significant to the associated with that institute approach?
Thank you very much for the question. I hope I will have answers. Dr. Harris, well, thank you very much for the collaboration with you on the previous publication. And so you note that majority of study participants were females. Yes, and there are many reasons that could explain this. From the prevalence, diabetes prevalence study that was conducted by Dr. Vanendek and colleagues in about 2009, they also found a similar proportion of females. But then they also noted that males were less likely to know their diabetes status. So this finding suggests two things: that probably we have a number of males living with diabetes mellitus undiagnosed, largely because of their health-seeking behavior. That would be one hypothesis. The other hypothesis would be that for this particular population, maybe the females had I don't know, but the more likely thing is really the health-seeking behavior compared to what Dr. Vanendek and colleagues found. If we move it to the prevalence of TB, Dr. Chirenga and colleagues in 2016 carried out the TB prevalence survey in Uganda, and they found that males were more likely to have TB disease than the females, but then they were also more likely to have undiagnosed TB, the mixed cases. So this also speaks to that, and probably we need to explore interventions to encourage males to seek care or to step up community-based screening studies for these two disease entities. And then regarding the age group, from previous studies, we do not have a clear comparison of latent TB infection prevalence among different age groups. So that's why this was a bit challenging. But when you look at TB disease per se, yes, you will find that it is more common in the middle age, and the older ones are at a higher risk of severe disease. So finding it in this would probably suggest that, like Dr. Josephine is saying, that probably these older individuals have had more exposure to tuberculosis, or even their protection against TB infection from BCG vaccination has waned. We've seen studies exploring BCG revaccination because it looks like the protection provided against TB disease by BCG vaccination seems to expire after about 10 to 20 years. So by 50, 60 years, you probably don't have much protection. So all these are hypotheses that we could further study. And Dr. Josephine is wondering why I am only making the recommendation for those with diabetes mellitus.
The reason why we set out to study this is because the WHO, the World Health Organization, acknowledged that diabetes mellitus is a risk factor for both TB disease and TB infection. However, individuals with diabetes mellitus were not prioritized for TB preventive therapy. So on one hand, you're acknowledging that these people are at risk, and then on the other hand, you're not protecting them. And the reason why that is because there weren't enough studies demonstrating benefits of TB preventive therapy in individuals with diabetes mellitus. And so that's why we conducted this study, and that informs our recommendations that maybe if we are to prioritize TB preventive therapy in individuals with diabetes mellitus, we may want to first look at the older individuals. But we also know the challenges of TB drugs in older individuals, so there is a lot of work to be done. And then to page, yes, these are just excerpts from the work we studied, but we found no association between latent TB infection status and history of contact with a TB infected individual, or even smoking history, or even history of alcohol use. But we did study residence and history of preventive therapy prior. But Dr. Bongomin did study this in pregnant women with prediabetes, and we found a correlation. And then to the chair, you're saying, yes, why we are finding a lower prevalence. So the previous study used a different population. The previous study that I referred to studied latent TB infection in newly diagnosed individuals who have not yet been on glucose lowering therapy. And so probably there is a relationship between how long you've been on therapy and your odds of latent TB infection. We don't know. We can study that further. And then the drugs, their immunomodulatory effects. Metformin has been shown to improve response to infections among diabetes mellitus individuals, but for glibenclamide, it has been shown to attenuate the pro-inflammatory response. You need your immune system to respond, to be able to clear the mycobacteria from the body. But glibenclamide sort of tones down the pro-inflammatory response by inhibiting some of the pro-inflammatory cytokines. So we hypothesized that this could be the reason why we found this, but it's also something to further validation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaziwe. We will move on to Dr. Badrana for his presentation.
Yes, good morning to you all. Apologies, first of all, I was supposed to have presented this yesterday about Tanzania book, and I think that might have been the reason for some of the challenges when setting this up. I would like to thank Isabel and her team for giving me this time to present this work. Looking at the effect of malaria chemo prevention in pregnancy and childhood on neurodevelopmental outcomes and behavior in children at 12, 24, and 36 months. So malaria is quite common in children below 5 years old who have poor immunity, as well as pregnant women. And malaria in pregnancy is associated with low birth weight. Now recently in Benin and in southern Malawi, they found that malaria in pregnancy is associated with poor non-verbal intelligence up to 7 years of age. And in Malawi, poor language development at 12 months of age. However, we now see that there are actually good, effective malaria prevention regimens for pregnancy. A study that was done by Professor Kamia and colleagues, including Dr. Abel Kakuru, found that dihydroartemisinin, piperacin, was more effective in preventing malaria and pregnancy than commonly used drugs like sulfadoxine, pyrimethamine. So if these interventions can prevent malaria and pregnancy, what can they do for some of these positive outcomes we see in children? So our objective was to determine if more effective malaria chemo prevention in mothers and in their children results in better neurodevelopment. This was a double-blinded randomized clinical trial, and it had two intervention arms, two intervention phases. In pregnant mothers, they were given 3 doses of SP, that is sulfadoxine, pyrimethamine, and then 3 doses of DP, compared to monthly DP. And this was done from 6 weeks of gestation until birth. Now, for the children, from 2 months on until 24 months, they were given either monthly DP or 3 monthly DP. And this was also based on the treatment arms of their mothers. So mothers who received 3 doses of DP, their children were either given 3 monthly DP or monthly DP. And mothers who were given monthly DP, the children either got 3 monthly DP or monthly DP. The study was done in Tororo district at the Tororo General Hospital. The sample size were 240 mothers who were initially recruited. And this was a randomized study. We used block assignment. We had 5 scales for assessment. For cognition, we used the Bayley scales of infant and toddler development, which assessed cognition, motor function, and language. This was given at 12, 24, and 36 months. Memory was assessed by the color object association test. This was done at 12 and 36 months. Attention was assessed by the early childhood vigilance test, given at 24 and 36 months. Behavior, where we assessed internalizing problems like depression and anxiety, externalizing problems like hyperactivity and aggression, was assessed by a child behavior checklist, which was done at 24 and 36 months. Then executive function, we're asking whether a child can see through their actions, can regulate their behavior, can regulate their emotions, was assessed by the behavior rating inventory of executive function, given at 24 and 36 months. So we compared mean scores using t-test and ANOVA, and then we also had multivariate analysis where we controlled for the gestational age, sex, social status, parental education, and as well as the treatment arms, as well as exposure to indolizable spraying during the malaria and pregnancy and in childhood for the children. Now, what were our results? So here we're looking at some of the social demographic characteristics of the mothers by the 5 treatment arms, and we found no differences in these areas. So no differences in maternal age, maternal height, weight, even the social age at delivery, and also the prevalence of delivery complications. But when we looked at maternal and child malaria exposures, we found a higher prevalence for malaria and pregnancy in those who got whose mothers received sulfadoxine pyrimethamine, compared to those who received mainly the artemisinin-based combination therapies, as well as the classical malaria. It was high again in the Fancina group. And then we found also clinical malaria in children in the first 12 months. This was non-existent in the children whose mothers received 3 monthly DP, compared to as well as the child receiving monthly DP. And then the same thing we saw in mothers who received monthly DP and the children receiving monthly DP. So again, here shows that when the child and mother both received artemisinin-based combination therapy, artemisinin-based treatment, then we tend to see lower prevalence of clinical malaria in the child in the first 12 months. When we looked at our neurodevelopment outcomes by treatment arm, we found no differences between the treatment groups. So at 12 months, when you look at the treatment regimens, we tend to see almost similar scores for cognition in this column. No statistical difference. At 24 months, again the same, no difference, and at 36 months. This is assessment using the Bailey scales. We found the same trend of events for both the motor and language scales. So no effect by treatment, by chemoprevention treatment arms on cognition. Again, the same thing was seen for behavior and executive function, as you can see here. However, in one arm here, now for behavior problems, a higher score means poor performance, a lower score is better. So we found that mothers who received 3 monthly DP and the children received a DP 3 times had better scores than these two treatment arms. However, when we control for multiple, what they call multiple outcomes, then that's what difference was eroded. So there was no change. So again here, no effect on behavior by treatment outcomes. Now, when we looked at some of the exposures and how they're associated with our outcomes, we found that mothers who had malaria and pregnancy, what we call MIP+, had poorer scores. Sorry, it was at 24 months, poorer scores than those who didn't have malaria and pregnancy. So here showing that children whose mothers had malaria and pregnancy had better scores at 24 months. For language, we found the same trend. Children who had clinical malaria, what we're calling CM, clinical malaria positive, had poorer scores at 24 months, and again poorer scores at 36 months for language. And then for motor, we found poorer scores for children who had clinical malaria in the first 12 months. They had poorer motor scores at 36 months. We looked at behavior. We were quite surprised by finding all effects at 24 months versus 36 months, where for total behavioral problems assessed by the CBCL, we found that those who didn't have clinical malaria had lower scores, in other words, had lower behavioral problems at 24 months than those whose mothers had malaria and pregnancy. Then children who had malaria in the first 12 months, again, had higher behavioral problems than those who didn't have. The same thing was noted for executive function, where malaria and pregnancy brought about more executive function problems than those who didn't have. And then malaria in the first 24 months, sorry, malaria in the first 12 months in childhood had again more executive function problems than those who didn't have malaria in the first 12 months. So here we conclude that malaria exposure in pregnancy and clinical malaria in the first 12 months in childhood are shared with poor cognitive and behavioral outcomes. However, the more effective chemoprevention treatments do not improve any of our outcomes, either behavioral or neurodevelopment. So we recommend that chemoprevention and with more effective regimens be started a little bit earlier. Remember here we began at 16 weeks. So probably if these things were begun much earlier, then probably would see some sort of effect in the long term in children. Right now we have completed a 60-month, that is 5-year follow-up of this cohort, and we are waiting those results to come out from analysis. I'll end by acknowledging our study team, the participants, the caregivers, and our collaborators from IDRC, McKay University, University of Minnesota, University of California, San Francisco, Indiana University, Michael P.I. Chan John, and all other collaborators on the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bandirana. We welcome any questions from the audience. one question, I know we do malaria prophylaxis routinely for pregnant women, but as far as I know, we don't do it for children in the first year of age. According to your study, you said that we need to think about that as well.
I think this is something that has been discussed. If we give glasses in young children, are we, spoiling their needs somewhere? I think we might look at the pros and cons. What do we take, what do we lose by giving glasses to kids? If we're looking at our outcomes, how we assessed, either the child's cognition, the child's behavior, or other functions. Malaria in the first 12 months was studied with poor outcomes, more behavioral problems, less functional problems. So if I ask the study here also, the regimens also are based on prior clinical trials, which were published by that team at IDS. And there were no safety problems in these interventions in children. So some studies have been published that effect, showing that the drugs that we tolerated are effective, but also they are safe.
Question is, you proposed that we start this earlier, but looking at 16 weeks. When you say earlier, what do you mean? At 1 week, that's 1. 2, looking at also why haven't you been giving the earlier or the other effects that mother is going through at that stage? So when you say much earlier, what does much earlier mean? 2, what about emphasizing more this in hospital the other preventive measures in the earlier weeks, so that the mother that they can continue with that.
Thank you very much. I think those are very good questions. Yes, I think the earlier question is a bit challenging because ladies who are pregnant get to know about their pregnancy at different times. So some might get to know it maybe 2 weeks, others might take much longer than that. So I guess where the challenge comes in. So I think if we have good public awareness about pregnancy and the need to attend the antenatal clinics early, then we can reduce the spread from malaria and then reduce at the earliest point of contact for the mothers. I think that's a bit of the area, which is the time for which I'm not talking about at the same time because however, malaria prevention can't be done using one method. So other things have been suggested. These are the spray. In the earlier trial in which this study was listed, they did individual spray and also looked at access of IHMS, long-lasting sedation index. And I did put those findings there, but again, you see an association between the use of the meds and the malaria pregnancy in the mother. So it's best to go, much armed rather than using one approach.
Yeah, thank you so much for the very brief presentation. I just have 2 questions. One is on the aspect of diagnosis. Malaria is oftentimes misdiagnosed. So I'm wondering, did you use WHO certified examiners in the analysis. I think that is really very important. And then I'm just thinking there could be other compounding factors that could also affect the cognitive and behavioral outcomes of these children. How did you deal with that?
Yes, thank you very much. So the study was based at Torrey District Hospital, where the infectious disease collaboration for IRC has been having malaria studies taking place. So they have labs which have certified technologists, and they use standard protocols for testing for malaria. And in the study, money was tested at different times. Every month, the mothers would come to the clinic and would get tested for malaria. But also at delivery, also that malaria status being determined. So there were different levels of determinants where malaria was affected or not. Fortunately, children can definitely by number of variables. The nature of the home environment, is the mother present, is the father present, or the rest of the child. Also, the opportunities for learning. As a child have pretty much used for stimulation and so on. Then things like child nutrition, and sometimes you can use things like the weight for height, physical, and so on. So again, the analysis did control for some of these factors. However, with the first results, the first type of results I showed, we didn't have any differences in some of those outcomes. The child's birth weight, age, and so on. So those were the control. But we have that is something like this possibilities. Thank you.
Dr. Wangirana, very good work and very informative. I think your work leads us to the next step in healthcare, the way women are presenting letters of healthcare. And here, these days, women know when they want to have their children. A woman knows that next year, Christmas, I'm going to have a one. So it's good to start looking at what differences should be for. Folic acid should be tested for one time of pregnancy. Anti-malaria should be tested for one time of pregnancy. Because my concern, if we give advice too early, we don't know what they might do to our fetus that is developing. And yet, as it's important to be able to have controlled malaria early as possible for the sake of the child. So the way forward is early detection when one wants to get pregnant, or all women to 35 folic acid anti-malaria. So let's look at where we go from here.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the acknowledgement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lukasiwe and Dr. Paul Wangirana, for the informative presentation, but also for the excellent research. We'll give you a round of applause and close the session.
So our next presentation is by Professor Harriet Mayanja, and the presentation is on outright and abstract. And of course, that is very, very important because I believe we have many emerging researchers and scholars, and we really need to, to disseminate our, our scholarly work And of course, whenever you're disseminating, the first thing they request for is an abstract. So I'm going to invite, I'm inviting Professor Mayanja, Professor of Internal Medicine, former Dean, Faculty of Medicine, my teacher. She told me, she don't me nyama. But you asked me. Actually, you gave me I don't remember 72 at the time, which was a bad mark by then. But of course, the problem is I didn't have to come and write in my decision. I really felt I had to cut. So I went to surgery. Professor Mayanja, you're very welcome to address and give your presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mata, for inviting me, and thank USHS for inviting me to this meeting. Now, USHS was started more than 2 decades ago, okay? And it has been around for 40% of that time I've been at Makerere University. Isabella, I can't pronounce your second name, Atutokolo, I always fail, has been at the helm of USHS, and she has mentored it from a time it started very young to this level. Thank you, Isabella, for working over these last 2 decades. And Richard as well, whom we used to write the newsletter with. Now, why was USHS started? It was started so that young people can be able to start in their research. It was started so that the young, bright, intelligent men and women who are interested in medical research can do research. In the beginning, we used to have sessions on how to write a proposal, on statistics, epidemiology. So these courses were given on a regular basis. And over time, USHS has ensured that we have an annual meeting. This is the place where you cut your teeth. When children learn how to crawl, you don't learn how to crawl at a neighbor's home. You start learning to crawl at your home. So USHS is teaching the next generation of researchers how to write, how to be researchers, and how to publish. And we start this at home. A presentation here. We all know each other. One is not shy presenting to the others. We're not worried about presenting. So when you go from here and then go to another country, Kenya, for example, before you are finished, you have gone to Saudi Arabia to present. Then you go to other countries, you have got the confidence to get. So use this opportunity to cut your teeth into research before you move further forward. Today we'll talk about the manuscript abstract. As you have seen, I've written you have changed it. I put Mayanja Chizda for a reason, to make an abstract of my name. And I've put that date again as the abstract of the date, and USHS as an abstract. But thank you for changing it to what it should be. Now, good. Now, why write a manuscript abstract? What is it all about? An abstract has many names. Some call it précis in French, some are synopsis, some are an abridged part of your work, some even call it a citation. But an abstract is a window to the manuscript. It's a sneak preview, like in movies. You know, when you go to movies, all the little things you have, the first show is 3 minutes, and then you say, that movie is good, I have to watch it. That's what an abstract is all about. To show that that paper is good, I have to read. Or that paper is what I'm looking for. Abstracts have a number of words. Usually, abstracts have 250 to 300 words maximum. Rarely goes below 150 words. Many people ask for an abstract, give you an idea of the number of words, but some don't leave it open. Some abstracts accept a figure, a table, or diagram, only one. And these are normal abstracts for presentations at meetings like this. But many do not accept a figure or diagram in the abstract. An abstract must be accurate, informative, and well written. The font is usually from 11 Arial to 12 times New Roman, which is acceptable. And a clearly outlined abstract will speed up the editorial process. When you submit your work, the reviewer starts with the abstract. If it makes sense, they read it. If it doesn't make sense, if the grammar is wrong, they put it aside and go to the next one. People who do editorial work are very busy people. It's a lot of work. It's something you should do, but I don't recommend it because it's time consuming. But it's something that should be done. It's enjoyable, but it's time consuming. Because an editor, first of all, looks at the whole manuscript, decides whether it's a no-go or no-go. And usually the abstract is the window for this work and helps them decide. Now, a great abstract increases readership and facilitates review. For example, if a person is looking for a topic, you first go to Google Scholar, or you can go to PubMed or any other place where you can search for scholarly work. And people first read the abstract before you decide to open the whole manuscript. Sometimes the full manuscript that are cost, or you have to get it from a colleague. Sometimes people have asked for manuscript for other people when they can't get it at no cost here, because the abstract was a great one and they want to look at it. Once the abstract is weak, then one is not interested in that. So in scientific meetings, it helps, like meeting like this, it helps to determine which work is suitable for that meeting. If you are asked to send an abstract to an international meeting, for example, people only review abstracts by them, they don't review the full work. And then they can decide whether your abstract is what considering for that meeting, whether it's a fit for that meeting. Whether it should be an oral presentation, that is when you get about 70%, it's good enough for an oral presentation. Whether it can be given for an oral poster, that is very good, but lower than 70%. Whether it's only a read, mainly a poster, which you put up, go to a meeting, put up your poster, stand next to it during poster time, stand there waiting for someone to come, people come look at it, they don't even ask you questions, they walk away with every experience, no, we are okay. Then you worry whether your abstract was good enough to encourage them to read. And they can also decide whether it's not fit for their meeting. In publication, it's part of the online citation. And that is the important part that people look at when they are looking through all these publications that are online. It's a face of your manuscript. As you well know, when you go somewhere, if you're invited for a wedding, you first go to a salon and do your hair. Then you go to a person who does their face. Someone has to do the eyelashes, the eyes. You know how you do it at salon. So, gentlemen, you know how it's done at salons. You should know because you are the people who pay, and it's an important part because you can't go to a wedding without the abstract looking good. So please pay up. So it's a face of the manuscript and helps decide if the manuscript is worth reading. When does one start on an abstract? You start with your proposal, it's done, it's approved, goes to IRB, goes back and forth within IRB people, don't love you, yet they love you a lot, and finally you love them because they finally said you can start. And you say, okay, they're not as bad as I thought they were initially, because they are good. And later on, when you finish your work, you say, I think they were better than good, because they helped me get my work published, because they answered questions that I not thought of. But when they are reviewing, and after that, you have your methods done, your statistics are all completed, you have seen a biostat, and you have the method section, it's all approved, done, you have the right design, and so on. You collect your data, get your results, they are finally analyzed, you write the results section, then you go to the discussions, all completed and the reference, and you think they're done. And by that time, the manuscript looks good, 20 pages in total, double spaced as per instructions. Now it's a template for abstract. An abstract is good to follow a format because it does help you, and can be different for scientific meeting or as part of a final manuscript. And some journals give instructions on the abstract, some do not. Now, we normally start with a background and a research question. And this is included in this section. And this part should be concise and to the point. In 1 or 2 sentences, give your readers a broad understanding of the need to know background information for your study and how your paper will contribute to this knowledge. So in about 2 sentences, you give your reader why you are doing this work and how it will be useful. Sounds easy, but can be quite complex because in most cases, you have 6 sentences and they're already 200 words and you have to cut it down. Then you look at the research design and methodology. An abstract should have an outline of how your study was conducted by a short description of your research design and methodology. You can include, if relevant, some samples, some statistical issues, but don't put in too many. You can include the duration of the study, but again, that depends on the type of study. Some studies it's important for the duration, some studies it's not. So again, find a way of writing in about 2 sentences your research design and methodology. Don't go into details of the specifics of the statistics and the analysis, and don't include citations. For you, don't say that I put so and so in the abstract. Simply write what you think you did this one. The results sections are critical. This is what everybody looks at. But the most readers look at the title, browse through the method, run to the results. If the results don't make sense, they run to another abstract and so on. So the results section is normally the longest component of the abstract, most important. That is the cake at the weight. I don't know what's the more important at the weight, the cake or the changing of the bride and groom, but whichever is more important, or the dancing girls, who are, by the way, important to have them there because they should be noticed by the non-dancing people in the audience, for reasons I'll talk about later. The aim of the results is to clearly describe how the results answer the research question. This was my question, and these are the results. Include as much detail as possible as the word count allows. That is why the first section should be brief. So the more results you give, the better for the people who are reading it. And where important, report negative findings only when you think they're important. This study shows that this does not work here. Only when relevant, include some p-values and stats. There are some people where the results are full of p-values and confidence intervals. It becomes a mathematical contest. There are more numbers than words. At the end, you wonder what to look at, especially people who, when we add 1 plus 1, we get 11, as opposed to others who get 2 or even 10. Conclusion. At the end of your work, so what? What are the implications of the study? What does it mean? Where is it taking us? What is the outcome? Okay. So my results show that women should be given anti-malarials before they get pregnant or 16 weeks and so on. Provide the readers with a few key points regarding the implications of the study that you described in your paper. And this conclusion can be for the scientific academic field, also give them the science, and also, where applicable, consider other readers. Consider the policy makers, practitioners, and communities where the study is relevant. So even if a lawyer reads it, they understand. So the conclusion of the study shows that lawyers should not be too mean to their clients because it drives away clients. Oh, I understand that. Okay, there are no lawyers here like it. If you're married to one, these are secrets, don't tell them. And often, conclusion is in 1 or 2 sentences. Don't make it too long, it's brief. At the end, there's what we call key words. And the key words identify your work. Sometimes when we do a search, we put in keywords, and the keywords bring up your search and helps people who are looking for research. As you now know, there are a lot of journals in the world. There are a lot of publications. Finding them is hard. In the olden days, publications were found in journals with high impact, Lancet, New England Journal, German. So those days are now gone. Now with those little things you're all holding and looking at diligently now, are where we find almost everything. Once your work is online, people find it anywhere. In fact, to me, these high impact journals, I no longer know what they mean. Because if your journal is in Uganda Center for Health Sciences, Journal Art, or African Journal of Health Science, which is online, once people put in keywords, they find it. Usually people don't always put in names. They put in prenatal prevention of HIV, and to bring up a journal anyway. So the keywords are important in writing your abstract. Now, what is a good abstract and what is a bad abstract? I had ideas of a bad abstract, but I didn't want to copy people's abstracts and bring them up here. We have seen abstracts which start with, this is an abstract. I looked at the role of testing water for drinking before it's used for consumption. So I did this study because I once took water and it made me sick. And that gave me the impetus to do this work on looking at infection in the water. This work has also been done in Malawi, and in Malawi they showed that testing water is beneficial. However, in India they thought it was very expensive to test water. So I'm going to do this work so that I inform readers about the importance. And by the way, we have seen these abstracts and we're paying for at Makerere University at this specific. I won't tell you which departments or sections and so on. Some on the abstract, they use the first tense, I did this. Others, they have methodology in the abstract. There are no results, and you wonder, this is what I'm supposed to plan, where are the results? Others have an abstract which is full of numbers, as I've said. Others with an abstract which has other people's work, citations. Others with abstracts where there are a lot of references and so on. So there are a number of bad abstracts. I had examples, but I opted not to bring them here. Let's look at the good abstracts. Here is an abstract, which I won't call good, but I brought it up to show you examples of the sections. There's a background. Chloroquine is carried, and that was about 20 years ago. Carried is a first-line drug for the treatment of uncomplicated primary infection. Recently, there have been increasing reports of resistance to malaria chloroquine, as well as an increase in malaria morbidity and adults and children. That was the background. So the background tells you at that time in 2002 that chloroquine was the first line drug for uncomplicated fever. So you're sure which type of malaria. Okay. And of recent, there are reports, okay, showing one or resistance and increasing malaria morbidity and mortality in adults and children. So that background tells you what the problem is. So we know where we are going. So what was the study done? To assess the current effectiveness for clinical and pathological response of chloroquine in the treatment of uncomplicated fevers for malaria, including the type of malaria, and to define the magnitude of the that's what the first malaria can have. So you're clear on what the objectives are, why the study is done. After that, I'm going to ask you questions on this abstract. Ask what was made out and what should be made out, okay? And I'm going to package. So if I package you, so where was the study done? It was a descriptive study. It was cross-section. And was done among adults and children. Here the ages were not put there. One could have said for adults, it is the ages. So some people bring their results to the internet because the adults they found was between 16 or 18 and this age of 20. They start putting it there. When the children or the children, like, you can put it there, it's important. But if it's not done for the age there. When was the study done? It was done, that was when was the study done? Study was done over 20 years ago. Yes, we know that malaria can be seasonal, but this does not come fast. What were the results? Now, when you are writing scientific a number, a numerical, does not start at sentence. So they will put 96 in numbers. So 96 patients in hospital. Sometimes, if the number is very large, 6 billion and something, you can write a total of 6 billion 200. So that is a total of, and then the 6 billion is very. And the 6 patients with falciparum, that was how it was diagnosed. That's how we treated it for 40 days. And 63%, so the 63 patients showed improvement, 400 changed, 29 reduced. Adequate response was seen 71, moderate 4, and 1. Treatment failures were highest below 5 years. 18% of students not responding. Those were the results. Next. Although chloroquine was found to get to 2/3 of all patients, a high treatment failure, especially in children, is of concern. So that's our concern. So even as a person, even as an engineer, as well as social worker, or having said, I would understand that the children don't have problems of concern. So what? So this necessitates further casual experiments because this was only done in whatever, as we have seen, cannot be true elsewhere. And country-wide studies and possibly, very need to review the use of chloroquine as a stable first-line drug for the treatment of malaria in Uganda, especially in children without health. This work was done by a student in the first away. But look at the abstract. Can someone tell me what's wrong with that abstract? Okay. Can someone tell me what the main advantages of that abstract are? What are the main classes of the abstract? I was waiting for my colleagues in front of me. I used to tell the colleagues in front of me. But okay, yes. Okay, so it is structured so you can see what the different sections are. Okay, anything else? Your neighbor? I thought I saw your hand up. Oh, you just point to your neighbor. What are the other issues considered in that abstract? What are the good things about it? Yes. Okay, so the methodology is brief and to the point. Anything missing in the methodology that the person wants to add in. Not I want to see what percentage to add in or remove in the abstract.
I would reduce the content, the background, and provide some more the results of, for example, the results of the what the political satisfied were other. Okay. And then the method make the people how to analyze or how to interpret.
Okay, so it would be important to know how many of these tendencies were adults. Okay. Or one can say out of what is to do, how many of these were children, because the problem was in children. So you may find that the actually with 11 children of responding, I think it's important to separate adults and children. Okay. And children, the age is very, one cannot put all in groups. One can say that children don't decide on because there's a high risk population. What would we have removed in the background? Good point. By the way, I think we should do for this work. What would we have removed in the background?
Maybe I would have 5% of one.
Okay.
So that's 1%.
Okay. That's a good point. Now, if my math is 1 and 2, chloroquine is counted as constant level of 51 in Australia in Uganda and officially chloroquine as well as an increase in malaria and malaria and children. Okay, so sometimes might take too long. So when you buy, example for when you buy 3 months, 4 years to once. Okay, but of course, other points, other aspects. And another is you're right. So one can look at the percentage and kind of degrees of that and degrees of the other. But as has been seen, most important fact are the results and the methodology. Not the one we have wanted sharing about the necessary. No, I note your comments and they are correct. Let's look at other areas. So what are the common pitfalls to avoid when writing a manuscript? Don't make it too wide, or don't make it not detailed enough. Put in the right detail as you have. Minimum number of words can be down to 1. An abstract grade goes beyond 400 words. Most abstracts are 250 to 300, and in most cases, the people ask for the abstract give you guidance on the number of words. Now, when a person is going to edit a say abstract for the abstract 300 words, it doesn't mean 302. It can mean 299 or 290, but it doesn't mean 302. And sometimes it takes a level in changing word. Sometimes the word is 300 and 1 word. That can say you already one word. So please don't go above the abstract. It must contain enough information to properly summarize and present the research in report. An abstract is different from an introduction. Some people take the introduction and introduction for me and call it an abstract. Introduction never has reference to education, so that abstract is the abstract. So do not do cut and paste of the introduction. Most important, most computers now check for grammatical errors and typos. Okay, so please check for grammatical errors and typos. Abbreviations are best avoided, but there are some abbreviations that are actually accepted. For example, HIV would be either 2 words or 3 words, depending on how you write it. But here can be as an abbreviation, so that can actually accepted. COVID-19 was a pandemic, and that can be 1 word. That space between the D and the dash is very 2 words by the way. So that's just 1 word. But what is the last abbreviation? What is that? Okay. Another person writes this PLHI. Each person writes the same word. If you go to another country, people may not understand that. For example, I went to one university where they say that patients are AAA negative or AAA positive. Have you heard of that? Yeah, there is one university in Uganda where patients are AAA negative, AAA positive. So most of them have been none of you went to that. Okay, you see, the thing is NAA or the medical. So NAA negative is the very intelligent. They call it as NAA positive, but have intelligence. So it varies in different parts of the world. Okay, let's look at other manuscripts. Look at different ways of writing the manuscript. Some of them are quoted and names, others they won't quote their names, not because the names are related, but so this abstract, the title, given which is part of the methodology, okay, a cross-sectional study. So once the title is normally not part of the number count. It's from background down to history. That's the count, the rest is not. But in this case, the title included the methodology, then there was a background, we don't have time to all the methods, the results, a total of, so this is how the person studied, rather than in 1 second, a total of. And the person gave what DA is 28 minutes, score based on method to count, okay? So to all know what it means, actually go down. So a total of enrolled or who solely opinion. Now, please don't tell us how many were there. Because in most cases, we have only 2 genders, but it's not true all over the world. In some parts of the world, there are about 4 genders. Even if one unknown, okay? So, but you kind of still have 2, but then they change the results after our time. Nearly 2/3 were classified as an individual. Having a functional score of 0.15, and that is the only study for information that was associated with the disease. So the statistics was only 1. And in the conclusion, in this population, most patients have been suggesting the if they are infection, their functional status was associated with. So the conclusion can make sense to the scientists and to the lay intelligence. Lay intelligence is the person who knows in your field, but and another thing, the social worker, historian, biologists, and engineer, and lawyers. So if you ask a lawyer, you feel called lay intelligence because they understand nothing of biology and so on. Okay, here is another abstract. This is written. Okay, this was written again, and there's the name there. And in this case, everything is shown. The background, research, and the management. Again, there was some theory of the I got that political study. In this case, the person can put down where the study was done. Sometimes they look for what's done in Africa. Like I said, I don't know how to do one, so I really Africa. Most cases it's not good. So this is what I do. I go by country. I want to see if this one is allowed. Then I go. So then I go to that. Even that I don't get to what you want. Because usually I want to see data in Africa. Most of the data online is elsewhere. Other parts of the world. When you look for Africa, and I sometimes don't know how to find it, but you sometimes put in a keyword and copy because it's put in a name. So this part of the and show the geography and see the abbreviation given both the first time you use. Okay, because IDI would have been just for all the care. Okay, and FTP would be neogenital damage and it could be anything. So the results. I found the results interesting. One clearly proving that the people make is a provisional and that's the one to whatever. Okay, so the person puts one clearly. The person is not exactly or not. So I was part of this and I was writing. So I put one clearly. Now when I look at that, I want to accept it, but one clearly not the best step. And then as a country, now this is for Uganda, it has over from and so on. So this was a brief students abstract. But the abstract there, you can have undergraduate abstracts, graduate abstracts, postgraduate abstracts, graduate abstracts, and research and so on. So abstracts can vary depending on the audience and who's writing. My medical students were very active during COVID, writing publications after their very busy, where they faced medical students very important. Did a lot of research and their abstracts were interested in the abstracts they are into. And they published them. Many journals not peer reviewed, but at least their publications are somewhere on the competitive of enough. Here's another abstract. In this list was done by people from different universities. So up there, we show where people come from. Of course, you write the abstract, show where the persons who came from. And here, you don't have a subsection. So I should have put line 1 and 1 line. TPA cases, HIV activity, therapy that control community identity support, HIV, etc. Especially used and it goes on and on. So if you know there are number of abbreviations and we start by beginning for HIV is being called, grant is being called, TPS is being called, TP was not being called, TP is being called. So the abbreviations are being called. And the whole abstract is as one paragraph. There are no subsections. And again, this was translated for the publication. So in that publication, that's how they write the manuscript. Some publications, methods and results are all put in one. So again, it depends on the journal we are writing, which I think was done early 2000. The conclusion was expression of this mRNA was significantly reduced by FTP, and so on and so forth. So issues not in detail, but how the layout of that stuff was done. Now I go to, I think this is the one we have done, so I'll skip that one so that we need to do it. Okay. This abstract, I brought it up and I didn't put it in to show you the results. And the daily and regression analysis was done using APE 2008 and starter respectively. The prevalence was 16.1. Here it was looking at the diagnosis
prevalence and predictors of LTBI among adolescents, neurological and short-term users. Looking for the prevalence and predictors of LTBI among adolescents, but so results. In the basic and the social analysis with that is the prevalence of 16.1%. It doesn't show the prevalence of 1. Significant as were age, striker exposure, education age ratio, reporting intervals, reduced 60 years and female R and CI, female custodial R and CI, they are more numbers than whites. Okay, so this abstract is of interest. But looking back down, what it has been done as an institution, we don't know that's fact. But social work and public social and so on. Conclusion. Targeted routine diagnosis and treatment and adolescents also will be crucial for taking this control in lower income countries. Where did that conclusion come from? People can read that as well. By the way, name was and other as well. So read the abstract and tell where did that conclusion come from? And look at the keywords. Are all those keywords correct? Comments.
Well, how much can you, when I have 5 minutes left, put up your hand or switch off the microphone, okay?
That's what you do in the preacher goes on and on. Sorry, the budget of that. So, where does that conclusion come from? Comments. Comments. They're all quite according to coming through. Does it come from the results? From the results? Exactly. But it's difficult to get it from here. So this is an example of an action which we wrote. Yes, now when I look at it, we could have done it. Look at that keyword. Isolated picture. Should it be a keyword here? LTBI, yes, adolescent, yes, structure. Basically, probably, but when does I should it come in here? When you look at the whole abstract, there are no statistics of LTBI and I put one of the disorganization, okay? And probably that, as you see, may be left out because depending on the work out and what to put out. And the races are highly screwed. That's not routinely assessed. And treatment for LTBI, to assess and treatment for LTBI in northern countries. Knowledge of LTBI valid and adolescents with quality. I'm not even sure where we go that adolescents are highest group. Because the data show that adolescents with TIC and lowest group, they are better medical fail and drop. TIC is a high people below 5 years, goes down 8 years or about 50 years. Goes up 5 years. So when second analysis is the idea of the prevalence and not short term of pain and social demographic extractive pain. Then we went to the analysis. Then the conclusion, targeted routine diagnosis and treatment may be crucial for TB disease control in low-income countries. Again, when I look at this again, I question this data. And a question the validity of this data. So this was a questionable abstract. Now I don't know where I got this wrong, but my consequence is this one. Why I brought this up is this abstract gives the objective, the objective, methods, and conclusion. Okay. In this case, the methods and results are put together. The person was looking at the journals, to look at identification, to study analysis, to look at function, and put the methods and results together. Many scientific abstracts, they combine methods and results, they don't separate them. So this is not uncommon to combine them. I won't go into that because I can't remember where I got this from. Then there are some abstracts, I couldn't get the right one, where what is asked for is the objective, the methodology, and
undertaking that. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So I don't online, but I think it's the right one. And many corporate sometimes ask you for lessons done as opposed to the results and conclusion. So here, I find this was not the last that they said. So they allow you not to give results and conclusion, but this was done. So if we study do this and this was done, as other ways of doing it. Let me do the next slide. Okay, so in conclusion, the abstract is a mirror of your work. The abstract should be able to show people that this art is what to be art. The abstract has a abstract number of words, and the abstract is something you should really tell. If I really write the abstract, write it and copy it, when it is ready to be sent to the reviewer. Close your computer, or this morning, open it and read it and see it. Let us feel, ask the person, like a next of a person in your house, okay? Who may be a lawyer, social worker, economist, and say, here, next of the economist, please read my answer and see the section. If it doesn't make sense, then you can won't make sense to people who are have you tried that in your homes? If you have a mixture of food and your food and your food and different provision, and you write something, ask them to read it. They may not understand it for example, or the matter will understand what you're saying. If it doesn't need a bunch of things, then others don't understand it. People think that because of our research and understand the very important German, we're at presentation the other day. And this person is an excellent research in science. Very good one. After it, the people who are in the all science, they find out your work, and then of course, the person did it in such a way that only you understand what you're saying. In fact, they're trying to teach you how to present the colleagues. After it, colleagues who will excellent science, whether the senior people or because of the way the person is Dr. Ryan tells this person how to present each one in a more way. Present in such a way that so they won't understand. So please make sure you present in such a way that your colleagues from other faculties and the intelligent understand your work. Thank you very much. I think you have given all the comments you wanted to give. Any questions, any input, any additions, any words of wisdom? Because in the room I see many ardent and upcoming researchers. Yes, sir.
My name is Dr. Will. Thank you for this good presentation. We discussed a lot with our teachers, but we don't remember us good. So that's all the way to do it. My concern is about implementation of science. Implementation. One can say very many organizations, especially if you look at the community-based organizations, if you look at the problem for science, that's what they can start solving that. And the best report they can give it, more with what they do, story. But then a lot of that work that now implementation research can
yes, then implementation science is the implementation research. So, but then when you submit abstracts from implementation science, most of the reviewers are research based. Implementation is not research. most of it is you do work, and much of the work is evaluated, can be more evaluation of the research. But then, you know, of course, these days the instruction, if it's the implementation, what's the background, what are the issues, then what method, and maybe lessons learned, you know, something like that. But then when people are reviewing, they still look at, you know, the data, the statistics, so I think we need to bring that up, and I'm happy that implementation science is now completely discipline, which is being looked at. And then also people who are out in the field, because most of the people are implementing, and most of them, you write a proposal. When the proposal is accepted, you start implementation. There's no baseline. So you don't have anything to compare with. So I think when it comes to implementation research, then you have to do a baseline. Eventually, when you evaluate, you compare with the baseline. So then the real implementation science, most of the time, it's no baseline. So just wanted some comment.
No, very good point. In fact, you have given 2 points. Number one, I didn't include abstracts of qualitative work, because qualitative work sometimes the abstracts are different. Sometimes they even give a quotation that was gained from a focus group discussion. Okay. When it comes to implementation science, as you have said, it's becoming better and better appreciated in Makerere, in Uganda, and elsewhere. Now, as you have said, we have a whole team of people who are focused on implementation research and training in implementation research. In fact, we had a research group where we were working on non-communicable diseases and looking at preventive factors. Our plan now is to go on to implementation research. We will have a meeting in the near future next month where we are going to look at how we now move to implementation research, so that after the work has been done, it's applied in the community. You see the impact of this work. So there's a lot of work going on, we don't implement it. And the way you report implementation research is a bit different from the way you report implementation research. But you are right, it's an important area. Thank you for doing that. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Maya, comment about following guidelines for the outcomes where you're going to submit, like from my experience, writing something general, and then I used like the standardized format that I was used to. And then when I went on to submit, it was 4 different requirements that we had to be standardized. So the different formats that we shared perhaps guided by the guidelines of the conference organizers, all the different channels. So as you prepare, for wherever you want to submit, you don't have to replace one.
100% right, same with reference to other areas. So when you are submitting, initially I want to submit to journal A, you look at the guidelines and they tell you what the guidelines are. Then they give you comments and say it's very good work, excellent, but it's not a fit for our journal. Please try elsewhere. So you take it wholesale and submit it to another journal. And in the other journal, you forgot to change, because there they have their own instructions. So every journal has its own instructions, or most of them, not all of them. Please look at abstract instructions, including the fonts, the spaces, and so on, how to organize the abstract. Even meetings, they give you guidelines that you can use this format. Normally they give 2 or 3 formats, depending on the type of research you're doing. Okay. If no other questions, thank you. Another comment I want to keep before I leave the podium. Sometimes you are invited to a meeting in Mogadishu, South Africa. You stand up, give your presentation. There are any questions, everybody keeps quiet. I used to find it very unnerving when I was a young researcher. After talking to one of the people, listen, Here you want to deliver, you give a presentation, and no one, you're given 10 minutes. And at 9:30, you should stop talking. They say, time is up, okay, next. And you wonder, no one asked a question. And I used to feel probably what I was presenting did not mean much. Then when you go for coffee break, people come around and start asking you questions. So one thing you should learn is that wherever you present your work, people are heard. It doesn't mean that you're not heard. Someone asked you for an email letter. Someone also look for it and say, oh, I met you at a meeting in Malawi where you presented something. Can we do this and that? So do as many oral presentations as you can, do as many poster presentations as you can. Remember one thing, you can't present your work at a meeting if it has been published. It has to be unpublished. So with that, yes, sir.
Thank you. We have been like in the community. For example, the AIDS pandemic. I am not involved in the activities that are going on, but I'm having interest in writing an abstract because of I see on the news, I see in the community what is taking place, and I would want to come up with an abstract, present something. How do you advise me?
Okay. Now, an abstract follows what you have done. So first, you have written up something. You have either a manuscript or an article. So when they say please send in abstracts, you don't start by saying, what abstract should I write? You first look at, do I have some work? You don't create a manuscript already. Do I have results? Do I have something to say? Once you have the results, you can prepare an abstract. But you need some results. What outcome you're going to make the community? That this is what we found. And normally, I won't talk about manuscript writing. But when one writes a manuscript, you start with results. It's the first part. Once results are done, your manuscript is almost done. And once you have results, you can write a manuscript. After results, you write your discussion. Because as you're writing your results, discussion items come and you put in 1, 2, 3, 4. And so results, discussion, and then you move backward. So once you have results, you can write an abstract. Okay. But without that, you can't put. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Not good to ask when the authors finish speaking. I would have said if you're having a hard time in English, that's why you abstract. Because sometimes English is a problem. I have been reliably informed that we have lunch in the next 10 minutes. So it's just slightly late by 10 minutes. However, we are privileged to have Dr. David Wamala, who was supposed to present the session before Professor Maya. Sir, you are welcome to present. The guidelines are 8 minutes, so that we have at least 2 minutes for questions. Thank you. The guidelines have been given to me by Dr. Rachel, the commission chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Protocol observed. Wamala David is my name. And Management Medicine Physician. So I'm privileged to be here to share this work which I did for my MMed public thesis. And my topic was prevalence of suboptimal blood pressure control and the factors which were associated among better patients with the diabetic kidney disease attending Kirundo National Referral Hospital. So this is how we define diabetes in our study. Documented fasting blood sugar of 7 and above. Diabetic kidney disease, we defined it in our study as a presence of a protein in the urine, that is albuminuria,
but with a negative leukocyte esterase. So leukocyte esterase was a parameter we used to assess for presence of urine tract infection. And then suboptimal blood pressure control was defined as a cutoff of more than 130 systolic and or more than 80 diastolic, according to the recent American Heart Association. So globally, the prevalence of PM is on the rise, and by 2030 is expected to reach 10.2%. And we know that diabetic kidney disease is associated with increased risks of cardiovascular disease and mortality. We also know that uncontrolled blood pressure is a major driver of cardiovascular disease, and it also accelerates the progression to end-stage kidney failure. However, in our low limited settings, we have limited data telling us about the burden of abnormal blood pressure control and the factors associated among those patients with diabetic kidney disease. So our major objectives were to determine the prevalence of suboptimal blood pressure control among these patients who were attending the DM clinic of National Referral Hospital. And then the second objective was to determine the factors associated with this suboptimal blood pressure control. So our study was cross-sectional, and we used the convenient sampling. The setting was Shirudu Hospital. The period was from 6th of May to July 15th, 2020. And the population we studied was those BM patients who had protein in their urine. That is, if they didn't have any evidence of urine tract infection. And we enrolled those who met our criteria. This was our study flow. So we approached all patients, adult patients, 18 years and above, who are attending the clinic, and those who gave us consent. We collected mainstream urine, about 50 mils. Then we used the 11 parameter urine strip to check for protein. If we have protein, we removed them from the site. So we removed 300 participants because they didn't have protein in the urine. Those who had, we went further to assess for presence of urine infection, and we removed 75. So the remaining, we administered the questionnaire, we reviewed their charts, took their blood pressures, and took their other measurement, weight and height. We analyzed the data, and population to assess for the quality. So our study was approved by the IRB, and we also got clearance from Kirudu Hospital. For the whole patients and patients who had abnormal urine results and abnormal BP machine results, we managed them accordingly. So these are the results. So our baseline, the baseline features of our patients, the mean age was 52. Most of the patients were female, and many of them reported that their highest level of education was primary level. Majority reported to have been unemployed. So the overall prevalence, which we found, was 84%, as shown in the blue section of the pie chart. And of these, females contributed 83%, probably because many of the participants were female. So we analyzed the factors associated, both. So we did a bivariate and multivariate. So on bivariate, sex, occupation, alcohol use were the significant factors, as well as statin use, BMI. But when we did the multivariate, we ended up having history of alcohol use, both current and past,
as well as being overweight and obese as the factors which were significant. So the overall prevalence was 84.4%, which is really high. And this implies that most of those patients are at increased risk of progressing to renal failure and dying from heart complications. So if you studies had found this high prevalence, like Akpan in Nigeria found 86.4%. However, other African studies found lower prevalences because their cutoffs were a bit higher, 140 90, but for us we use the lower cutoff of 130 over 80. Okay, so we also found that having history of taking alcohol was associated with having uncontrolled blood pressure. And this also implied that these patients were also at high risk of progressing to end-stage kidney failure and eventual mortality. Some studies have found similar findings, and alcohol we know has some biological effects in affecting blood pressure control, stimulating the sympathetic nervous system, and also stimulating the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, which eventually interfere with BP control. And then being overweight and obese, this was not surprising because it is already known, but we also found that it was associated with having uncontrolled blood pressure among our participants. So after they assessed patients with the difficult to control blood pressure in a high-risk patient population, which few studies have done before. So we saw this as a strength. However, we had a number of limitations. We used clinic blood pressure measurements to assess control, as opposed to the standard of using home blood pressure or ambulatory blood pressure monitoring. And we also couldn't attribute the protein really to be due to DM because we never did biopsies for these patients. And our study was sectional, so we can't make causal inferences. So the conclusion was that the blood pressure control among our patients was very poor, especially among those who were overweight, obese, and had a history of alcohol use. So we recommend targeted. So we recommend clinicians and policymakers to focus on targeted treatment approaches, focusing on these modifiable factors of overweight, obesity, alcohol use, such that we achieve better pressure control. And we
We've just been told if no one else. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was just asking my teacher here that why nowadays they're using cutoff of 1,000. Why not? I mean, of course, it used to be a range, you know, if you are 139, then anything below 90. I mean, that's how many years?
3 years.
Okay, 3 years ago, but I paid more than almost 20 years ago, so things have changed. So why that cut-off?
Very much for your presentation. I'm very alarmed. I'm very alarmed by that poor control of pressure for this population. Is that only reflective of these individuals, or is it a reflection of services and service providers? Why are we doing so badly in regards to that pressure control? These are patients who are getting here.
And Dr. Wabala, you said some of the government should find ways of controlling your obesity, hypertension, and so on. But why is it that person us? There was one place that visited and they gave us lunch. And that lunch a lot of leaves and vegetables and they were all raw and some fruits. There was no proper food, there was no meat was mentioned. Now you're going to eat food. You will see what the food is there. One of the things that we want only fruits and vegetables to be only as our meal and grass. Why would service beef and so on and so on? So why does it control serve us? And why should someone else control our
You missed our break.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's a comment, it's not a question. What we are doing at MRC is integrating HIV and AIDS and diabetes and hypertension. But I wanted to say that control of blood sugar is generally poor, even in resource-rich countries. Even people who have drugs free of charge. It's something that is Prof. Miranda said. It has a lot of behavior from individual. People are on and off, adhering to behavior is on and off. And so it's generally for now in our study, we found that only, this is a study setting, but it was only 59%, it was 59% who had control. But this is a study, you're reading everything. So it is an area that is really quite challenging to control blood pressure. It needs concerted effort, family, because once a family doesn't know you're not supposed to have a lot of salt or no salt, they'll continue putting the salt. Whatever they serve, they'll not, so it involves a lot that requires concerted effort. Over to you.
Yeah, I think you can perhaps take those.
Thank you very much for the question. The first question was why the capital from one party is overrated. This was not our making. Currently, the American Diabetic Association recommends that optimal control should be at least 1 story and 8 story. Because the SATA has shown that having a lower target from the 140, which we used to know, is more protected. So that's why they lowered the cutoff from 140 to 140. That is the idea. Who is they? The American Diabetic Association. And they are going to put them. So second question from Professor Marcus, the prevalence was alarming. Yes, it's the time bomb, which can explode any time. So controlling blood pressure, blood sugar, is still very challenging for us, especially in our section, because there are so many factors which are involved. Patient factors, people, factors, health worker, appropriate factors, system factors. So you find that most of these drugs
patients have to buy them and they cost money. And day in, day out, their prices are increasing. So a patient is supposed to be on like 3 antihypertensives. They end up on the to get one of the things. So achieving control of those patients will be very difficult. Then when you look at the system factors, some of our hospitals don't have enough antihypertensive drugs. So patients, yes, will come, they have those IPs, they get the prescriptions, but no drugs in the pharmacy. So they end up going without nothing. And then health worker factors, some health workers and doctors have inertia to initiate or escalate drug therapy for various reasons. So there are many factors which come into play to affect that blood pressure control. Then Professor Manja is asking why not us? Yes, you're right, it should begin with us. These days we have too much technology. Those days when you wanted to pay water bills, school fees, people would walk to the bank, online, walk back home. But these days, you can do everything using your phone when you are using your. So there's too much sedentary lifestyle. From the sitting room into the car, drive to office. Which office enter the lift? You go, takes you up to your office door. When you reach there, you order for what? For a bottle of soda. Yes. Then they bring you in. When you're going back home, you enter the lift. Takes you back to parking, enter the car, you go home. Reach home, no power. So please demand you get out your phone, you pay everything. So we are going to ever exercise. And yet you are consuming all these so-called good food. So eventually you end up gaining weight and then eventually come of this. So it begins with us. Let us change our lifestyle so that even others can copy from us, such that we reduce this alarming finding.
We are almost due for lunch. You will soon receive some coupons. You can also receive them as you walk out. Thank you, Dr. Amara. Exercise is overrated, but that's my opinion. I think so. I think so. Then I'll be possible. And fuel is assisting, yes. And then you don't want to vote. When we have enabled you to do exercise by increasing fuel, vote us. Anyhow, in the afternoon, after lunch, we shall return for our last session. We shall return for our last session. Don't miss that one, but certainly don't miss the research collaborators forum. Really learn about the research collaboration. And as I understand, some of the discussants will be online, so we shall be very strict in time to enable the online discussants who are a few hours difference between us, not to wake up at 6 a.m. and find us not ready. Those few words. Oh, I'm supposed to mention we have a cocktail. Yeah. So it's fair. We have a cocktail. Thank you.
So please, let's stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up. Shall we stay on stage while we think of another for the next break? Okay, Dr. Anguyo. All right, so for the benefit of those who are not with us yesterday, Simon says it's a small game, get your brain moving. When Simon says something, you do it. When I just said that thing, you don't do it. For example, if Simon says put up your hand, you put up your hand. If I say put up your hand, you don't put up your hand when you see what I said, right? So you only do the action when Simon says, okay? Right, so we are going to start. This time there's no practice. We are going right away. And once you see your neighbor doing this before Simon has said, you tell them to go back to sleep. Okay? Right. Okay, 1, 2, you are ready? Okay, Simon says, put up your left hand. And we all have to participate. Someone is putting up the right hand. Who's putting up their right hand? That's qualified. Okay, Simon says, put up your left hand. Sorry, yes, your left hand. Simon says, take a step forward. Simon says, a step back. Simon says, left hand down. Simon says, right hand up. Right hand down. Simon says right hand down. Simon says right foot back. Simon says right foot forward. Simon says jump in one spot. Jump in one spot. Okay, all right. Let us start so we don't spend so much time. At least all after and away. Our next section will be mental health and vulnerable populations, and it will be led by Dr. Raymond Odokojero. I'll hand over to him to call the speakers to the front.
Thank you very much, Master Simon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from the lunch. Welcome to this session. And first, I'd like to take the pleasure to thank the organizing committee for bringing Uganda Psychiatric Association to this conference, because I'm here in my capacity as one of the leaders of the Uganda Psychiatric Association. And we take distinct pleasure in taking this symposium on mental health. It's going to be a fairly longer session. We'll try to get through as best we can. My name is Raymond Odokojero, and I'm the president of the Uganda Psychiatric Association. Without so much ado, allow me to welcome and introduce our speakers for the afternoon. We must caution the speakers that we shall be strict with our time. We only have a maximum of 10 minutes to present. But if you can do it in 8, it shall be your date. I'll call the speakers in 2 halves. In the first half, shall have, if I read your name, please come forward and join me in front. Miss Alima Omandi. Miss Jacqueline Karundi, it should be doctor. Dr. Rachel Alinike. And Dr. Sharon is out. Dear speakers, you're all very welcome. For listening to the presentation. shall warn you by tapping the step of the account so that you know when the time is up. But in brief, we are going to hear the first presentation from Ms. Omhandi, who, by the way, I must say, is well known to me. It's a pleasure to share the center with her again. And she's going to talk to us about depression and its associated factors among health professional students. You're most welcome, Ms. Halima. Asibi is a very impressive one, public health specialist and an M&E expert. She works at Clark International University as a research fellow, and she's also associated with Texas American University. Her research interests include reproductive health, mental health, and health professional education. You're most welcome, and you have 10 minutes maximum.
So this is the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Guerrero. I hope it's a exciting time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dima Hoffman, as the introduced. So we'll go straight. We are looking at depression and its associated factors among health professional students in a private university in Kampala.
So we know depression is the most common psychiatric disorder, and research shows that it's a major health concern among medical students. There's a research that was actually conducted 2 years ago by Olum and others, and they found out that students at Makerere University, like 1 in 5 has depression. So health professional education is long, and it can be physically and emotionally demanding. Mental health, although mental health in Uganda has been prioritized, now it's being integrated in primary health care to ensure that people actually have access to healthcare services. But in the context of health professional students, whom we can also call medical students, is understudied. For that reason, we examined the prevalence of depression and its associated factors among health professional students at Clark International University. Clark International University is a small private institution. It's a small private university located in Bukasa with a population of 860 students. So we conducted a cross-sectional study among students from the School of Nursing and Midwifery, from the Institute of Allied Health Sciences. Those are students doing clinical medicine, pharmacy, and medical lab science. We had a sample size of 361 students that were randomly selected. Our outcome was depression, measured as a binary outcome. Either you're depressed or not depressed. And we used the Beck Depression Inventory, which is a 21-item tool that has symptoms of depression in the last 2 weeks. And the total score from the tool is 63, where each item has ranges from 0 to 3, where 0 no symptom of depression, and then 3 is where the symptoms are intense. So the total score that can be achieved from that is 63, but from the point of 14 and above, you're categorized as being depressed, and below, you're not depressed. The other factors, we assessed them using a self-administered questionnaire. Data was analyzed We summarized using frequencies and percentages for the descriptive analysis. And then we also performed chi-square and Fisher's exact square appropriate. And at multivariate level, we did a binary logistic regression. We reported adjusted odds ratios with their corresponding confidence intervals at 95%. So this is what we found. Characteristics of our respondents: 53.2% were female, 51.8% were aged 25 and above, and 43.2% were in their year of study, their second year of study, while 60.7% were full-time students. That means they studied from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then we had 56.8% reporting being satisfied with their academic performance. 73.4%, they had no history of any abuse, let it be sexual, physical, or emotional. And then we also had 55.4% having no body weight challenges. Overall, the prevalence of depression among the health professional students at Clark was 16.1%. And we see that for those who had severe depression, were 1.7%. But most of them, that is 10.8%, had mild depression, moderate was 3.6%. I'll come back to the borderline after my recommendations and recommendations of the other members. So the factors that were significantly associated with depression were academic performance, where we found that the odds of being depressed increased with non-satisfactory academic performance. Students that were not satisfied with their performance were 5 times more likely to be depressed than those that had excellent performance. In terms of the student type, students that are international were close to 3 times more likely to actually be depressed compared to the national students. And then in terms of the social factors, we found that students who came from families that had several family disputes were 2.2 times more likely to be depressed than those who didn't. And then also those who had a history of depression in the family, they are also 2.8 times more likely to be depressed. The strengths and limitations of this study: first is that this is a cross-sectional study, and because of that, we can only show association, but not causation. And the study was conducted in a private institution that has a relatively small size. So despite of these limitations, our methodology was rigorous. So these findings are very critical. And when we compare with the similar study that was done at Makerere, they found that 1 in every 5 of them were depressed. So us was 1 in every 6. This is comparing public to private. And then also the other strength is that this is actually the first ever study on depression among students at Clark International University. So conclusion, depression actually affects a substantial number of health professional students. About 1 in 6 students has depression, and the factors that were found to be associated are non-satisfactory academic performance, being an international student, family history of depression, and disputes in the family. The recommendations are specific to universities, that universities should be able to put up systems that are able to identify, assess, and follow up these students that we have mentioned that are at risk of being depressed. We actually know all these factors from several studies. We can tell that we have determined the factors that are associated with the depression. So if we put up structures in universities to be able to follow up, identify, and then refer, then we hope that we are not going to actually have serious issues. That brings me back to this, that with a very good system, we expect 37.1% on borderline to fall to no depression. And for those that are in universities that do not have systems that can be able to identify, assess, and probably referring students, then we'll be expecting the 37.1 to fall to either mild, moderate, or severe. So that's why it's very important to do that. So I conclude from here by thanking the authors, the other authors, Jedri, Owashi, Mr. Morris Osira Tukey, and the study participants, including my mentors, Dr. Jonathan Izudi and Dr. Stephen Okoboy from IDI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Command, for sharing that with us. Well done. I'll ask the audience to please note down your questions for Ms. Command. We'll raise them in a brief Q&A session after the call about presentation. Thank you very much once again. Now, may I ask Dr. Jacqueline Karuni to tell us about social network for older adults with and without Alzheimer's disease. Dr. Jacqueline Karuni is 2 weeks away from being the newest psychiatrist in Uganda. She's a resident in the Master of Medicine in Psychiatry program.
Thank you, Dr. Dokonero. Good afternoon to you all. So I will be talking to you about social networks for all the adults with and without Alzheimer's disease, a study conducted in Wakiso District, Central Uganda. The co-investigators or supervisors, Professor Nolan, Associate Professor Nachimuli, and Dr. Irundi. In the background, Alzheimer's disease contributes about 60 to 70% of about 10 million new cases of dementia annually. Actually, in the recent report, they say every 3 seconds there is a case of dementia, reported. So it is a big and growing burden. And yet, poor social networks have been identified as one of the, factors, the risk factors that contribute to cognitive decline. Good social support is critical in delaying the onset and progression of Alzheimer's disease, even when one suffers brain pathological changes. So even when the changes happen, but because of these good support networks and the social networks, we were looking at, the friends, your relatives that you talk to, how many times you talk to them, how many you talk to, and how many you feel close to. That kind of support is what we were looking at. In the problem statement, majority of these new cases of dementia are in low and middle income countries like Uganda, and the prevalence that has been reported so far in the literature for Uganda is about 20 to 34%. So meaning it's a big burden. And yet all the adults are prone to social exclusion because of the aging process, the immobility, retirement, and death of their loved ones. So this, and in addition to the break of the social network, the globalization that's happening, rural-urban migration, then we begin to think, are the people actually having the social support as we think the African way? So, and yes, there's paucity of information in our setting. All the information I got was from high-income countries. So in our general objective was to compare social networks for these two groups. I get there is a pre-existing cohort of all the adults from a study conducted by Nakasuja et al. In 2017. So there was about 120 adults in Wakiso and Nansana that had been identified as screened to have dementia. So I go in, get sample within this same cohort, confirm that they have the dementia, you're using screening tools and diagnostic tools according to the DSM-5, and then I compare to other adults without dementia. I look at their social support network using the tools that I will be showing you. So it was a community-based cross-sectional study, and in Nansen and Busukuma, and we were looking at all the adults above 60 years. So everyone that was above 60 years in that area, in that study area, was recruited. We only excluded those who were very ill. The dependent variable was Alzheimer's disease, and the main independent was social networks, but also we looked at the other social demographics. And these were the tools that we used, the social demographic and the mini mental state exam to screen. And those who screen positive will go ahead, talk to their caregivers using the DPCOP informat, which is the general practitioner assessment of cognition instrument. And then further now confirm that it's actually dementia basing on a DSM-5 criteria. And then we also looked at their functioning, their daily activities, bathing, cooking, feeding. And then for the social networks, we use the Rubin social network scale. It has the revised version has 4 items, each and it has a score of 0 to 5, asking questions: how often do you hear from your relatives? How often do you hear, or how many like that. So we obtained approval from Makere, Somrek, and permission from the Wakiso district, and we obtained informed consent. And the demographic, the mean age was in the AD group was about 78 years, 78.8, and then for the non-AD, those without Alzheimer's, they were slightly younger compared to those with Alzheimer's. And in both groups, it was mainly female. This table is to show us the results from the tools that I used to screen and then confirm the Alzheimer's. The take home from this is that the screening tool captured so many as having cognitive impairment, and this was mainly because of the level of education. Maybe I can say, because when you would ask them, for example, to write a sentence or to draw something, they'll be like, no, I didn't go to school, and that would mean that then they score low and low on the tool. So they score the screening tool, the MMSE, captured higher. And then on the other hand, the tool for the caregivers scored less, because you can see only 13%, because it's only 6 questions asked to the caregiver. Most of them do not know this, or they will have not recognized some of these impairments. And from the diagnostic, the ones that we went with definitely were the 64 as cognitively impaired and 144 as no cognitive impairment. At the bivariate analysis, it was age that from the social demographics that was significant. The older, the group with the Alzheimer's was much older than those without Alzheimer's disease. And looking at the social networks in themselves, I have just captured just the ones that were significant at bivariate. There was a frequency when you talked to when a decision had to be made by one of the relatives. And for the group that have Alzheimer's, it showed that they were contacted less times. And then the mean score was also lower for the group with Alzheimer's, meaning their social networks are slightly smaller than the ones without Alzheimer's disease as bivariate. But when we went further at the multivariable analysis, this was not significant. It's only age came out significant. And in the discussion, I went ahead to still look at that percentage of the older adults that have the small network and the ones who were involved less in decision making. And because yes, there was no statistical significance at multivariate, but they are there, and we need to find a solution for them. They should not be ignored. So other studies have also shown that older adults in general are at risk of social isolation, and they are involved, especially older adults with Alzheimer's are involved less in decision making because the relatives think they don't have the ability or they don't have the desire, and yet they do actually have the ability and interest. So and so in my limitations, this was a cross-sectional study, and the Ruben, the tool that I used for social networks had not been used in this setting. It has been used widely in other settings, but not in our setting, and hence not validated, which could have affected our results. And then potential selection bias, given we selected within an existing cohort or sample, and then recall bias due to cognitive impairment. And in the conclusion, well, the bigger number of older adults had fairly good social networks. However, those older adults that had a low social network and at risk of social isolation need to be taken care of, or we need to do something despite the lack of statistical significance. And older adults that have Alzheimer's also have to be involved in decision making. So in the recommendations, community activities for older adults to reduce risk of social isolation, group interventions supporting shared decision making for older adults with Alzheimer's and their caregivers, and then more studies. This was a quantitative study, maybe now looking at the qualitative aspects of these social support. Yes, they have the numbers, they have the frequency, but you know, what qualitatively, how good is it, you know? And more longitudinal studies. And these are I would like to acknowledge my supervisors, the Rago Scholarship, Happy Research Fund, Research Assistants, the community, and the patients. Thank you very much.
Now, caution to the remaining speakers that I did not interfere with Dr. Karu's presentation because we had 1.5 minutes to spare from this command, which has been used. So now there will be no additional time to play with, unless we have that from one of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Karu. Members, you can see we are making a slow journey through mental health and vulnerable population. This combined told us that medical students and health professionals suffer from depression, and we need to pay attention to their depression. Dr. Karundi has told us that older people with or without Alzheimer's disease are lonely, and they are not involved in decision making. So we need to call our grandparents immediately and allow them to make decisions on their health and other things. So with that, let's go to our third presenter, very exciting talk. Dr. Rachel Alinfred is going to talk to us about volunteer support intervention in managing severe mental illness. You're most welcome. Dr. Aini is a psychiatrist, and she's very experienced in dealing with matters of severe mental illness. Now tell us, how can we use volunteers to manage this mental illness?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dekonera. So I'll be presenting about volunteer support as a psychosocial intervention in the management of patients with severe illness in Uganda. And this was a controlled pre-post study. I'm presenting on behalf of that entire team there. We know that mental disorders are highest contributors to the global burden of disease, and over 70% of people with severe mental illness are actually within low and middle income countries. But due to the limited number of mental health professionals, these people are not able to access treatment. We also know that little research has been done on resource-oriented psychosocial interventions, like the volunteer support, which we believe can be used to reduce this treatment gap. So we set out to determine the feasibility and acceptability of using a volunteer support intervention in the management of these patients within our local context. This was a pilot efficacy trial. As I said, we utilized the controlled before and after study design. It's a mixed method study. We recruited 10 volunteers and 30 patients with severe mental illness at Jinja Regional Referral Hospital, and had a control site of Mityana Hospital, where we recruited still 30 patients of severe mental illness. In severe mental illness, we looked at things like depression, schizophrenia, bipolar, and also epilepsy. In this study at the intervention site, we did pair 2 volunteers with 6 patients, and these did meet twice a week to engage in different activities. The aim of these activities were to increase social activity or interaction of the patient. The activities were also to remind the patients to be able to attend their clinic reviews and take their medication. We also wanted these patients to engage in productive activities, and some of that they participated in were things like candle making, liquid soap, baking, and many other things. And then we also wanted to enhance referral to services within their community. So what are the things we were looking at? We looked at their social demographics. We looked at the subjective quality of life, which was the primary outcome at 6 months. We assessed for their objective social functioning, service usage, symptom severity, and then we also did a community assessment for the volunteers that were assessing for their stigma towards the mentally ill. And I said it was a mixed method, so we did collect in-depth interviews from 15 patients and 8 volunteers. These assessments were done at baseline, at 6 months, which was the end of the intervention period, and at 12 months. We conducted the qualitative interviews at the end of the intervention, that was at 6 months. We did in-group analysis with paired t-tests and compared the outcomes at 6 months with those at baseline, and again compared the 12 months outcome with baseline. And then we did thematic analysis for the qualitative interviews. In our results, we note that our volunteers, we had a mean age of 34. Most out of the 10, 7 were females, and 6 were unmarried, and at least 7 had attained secondary level of education. Majority were either self-employed or actually had some kind of job they were doing. Among the patient participants, we note that in the control group, we had more females compared to the intervention group. the mean age was almost the same in the two groups, but we had more single or unmarried patients in the intervention group. And we had more people who had no formal education from the control group. And as I noted that our primary outcome was the mean quality of life at 6 months. And we did note that there was a significant increment in the quality of life for patients in the volunteer arm when we compared their quality of life at 6 months vis-a-vis their quality of life at baseline. There was a statistically significant increment, and we still noted a significant increment even at 12 months, that is post the intervention. We also note that I said these people are met twice a month for 6 months, meaning they met about 12 times. We note that the average attendance of these sessions for the 30 patients that attend volunteers was actually 11.2, meaning that majority of the people were very much willing to attend these sessions. We noted an improvement in their social functioning of the patients at 12 months compared to the baseline. We noted a decrease in the symptom severity at 6 months compared to baseline, and we still had a significant reduction in the psychiatric symptoms at 12 months compared to baseline. However, we noted no change in the medication adherence and internalized stigma for the patients. As I said, we did collect qualitative data as well. And these are some of the quotes from the volunteers and the patients. One patient notes that it was actually a very enjoyable program. I visited various places. I got new friends in life. The things I learned will help me if I put them in practice. We'll note that most of these activities they did, these patients and volunteers actually carried them on as income generating activities, and they did use their transport refund as startup capital. Another patient does note, this is a 28-year-old, this is a volunteer, who notes that my patients felt free to come to me. We had a pregnant patient who gave birth during the program time, and she did invite us over to visit her at her home. And the group actually did take gifts for her and the baby. We find that the volunteer support intervention was also acceptable, as noted by a 45-year-old male who says he gained skills, and this did empower him to start income generating activities. He taught us skills in rearing animals, making soap, cakes, and others. The program also supported us with transport, helped us to increase knowledge in income generating activities. We got skills and we could use this to fit into the society. It has made me feel that I do not have to face any stigma because now they feel they belong to the community. Another volunteer did note that he too benefited from the program because it impacted his life. He's now able to talk to patients and parents within the community and can easily refer those that he sees have mental health challenges to the hospital for care. We also note that people did report that they felt like their life was being reprogrammed and being more purposeful. This patient notes that he can now clean his compound, keep his personal hygiene, and is able to prepare his own meals instead of moving from one home to another, looking for what to eat. In conclusion, from this study, we note that volunteer support is actually a feasible and acceptable intervention in managing people with severe mental illness. And from the preliminary results, we can tell that it could be effective in improving the quality of life of these people. However, because this was a proof of concept study, we need a bigger study to be able to determine the efficacy of the intervention. Thank you very much. The study was funded by NIHR.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lindsay. You used up your 10 minutes, so we did involve that leaves Dr. Pizarro. Exactly 9.5 minutes on our talk, which will move us back to student population. Earlier on, we were told that medical students suffer from depression. Now, Dr. Keshav wants to tell us that they do also suffer from anxiety disorder. Dr. Keshav is a final year resident of psychiatry. In 2 weeks' time, she will be also a brand new psychiatrist. Our numbers are set to grow. It should push us to about 58 by the time in 2 weeks' time. Currently, we are 53. So you're welcome, Dr. Keshav.
Thank you so much, Dr. Onyero. I'll be presenting about prevalence and factors associated with generalized anxiety disorder symptoms among Makerere University students. So where you see GAD, it denotes generalized anxiety disorder. So it is highly prevalent in terms of rates, a number of global cases, and according to the Global Burden of Disease in 2015, it accounted for about 266 million cases. And about 70% of university students, they reported experiencing overwhelming anxiety within the past 12 months. And out of those, only 22% received treatment. And in Uganda, a study that looked at cognitive and other social factors associated with GAD by Banjirana and Uma in 2017 found out the prevalence to be at 28.9%. And some of the factors that are associated with generalized anxiety disorder include the age, gender, genetics, social support, and substance use, things like year of study, and the course that someone is actually doing. And in our study, we are going to focus more on things like age, gender, substance use, and social support. So attending university is really a stressful time for some of these students. To some students, it's the first time they are leaving their homes. It's the first time they are having to make decisions on their own, to survive on their own. And this really stresses them a lot. And even though the academic challenges at the university, these predispose them to these mental illnesses where anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder is among those. And to some of them, it's the first time they might have the first onset of this generalized anxiety disorder, or to those that had this illness, it might even worsen. And because of that, they might not be able to even perform well at the university. And there's still a big knowledge gap in low-resourced countries. And we hope that information that we got from here will be used to guide interventions aimed at managing these GAD symptoms among university students. And our objective was to determine the prevalence and factors associated with GAD symptoms among our Makerere University students. So it was a cross-sectional study. It was an online survey, and this study was conducted during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this means that we sent out questionnaires using WhatsApp and through emails to the students. And the students that we included in this study had to be 18 years and above, and they had to be students of Makerere University. And the only way that we confirmed that they were truly students, we used the registrars, the academic registrars of the different colleges, who gave us email addresses and phone numbers and registration numbers. So from that, whoever filled in this questionnaire were able to go ahead and at least make a phone call and be sure, confirm with the registration number and be sure this truly is a student of the university. And yeah, we sent out 901 questionnaires,
And out of the 901, we got 891 responses. And from the 891, 8 of them did not consent. So we ended up with 883 participants. So the questionnaire was designed in a way that once it gets to you and you consent, you're able to continue with the rest of the questions. But as long as you do not consent, so you cannot go on to answer this questionnaire. And we use proportionate sampling because we know that these colleges have different number of students that they admit. And why we chose an online survey mode because of the COVID-19, the SOPs, and also the fact that these online survey modes have been associated with good results for some of the questions that we were asking, things like substance use and these other sensitive topics. And also the fact that these college students really can access internet and they have good computer literacy. So it was really a good mode for them. So our instruments, we used the social demographic questionnaire and a GAD-7 questionnaire that was to look at our dependent variable, which is that, and then the audit C and the DDAT, that is to look at alcohol and substance use, to screen for alcohol and substance use, and then a multi-dimensional scale of perceived social support questionnaire, that is to screen, to look at the social support, the perceived social support. All those questionnaires have been validated and used before in Uganda, and we got approval from those bodies. So in our results, our mean age, the mean age of the participants was 23 years, and the range of the age was from 19 to 47 years. And from the participants, the females were the most number, and we see that the rest, we can see that year 3 had the biggest number, and then out of all participants, 73% were not employed, and the rest we are able to see that some, because we did it during the COVID time, we also looked at, had someone tested positive for COVID, did they have severe symptoms? So all this is in there. And also from the GAD-7 scores, the mean score was 8.2. And from the description, we see that those that had severe anxiety were 12.9%, and 28.9 had moderate, and mild at 29.7. So when we go to bivariate analysis, we see that female, when we see that gender was really significant, year of study and employment status, and living status, were you living with a single parent or both parents? These gave significant results. And when we specifically go to look at the being male and being female, we see that being female is associated with a higher GAD score. When we look at year of study, we see that year 3 was associated with a higher GAD score. And when we go ahead to do the unadjusted linear regression, we see that being male, gender still was really significant. And year of study, living status, are you living with both parents, and social support, and also the substance use. So we see that just when we look at being male, we see that being male is actually protective. So being male is associated with low GAD scores compared to being female. And once we look at year of study, specifically year 3, we see that it was associated with a high score of GAD. And multi-level linear regression. So here we looked, we put in these factors in this as a block. So we looked model 1, where we put in the social factors, and model 2, we added now the psychological factors, and model 3, we added the biologic factors. And still we are able to see that being male is associated with less GAD scores, and being in year 3 is actually associated with high levels of GAD, and being employed is actually associated with a higher GAD score. And when we look at living with parents, that living with both parents is actually protective. And Yeah, so from our discussion, we see that there is a high prevalence of that among university students at 4.9. That is, we took for the severe form, and then when we compare with some of the studies that have been done in Saudi Arabia, we see that the prevalence of that was at 67.5, and in Malaysia it was at 29%. But all in all, for us, we look at ours at being 12.9, and we think that this came in because of the different things that were done in these studies. For example, if we see the study that was done in Malaysia, it really considered all the universities, unlike our study that looked at only Makerere University. And also, when we look at this study in South Africa, it only looked at medical students, and which is really known that there's a higher prevalence of GAD. And being male was associated with the GAD scores, and it is similar with the findings that were conducted in Saudi Arabia. And also YA3 was also associated with an increased average GAD-7 score. And to this, we think that it is because when we look at our Ugandan setting, most of these courses end in YA3. And we think that at that point, everyone is anxious. They're thinking of finishing school, the pressure. So that might actually increase the prevalence of GAD in that year. And also alcohol and drug use disorder was associated with a high GAD score, similar with those findings done in Malaysia and UK. So our strength, it is the first cross-sectional study in Uganda that actually looked at the prevalence of generalized anxiety disorder symptoms. And also we had a large sample size that allowed really a detailed and accurate statistical analysis. And also our response rate was really good, of 98.9%. And then from our limitations, students might have been able to discuss with their friends, and also the fact that it was self-report mode, so they might have underreported some of these characters, and also the fact that it was a cross-sectional study, so we can not look at some of the positive factors. And in conclusion, there's a high prevalence of GAD among university students, and there is really a strong association with gender, youth study, employment status, perceived social support, and use of substances. And from the study, we recommend that universities need to have mechanisms put in place to deal with a high prevalence of GAD symptoms, and also a greater emphasis on mental health promotion among students at the university. Things like early screening and monitoring programs should be put in place. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. I have been warned that I'm too generous at the time. So I am going to be a little bit stricter. Annoy some of you audience. But before I annoy you, let me make you happy. I've had 4 presenters, 4 great presentations, wonderful findings, studies in our setting. If you have any questions for the presenters. That was me making you happy. Now let me annoy them a bit. I'll restrict to 1 question per presenter. So raise your hand, identify your presenter of choice, and make your question or comment. Direct your question to that person. All right, I wonder whether somebody can help us move the.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Ms. Kumhanje. Your findings, you got 1.7% of students with severe depression. I was wondering what you see for those students.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Kizab, the study was done during a lockdown, so many of the students were at home. We believe that you led to a lower prevalence since having information
Right. Now the questions are for Dr. Karunji and Dr. Arindu.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Rachel. My concern with volunteers. Do you have any specific criteria for looking at volunteers? And do you think that that might have had an effect on your results in one way or the other?
Right. Thank you. And last but not least, somebody speak to Dr. Karunji, please.
Thank you. Dr. Kalu, my name is around. You mentioned for not being involved in decision making. How do we involve such people with Alzheimer's disease, with mental impairments, and them at risk of making high risk decisions? How do we involve them in decision making?
Great questions, and let me start off from the last question so that we can move on. No, she's still thinking about her. I like that. Depending, let me start with this one.
Thank you very much for the question. At Clark International University, we have a university counselor who actually happens to be the co-author in this paper. So for the students that were identified as severely depressed, unfortunately, we do not know who the students are, because you know when you're, for ethical purposes, all right, you have told students that you will not be able to use their unique identifiers. But what happens is that normally we do by observation as an institution. If you observe students with particular symptoms, we normally have sessions. So those students are actually forwarded to the university counselor and they seek for help willingly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. About the volunteers. So the criteria for the volunteers were that you should not be a patient of mental illness. So we're not looking at peers. You should not have received mental health training. So basically, you're not using your prior knowledge in mental health to deal with these people. And then you should be able to speak Lusoga, which is the native language, and not willing to leave the vicinity, like you should be an inhabitant of the different villages we did select in Ginger, but you should also not be willing to live in the next 6 months, because the intervention was on for 6 months. And we did carry out a 2 days training for these volunteers in regards to the study, in regards to setting boundaries with patients, in regards to what a volunteer can do and what a volunteer cannot do. For example, they're not allowed to change the patient's medication. Yeah.
So yes, because the study was done during the COVID time and these students were home, there's a likelihood that actually being home would have put these that's cause low. But on the other hand, it being a pandemic, there is also a chance that they were anxious enough, the scores getting high because of just the pandemic. So I think it's actually two-way. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Regarding decision making, there's big decisions like you may like to see maybe say selling land and what those what is from the literature. What is suggested is decision like shared decision making. With the older adult with a trusted caregiver. Or another person who has been entrusted. So they take the decision together. But then also there are small decisions like, what to wear, what to eat, when to do things. Sometimes people take that away from the older adults, which should not be the case. So for those other decisions that are not very detrimental, they can allow them to fully make sense.
Wow, thank you very much to my presenters, and thank you the audience for those brilliant questions. I'm afraid we have to bring the first part of this conversation to an end, but remember that you can approach any one of them individually and let the conversation about these important topics continue beyond this conference. Thank you very much, all my presenters, and I'm going to respectfully ask you to step down back to your seats. Are we still energized for continuing this session? Someone earlier gave us a more nice energizer about Peter telling us to do funny things with our body parts. Can I bring Okello now to make you do funny things with your body parts too? No, there's no need for that. What I'll instead do is ask another high-powered group of presenters to please step forward and talk to us about their various topics of research. Dr. Blessed Tabitha Aujo, Dr. Claire Barbara, Ms. Fiona Nalua, and Ms. Shuraya Nakari. Kindly join me and I'll just let the audience know that we are running a little bit close to the Research Collaborators Forum. And there's a chance that we may interrupt this second part of our presentation to listen to somebody who is overseas to present for about 15 minutes on his experience with collaboration. Then we shall continue with the main speakers if it comes to that. I'm still hoping that we'll make good time. And so you're most welcome, presenters. Thank you for accepting to come and share your wonderful studies. I have 4 presenters again, but this time I'm going to start with number 3, who is Ms. Fiona Nalua, who may have to leave the conference a little earlier. And what is going to be different is that Ms. Fiona is going to present for 7 to 8 minutes, and then get 2 minutes for Q&A while she's still there. Is that one? All right. So I didn't get her CV, so I'm going to let her tell you a little bit about herself in a half minute that we won't count. So you have 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. My name is Nalua Maria Fiona. I'm a clinical professor, and I'm standing in for Dr. Sarah Zarango, and I'm here to present on the comparative prevalence of mild cognitive impairment among HIV, I'm here to present on the comparative prevalence of mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's dementia in adult Ugandans living with HIV and demographically matched with HIV negative controls. The main PI, Dr. Mara, and collaboration with other PIs are listed, and the help of those institutions. As we may all be aware that age is the strongest predictor of HIV-associated neurocognitive disorder and mild cognitive impairment, which leads to Alzheimer's disease. And in this era of art, effective art, we see that people
living with HIV are enjoying longer and healthier lives. However, the prevalence of mild cognitive, of HIV-associated neurocognitive disorder has remained relatively unchanged, although severity has shifted to milder forms, especially the asymptomatic neurocognitive impairment. And overall, people living with HIV seem to age faster than their counterparts who are HIV negative and have a comorbid chronic disease profile like stroke, hypertension, and heart disease. That is comparable to the HIV negative peers more than a decade older. And these comorbidities are stronger contributors to early brain aging, mild cognitive impairment, and Alzheimer's disease. In combination, extended survival, higher behavior, and combined disease risk factors may result in a more additive and probably synergistic risk of mild cognitive impairment, stroke, Alzheimer's disease in older people living with HIV. And on that, the comparative prevalence rate of mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease in combined art treatment, people living with HIV and age-matched peers without HIV is unknown. And that is the reason for the study. And the depth of information in such is much in higher developing countries with HIV burden, such as Uganda, and yet this information is important for health system management and community health assessment. The objective of the study, one, is to estimate the prevalence of mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease-related dementia among Ugandan adults aged 20 to 87 years, with or without HIV. And two is to estimate the prevalence of mild cognitive impairment among HIV-positive adults catalyzed as having normal or asymptomatic neurocognitive impairment with applicable variations by age, sex, and a number of non-HIV comorbid diseases. Hypothesis of the study hypothesized that the prevalence rate of mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease-related dementia will be higher for people with HIV relative to those who are HIV negative. And also the prevalence, hypothesis two is the prevalence of mild cognitive impairment, stroke, Alzheimer's disease-related dementia will increase with age among people living with HIV. Methodology, a total of 471 adults, of which 277 were people living with HIV and 194 living who are HIV negative controls, matched by age, sex, and village of residence, were evaluated with comprehensive neuropsychological test batteries, as we shall see the batteries as we go forward. Then cognitive impairment was defined according to cognitive impairment, in 7 cognitive domains, which included immediate recall, memory and learning, language, processing speed, executive function, attention, short working memory, mental function were defined. Cognitive status was defined according to Francescatti criteria, and age-related cognitive dysfunction of the Alzheimer's disease subtype was defined per Body et al. 2014. MCI, when I say MCI, I think people follow. Mild cognitive impairment was defined as cognitive impairment of moderate or pronounced severity, not accompanied with functional limitations, and amnesic MCI type is defined if memory is impaired. AD, Alzheimer's disease, was defined based on the presence of one or pronounced memory-related impairment accompanied with functional limitations. Statistical analysis, differences in MCI and AD rates according to HIV status were evaluated using chi-square in addition with odds ratio with 95% confidence interval overall and stratified by age were calculated. The results, sample description according to HIV status. When we look at demographic factors, that is age, education in years, and gender, we see that from the p-values 0.5, 0.3, and 0.25, we find that there was no significant difference among the demographic factors by HIV status. Then when we look at the neuropsychological test battery, apart from single-digit modalities, I may not read through the figures, we may share the slides because of time. When you look at single-digit modality, and then color trail 1 and color trail 2, there was no important difference, significant difference. However, in other batteries, there was a recognized difference, and this is because maybe HIV positive are worse than the HIV negatives. And then when we look at impairments with domain, we went on to see how many people were impaired according to those domains. Immediate recall, like HIV positive, had 22.9% compared to 15% in HIV negatives. And when we look at the delayed recall, 22.7% were HIV positive, and then 13.2 were HIV negative. So when you look through those figures, you also find that the impairment was more in HIV positive than the HIV negatives. Table 2 of results, we went on to see the cognitive status according to Alzheimer's disease-related dementia versus HIV-associated neurocognitive disorder pyramid. When we look at the MCI dementia pyramid, you see that the person progressed from cognitive being normal to Alzheimer's MCI, non-Alzheimer's MCI, Alzheimer's dementia, and non-AD dementia. And from the figures, when you look at cognitive normal, 23.3% were HIV positive, 30.4% were HIV negative. So you find that the HIV negative were cognitively more normal than the HIV positive. And when you look at the amnestic MCI, 21% were HIV positive and 10.8% were HIV negative. So we also here confirms what we've seen up, that HIV positives were more cognitively impaired compared to their counterparts who are HIV negative. The same goes to the Downer pyramid of Hande. And then table 3 shows the frequency of amnestic MCI by HIV status among 200 fellow Ugandan adults classified as having a symptomatic, cognitive impairment. Then HIV, when you look at HIV negative amnestic MCI, out of 60, 21 of those actually met the criteria, and that is around 28.8% had amnestic MCI, and compared to the HIV positives who are 43.5. It is the same. HIV positives are more at risk. The variance of AD dementia among Ugandan adults that met criteria for neurocognitive disorder. Overall, we see here that HIV positives were more, the prevalence was more in HIV positives than the HIV negatives. We went on to categorize them according to age. Those below 50, there was not much difference in the prevalence. And above 50, we see that it was more, the prevalence was more in HIV positives. Summary of results, in the In this sample of adult Ugandans, that is 471, 26.1% met criteria for being cognitively normal, 17.2% had amnesic MCI, 27.8% had non-amnesic MCI, and 9.1% had Alzheimer's disease. And also 10.8% had other dementia according to Boyd criteria. Among the adults with AI9, that is asymptomatic neurocognitive impairment, 38.2% had amnesic MCI per Boyd criteria with a short-term specific amnesic MCI prevalency of 43.2% among people living with HIV and 28.8% among HIV-negative controls. Among the adults with a neurocognitive disorder, moderate to severe cognitive impairment accompanied with ADL, that is activity of daily living limitation, by Francisca criteria. Cognitive dysfunction of the AD subtype was also evaluated in 35.6% overall, with stratean-specific prevalency of 40.9% among people living with HIV and 28.9% among HIV controls. Continuation among adults below 50 years old, classified per Francescatti criteria to have ANI or cognitive disorder, the prevalence of amnesic MCI and cognitive dysfunction of AD subtype relatively was comparable for adults, people living with HIV/AIDS relative to HIV controls. Among the adults above 50 years old, classified per Francescatti criteria to have ANI, the prevalency of amnesic MCI was 42.9% for people living with HIV and 20.4% for HIV controls. Among adults above 50 years of age, classified by Francescatti as having a cognitive disorder, cognitive dysfunction of AD subtype was evident in 43.2% of people living with HIV and 22% of HIV controls. Interpretation and conclusion. I'm concluding. In this sample of adult Ugandans, that is 471, evaluated with comprehensive battery of neuropsychological tests, prevalent MCI and AD were high regardless of HIV status. Ugandan people living with HIV bear a greater burden of cognitive problems related to age-matched HIV-negative peers, and the overlap of hand and MCI show cognitive dysfunction of AD subtype is high, with evidence of amplified risk for HIV positive relative to HIV negative above 50 years old. With increasing longevity in people living with HIV, it is increasingly important to consider potential for cognitive problems not HIV related or not explained by HIV, and failure to consider non-HIV causes of cognitive decline in people living with AIDS with HIV may be a missed intervention opportunity. The research support was that, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being very thorough with that. You know, the stuff we were discussing here of what HIV can do to an aging brain, very important information. And what we have heard is that HIV is doing something. When there is no HIV, whatever is being done is a little bit less.
Thank you so much. I will not take any questions for Fiona at this moment, but let's just stand up and stretch as we wait a few minutes for digital people to connect us to our next speakers. And I will just very briefly hand over the chairmanship baton to my colleague to welcome our speaker from the University of Georgia.
Thank you very much, Dr. and we wait for next session. But don't forget we are calling you back shortly to complete what you had.
I think we have a minute to stand up. Let's stand up at stretch as we prepare for the next session. Anyone has a energizer? Stand up and down. Yes. That's really done. Since you don't have a lot of time, what we do for an agenda, but standing and stretching and walking around where you're sitting is good for you, for health reasons and many others. I'd like us to welcome Professor Ndoli Nakasita to Professor Ndoli Nakasita, who's going to chair the session on Research Collaborators Forum. Professor Nakasita needs to know his major introduction. She wears the belly hat, but I'll just briefly say that she is the current board chairman for the chairperson for the Research Growth Sciences. She's also the current head of department for the Department of Psychiatry at the Macquarie University College of Health Sciences. Please welcome Professor Nakasita. Thank you very much. And feel free to see whenever you want to.
Presentation again. Don't open it. Just compare. So the way we're going to run this session, we're kind of dividing it up in bits because our patron, Professor Chris Wallen from University of Georgia, is logged on and will make his presentation. I hope we'll be able to have any Q&A with him, and then we'll log off, and then we'll go back to the chair for this afternoon session, and then we'll continue with the rest thereafter. So Professor Chris Wallen, if you're there, could you please put on your camera so that the audience can see you? Right. So we are very excited to see you this afternoon, your morning. We're very grateful that you've gotten up, whatever time it is, quite very early to be with us this afternoon. I'm not able to project to you the audience, but I'm going to ask someone to do that for you so that you see the room. Lift it, you can see how he's craning his neck to see who is available in the room. We're all very eager to hear about what it is that you're going to tell us this afternoon about the importance of collaborations. Professor Chris Wallen, as you heard yesterday, was part of the founding members for the Uganda Society for Health Scientists, together with Professor Moses Kamya. Please wave to the people in the room. Some of them don't know who you are. In setting up this society. We benefited a lot from the work that these gentlemen and ladies, including Professor Harriet Mayanja, who was with us this morning, did and continue to do in supporting the works of this collaboration. I will not waste too much time because I'm aware Professor has another meeting. We are now going to give him the opportunity to make his presentation, and you're all welcome. Thank you. Professor, you can speak.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the conference. I know my apologies for not being able to be there. I wish travel were
Professor, we cannot hear you well, just a bit.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Do a sound check now. Is that any better?
Which one?
Testing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
All right. Can the room hear my voice? I see the technicians are working on it.
Just a minute. You can speak now and we see if we can hear you.
Okay, are you able to hear me now?
No, it's not.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Good. Hopefully it will project well enough.
This is too low. Hello? Yes, Professor. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, is it coming through loud enough?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Oh, this is the other live thing. I'm done was to put it on here. Was it was giving feedback to the other? The speaker is on.
No?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Here you can't hear. Can't we use that? Whatever it is, that's yeah?
This one has speakers, but they are so weak. This one is just a hard disk. Hello?
Yes. Can you?
Yes.
Can you try and hear?
Yes. Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but too low.
Is it better?
You were connected. Put him on YouTube live. Everything. Try.
We need an external speaker. I didn't know we're going to get a better in the session here. It was on Uganda Society, it is here. Thank you. Prof, speak.
Yes, testing. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Prof, you can try to speak now.
Yes, testing. Can you hear me? Are you able to project? Can the audience hear as well?
Yes.
Yes, the audience is able to hear.
I can hear you very clearly.
Okay. Well, good. Now the next challenge will be for me to, I just have a few slides to help guide my comments. Is there a way, shall I share screen? Is that the way to do it?
Yes. Yes, you can share.
Okay.
Yes, you can share.
Let me find the share screen. Okay, are you able to see the screen there? It comes across okay then. All right, well, good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for attending the annual meeting of the Uganda Society for Health Scientists. It's really a great privilege to be speaking, though indeed I wish I were there in person. I will, maybe next year we can coordinate so my visits to Uganda overlap the annual meeting. I would look forward to that. The topic that I was going to comment on and talk about briefly is the nature of research collaborations and how they are and why they are so important in the combat of HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and indeed chronic non-communicable diseases. And in particular, I am going to take a historical perspective and walk you through some of the major developments in the collaboration, the building of collaboration with Uganda. And I'll just preface by saying that I believe that Uganda as a country has been an example of how to create, generate and maintain collaborations with multiple institutions, not only in the US, but in Europe and elsewhere in the world. And I think it's for that reason that Uganda is at the forefront of research in many areas, HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and others. So in some ways, I'm speaking to the experts on the development and maintenance of collaboration. And I've been a fortunate recipient of that collaboration. So sticking with the idea of a historical perspective, let's see, now I'm having the technical challenges. I think you will all recognize these structures from the Malago Makere campus. These were pictures that I took during one of my early visits to Uganda, circa 1993. My first visit to Uganda was in 1990. I lived in Uganda for a period of time in 1993. And that was, I think most people believe, the height of the AIDS epidemic in Uganda. this was the entrance to the medical school where I first entered McCary University Medical School. And this was, as you know, Malago Hospital, but most of my time was spent here at the Tuberculosis Treatment Center, wards 5 and 6. As some may know, my first visit to Uganda was really very focused on the HIV epidemic. But when I arrived, I learned that tuberculosis was really overwhelming in the HIV infected individuals. And whereas I couldn't treat or cure HIV, I could prevent, treat and cure tuberculosis. So I shifted my research to that of HIV TB, and that was the basis of the first 10 years of my collaborations in Uganda. Now, as many of you know, my early career was spent at Case Western Reserve University, and this is the Case Western Collaboration Center at the time. It was across the street from the TB Center and adjacent to the Cancer Center. And what I think it's worthwhile talking about the origins of the Case Western collaboration. That in the midst of the early AIDS epidemic, or as the AIDS epidemic was recognized and appreciated in Uganda, I think the country was recovering from years of civil strife, and the means and resources were not available to deal with this overwhelming epidemic. And one of the approaches, or one of the strategic moves, was to outreach to former to colleagues and former researchers to invite them to Uganda to become to assess the situation and decide a way forward. And at that time, Sam Okware invited Fred Robbins from Case Western Reserve University. Many of you may recognize the name Fred Robbins. He was a Nobel laureate and was responsible for developing tissue culture, which allowed for the development of the polio vaccine. Now, Fred Robbins and a group of colleagues from Case Western visited Uganda at the invitation of Dr. Okware. And when Dr. Robbins returned to Case Western, he made it very clear that Case Western had to be engaged in dealing with the AIDS epidemic in Africa. And it was not shortly thereafter, a group of faculty, fellows, and students became engaged in what was then called the Uganda Case CWRU Research Collaboration. And its initial focus, its initial funding was through something called the International Collaboration for AIDS Research, and referred to as the ICAR. And as part of that ICAR, one of the projects was relating to tuberculosis, and that really launched the TB programs in HIV TB programs in Uganda, which have developed in many, many different ways. One thing that I would point out, and it's hard to turn back the clock, but as we worked, developed projects, we needed medical officers and nurses or nurse practitioners to help with the data collection, the management of the patients, and so on. And to be honest, we had a very difficult time recruiting people for these positions. And what I began to realize was that at that time, there was no clearly defined career path in research. So there was not a lot of interest among medical officers or paramedical personnel to become engaged in research. There were a few people that would do research part-time, but it really hadn't made itself as the research done in the country was not extensive enough or not visible enough to be seen as a career path for researchers. And I would say that what has subsequently happened has changed that dramatically. So that's a bit about the early collaborations at Case Western. And as often happens with in academia, people will change institutions. I moved to the University of Georgia in 2008 to help start their new College of Public Health. So that was the motivation for my move. And there were other scientific reasons that I was very interested in many of the population issues relating to TB and HIV that went beyond sort of the interest of the immunologists and the microbiologists of Case Western. So with that move, 2008 to the present, we started the McCary University, University of Georgia collaboration, research and training collaboration. And and in the process, people laugh when I say this, so you may laugh and it won't hurt my feelings. We decided that we would create a new Lugandan word called makuga. And makuga means working together. So if we want to talk about a collaboration, we refer to makuga. Now, in 2009 or so, I visited with many of the University of Georgia administrators. Here we have David Lee, who was the associate provost for research, the associate provost for outreach and international engagement, and then somewhat obscured is the dean of the College of Public Health, who was my direct boss. And we met with many of the leadership at the medical school and the College of Public Health. Most of them you already know. But this was a formal way to create the engagement and interaction between the two universities. And it culminated with the signing of a memorandum of understanding, which both universities signed, and is the memorandum that we operate on today. Now, since 2008, we've been busy engaging our colleagues in Uganda and vice versa. And we've been very successful in obtaining a number of research grants that study the tuberculosis transmission in Kampala. Now, one of my scientific interests was in social network, and we obtained a research grant to study the social network of tuberculosis transmission, 2012 to 2017. And as part of that study, we did a cohort study to look at the incidence in Lubaga, which turns out to be incidence of new TB infection, which turns out to be quite high, meaning that there are many undetected cases in the community. We further took a step forward in 2018 using archived cell phone metadata to map tuberculosis transmission. And we're in the midst of analyzing that data now. But what's interesting about that particular study was that it was the first time that we started using mobile digital technologies for the study of tuberculosis. We expanded that in the next study, which is currently ongoing, looking at the mobility networks of individuals who are not infected with TB and trying to ascertain whether there are areas within the city where there's a particularly high level of transmission going on. Now, in addition to the transmission work, Dr. Juliet Secondi here at the University of Georgia and is interested in improving the delivery of healthcare to tuberculosis patients. And her work is related to video directly observed therapy for tuberculosis. And Dr. Secondi is more of an implementation scientist than I am, and she's successfully completed what is the first randomized clinical trial of video DOT in Uganda and probably in sub-Saharan Africa to illustrate the logistical benefits of using video DOT. She's currently working with computer scientists both at University of Georgia and McCary University to use artificial intelligence and machine learning as a way to interpret the videos in an automatic way to reduce the human burden in reviewing thousands of videos for the treatment of TB cases. Now, at the very beginning of our work, we recognized we were in novel territory, and there were many issues relating to privacy of data. So we began a research program on the bioethics of the use of digital mobile technologies for health research. And we've just published our first scoping paper on that. As you might imagine, privacy, confidentiality, security, and safety of data are all issues that come up when individuals are presented with scenarios in the use of mobile technologies. But research alone is really not enough to build the capacity. Training programs also are key in collaborations. I think many of you know about the AIDS International Training and Research Program, otherwise called ATRIP, that was funded by the Fogarty International Center from 1987 to 2012. So that's a 25-year period of support for training individuals. And there are many individuals, some probably sitting in the audience, who were beneficiaries of this training. And it was a stepping stone to a career path in Uganda. Along the way, the Fogarty also recognized the need for health services research. I think today we would call this grant an implementation science training grant, but it had this long, complicated title about clinical operational and health services research for TB and AIDS. In that one, I began that training at Case Western, but continued it and brought the training program to University of Georgia. And this was in close collaboration with a joint clinical research center. We recently completed a bioinformatics and computational epidemiology training program in which we trained two doctorate individuals in these fields and developed a tutorial program in Uganda. And along the way, it was fundamentally important in developing now the degree at McCary University in bioinformatics. Now, as of 2 weeks ago, we submitted a new grant to train in digital mobile technologies for infectious disease research with tuberculosis as our model, as you might imagine. But these methodologies apply to any respiratory pathogen and many others. And that grant is pending, and hopefully it will come through with the first round, and we would begin training about a year from now. So oh, sorry. I think this is really the bottom line of my whole talk. Many people who know me know that I say that research is development. We think of people often think of capacity building and development as something that is funded exclusively, at least in the US, by US Agency for International Development, or USAID. And while the USAID does a great deal of work for international development, I would make the case that research is a more functional way of developing capacity. And when you combine actual research with training, you really get a synergistic effect, because you learn something new that can be used in the future to manage a disease or prevent disease. And if you engage a training program in the process of doing the research, you develop an entire cadre of individuals who have learned firsthand how to do the research and are therefore in a position to do research on their own or collaborate with others in the future. So I think that this is the key message, that when we do research, we want to always link it with some sort of training activity, and vice versa. If we want to develop scientists as we train in our classrooms and our universities, we really need to engage people in a research paradigm so that they go away having benefited not only from the classroom, but the practical experience of doing research. So with that final take home, I'll end and say thank you and take any questions that you may have.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for Professor Chris, for the presentation. Now, questions from the audience. From what is presented, what is it that you want asked, or what do you want clarified? Shubhaya, you look like you have a question.
Okay, maybe what I want to is what are the challenges to collaborating with Uganda, because they're fairly low income, very big country, and all the sources sometimes may not be at the par. Maybe we have to do what are the challenges to encounter collaborating with
Were you able to hear that?
No, can you repeat the question for me? You're currently on mute.
No, but I could hear him.
Oh, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. From Shubhaya, a PhD student. She's asking what kind of challenges you have faced through all these years of working with a low-income institution, given that much of the time the resources available locally may not be, adequate, or may not be enough to carry out activities.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and it is very challenging. But I do think that the approach that we have taken, and what I would recommend is, as you, this is, I guess my comment will be directed towards some of the early career investigators. As you develop your research skills, reach out and meet collaborators from other countries, such as the US or the UK or elsewhere, and become engaged with them in your research ideas or the research that they may be doing in Uganda. Because it's through obtaining research grants from the wealthier industrialized countries that we're able to mobilize the movement of money from those countries into a developing country to overcome some of the limitations of some of the resource limitations. I think so that in short, work with collaborators to get grants. I think the other comment that I would make, or idea that I would have, and I will profess that I have not taken this approach, is to, within the limitations of the resources that are available, are there technologies that you can use or develop that would be useful in a low cost setting? I know that there have been some grants that have been offered to promote that type of research. Yeah, that may not be a complete or satisfactory answer, but I think one way to deal with the resource limitations is to build collaborations and reach out to individuals with whom you can collaborate.
Thank you. Yes, there's a question. Please come here, because it's easier.
Okay, so my question is, first of all, to say thank you for the presentation. I'm Josephine. I work with the MRC, TBRI. And my question is, what advice would you give people who would want to develop collaborations, but with equity? So there's equitable partnerships. And then this morning, we also talked about, one member presented about data sharing policy. Maybe just give us a comment through your experience about data sharing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Josephine. The first part of your question was about how to establish the collaborations.
Equitable collaborations.
Equitable collaborations. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a very, very good question. The arrows, if you imagine two partners in a collaboration, need to be equal and bidirectional, and recognize that some of what may drive or motivate one member of the collaboration may be different from what motivates the other member of the collaboration, so to speak. So I do think that it's important, as you engage with collaborators, that you in an upfront way discuss what the nature of that bidirectional collaboration will be like. In other words, what aspects of that working together are meaningful to you and valuable to you, and how does that collaboration help you achieve your own personal goals? And your partner, presumably from an industrialized nation, will also have his or her own goals and objectives. And I think with those clearly laid out on the table, it will be possible to find the common ground and realize that in the collaboration, people may have assign different weights to different aspects of the collaboration. One of the greatest challenges that I have faced over the years, for me, so just speaking personally, for me, the most important deliverable in terms of professional deliverable is a publication. And one of the things that is most challenging is the for Ugandan collaborators is to find the time to devote to the writing of a grant or paper. And I think that is a real challenge. But you find ways of building each other up in a good collaboration. And if a collaboration is not equitable, yeah, it's not a good situation, and you'd probably need to change it somehow, either by renegotiating or finding another collaborator. Now, the second part was about data sharing. And I'm not I know there's a great deal that goes into this, but I have always operated in what I do is that the data that are collected as part of my research program belong to Uganda, plain and simple. And it's it's through the invitation of the co-PI, the Ugandan leader of that collaboration or project, that I have permission to analyze and work with that data. So to me, I've always seen the data is being shared with me, and not that I got the money through the NIH because I was in the US and therefore the money belongs to the NIH or to me. I just don't believe that. My firm conviction is that the information that is collected in any part of any grant that I do, and I dare say any US researcher does, it absolutely 100% depends on Ugandans filling out forms, tracing individuals, recruiting individuals, drawing blood from those individuals, working in the laboratory. So the creation of the data is an entirely Ugandan activity. And I never forget that as a leader of a collaboration. And it's because of that I feel that the data that's collected belongs to Uganda. And in that regard, Uganda has been very generous in sharing data from all the major projects that have been completed there. What I have told you may be at odds with many legal interpretations or how other investigators view it. So I think in any negotiation of a contract, you'll want to talk about data sharing and ownership and that sort of thing.
Right. So, Professor Chris, what you're telling these young researchers is that they have to know what they have a right to, be firm in agreeing on agreements on how this data should be shared, and so that you do not feel like you're just pushed in the corner. However, he's also encouraging that he appreciates the challenges we face in finding time to write, because the writing environment is not, I guess, as conducive as that they have with the resources they have available with them. But you have to, because otherwise you end up just collecting data, drawing blood samples, and that's the end of you. And there's always rules on publications. So if you only collected data, you don't really qualify to having your name on a paper. So be as involved in things, be assertive, Josephine, in your data sharing agreements that you come up with your collaborators. It helps a lot for you to know what you're entitled to rather than feeling like you're just a sheep that is, following along. So, Professor, do you want to say something else?
Yeah, let me just say that when you have discussions with your collaborators, particularly around important points, I can urge that you take the step to put it in writing, and share a document together and go back and forth until you have arrived at an agreement around that document. And that document may stipulate data sharing and authorship, parameters and these sorts of things. Yeah, other questions?
Any other question? So quiet. Are you there? So I do have one question for you, Professor.
Yes.
For all the years that you have worked in this collaboration, what challenge as an individual have you faced in working with the, with the rest of your collaborators?
The biggest challenge is time. Time and the commitments that I have in my own career. When I was early in my career, no one was asking me to be on committees. No one was asking me to read and review grants, or, very few papers crossed my desk to be a reviewer of. And I had the time as an early investigator to really devote, hours in a week and weeks in a year to working on the research that I was doing in Uganda, and traveling there and spending time. I would go and sometimes spend 5 or 6 weeks in Uganda at a time, go back and return very quickly. And all of that was a balance between what my obligations were at my host institution and what I wanted to do in Uganda. The challenge that I have faced is, as I have moved through my career and written papers, gotten grants, become part of larger groups, other collaborations, you have many more demands on your time. And I think I have seen the same thing happen to Ugandan scientists. So this is not something particular to me in the US or someone in the UK or elsewhere. I think as you progress through a career, particularly one that has been successful, you wind up being in higher demand by other people, and you have to figure out where you draw the limits in line. And what happened to me was, through the training and through the remarkable achievements of the people that I trained who returned to Uganda, I discovered that the expertise in epidemiology and tuberculosis and HIV was growing so rapidly in Uganda that the frequency of my trips to Uganda could decrease. And that balance allowed me to spend the time back at my home institutions to do the work that they had. So really, I guess it's a time, it's the challenge of balancing time between, the various objectives that you have in your own professional career and obviously personal life. The other interesting point that I would make is some of you have heard this, is that that, you know, collaborations don't always go smoothly. And you work together to solve them. And what I have found, at least in the research collaborations that I have been participating in, where there have been challenges, once we as a group of collaborators agreed on the scientific questions being the most important part of our activity, we were able to solve most problems very quickly and easily. So in other words, let the scientific issues create the solutions for the collaboration. If personal issues come in, or political issues or financial issues start to come in, those don't often lead to the best solutions in my experience. The better ones come from what's most important to achieve the scientific objectives of the collaboration. And let's prioritize those, and other things then fall into place.
Right. Thank you so much for that advice. Yesterday we were talking about the importance of politics and science, but the emphasis, as you've heard, is that put the science first and then the rest follow. We thank you very much, Professor Chris Wallen, for your having had time to share with us this afternoon, your morning. Would also like to officially thank you so much for the support that you have given for the conduction of this 21st conference for the Uganda Society of Health Scientists. We are truly grateful, and as you've always told us, collaborate and collaborate. We're going to listen to other collaborators this afternoon. I don't know if you have time to join us or to listen to some of them who also contributed to this conference and to make it happen. Thank you so much. And if you're still online, you can listen to the rest of the presentations.
Yeah, thank you. I will stay for a little while longer and then I have to move on. My apologies for being a cameo appearance, and next year I will do a better job aligning my travel to Uganda to match up with the annual meeting.
We look forward to having you then, because I hand over that time and you have to be present.
Yes. But thank you.
Right. Okay, so a round of applause for Professor. Okay. So we are now going to have one other presentation for Professor Chris. Please stop sharing because we are going to go into someone else's presentation. So I'm going to invite Dr. Geoffrey Anguyo, who will introduce the speaker for the next, who will speak for the next 15 minutes from the Kigezi Healthcare Foundation. Dr. Anguyo, introduction.
Thank you. Good evening, all of you. Actually, for us, we had plan A and plan B. So we are going to start with plan B. Because plan B, we recorded the presentation so that we don't go through these pages. So the IT team can use software. I'm the one introducing the collaboration, then that one. Here for Uganda, I'm not going to talk much. The banner is there and the ambassador is here. We just ask what it is about. We are an implementation organization. That is all around implementation science. Now there's transition from implementation science to implementation research. This is all around rabbit project. We have been implementing, doing projects on rabbits for the last 30 years. Actually, many people think I'm related to it. So we started a rabbit project for malnutrition. Kigezi region has one of the highest rates of malnutrition in children. Undernutrition, especially protein. So we started that project around malnutrition. Then over time, we had a rabbit breeding center and kept studying rabbits, reading, consulting, and eventually rabbits were producing more than people could eat. Then Our mission is to fight disease, poverty, and ignorance. We realize actually rabbits can bring income to the families. So then we started encouraging people to breed rabbits, both to eat and to get income. Now we have written a proposal. It was, of course, a call for proposal where I had to write for the grant and wonder why. It's between Kievo and Northwestern University in Chicago. Transition from implementation, like in the morning, I asked that deliberate question to Professor Mayanda about implementation. It was part of this discussion. That transition from implementation to implementation research is not quite easy. So the proposal has been approved by IRB, and you know we have to go through 5 amendments. I think it was the first time they are going to see the proposal of implementation research. We have mapped about 500 peasants. You know, in Uganda, a peasant is someone who doesn't have a cash crop, who doesn't have a formal employment. They just have a small piece of land where all their living is hand crop, or they can sell their labor for additional income. So now, in this study, we have mapped 500 peasants. We are going to pick 300 at random. The 300, again, we randomize 150 will get rabbits in the first phase. The other 150 will not get rabbits. Before that, we do a baseline, all the 300. How is their life? Then when we give rabbits to the 300, to the 150, after 1 year, we see how their life will change. Then in the other phase, we give rabbits to the control group. In the first phase, implementation arm, where you are going to give rabbits, you give 3 rabbits. Rabbits multiply very fast, 2 females, 1 male. On average, 1 female produces about 6 days a year. You know? So gestation period is only 30 days, and rabbit matures in 100 days. So now you can see the multiplication rate is very high. So we'll be giving 3 rabbits, and then in the second phase, we give rabbits to those who didn't get because they are controls. Ethically, we are implementing organization. So you cannot get 300 poor people. You give 150 rabbits, and then you abandon the others completely. So in the third phase, we will give rabbits to the control arm. So now our technical advisor is going to what does it entail to transition, you know, from implementation project to implementation research. So can you play?
I am absolutely delighted to be joining, although sadly virtually, to talk about why we are integrating implementation research into this project. So the reason that we're interested in implementation research is because of this problem. Bench research tells us what is possible. Could antiretroviral therapy prevent mother-to-child transmission of HIV? Efficacy research tells us what will work. In a clinical trial, we know that ART will prevent HIV maternal-to-child transmission. But what happens in real life? We need to know, does it work, and how to make that happen? We know, as stated, that effective PMTCT prevents mother-child transmission of HIV, use of postpartum oxytocin reduces postpartum hemorrhage, and washing hands reduces the risk of infections. But we still see HIV, maternal death from bleeding, and hospital-associated infections. Now, there's also more than one gap. There's the research to policy gap, there's the research to practice gap, and the policy to practice gap as well. In addition, we know that even when we get things into practice, that we need to make sure that they are done with quality. Now, implementation research has a number of different important terms that we need to understand. So implementation practice is the use of strategies to adopt evidence-based health interventions and change practice patterns. It's what we do when we present local knowledge. Implementation research helps us evaluate the use of these strategies. How well does this work to actually integrate these evidence-based interventions into real-world settings? Implementation science, which we're not going to be talking about today, is the study and the development of these methods and frameworks. Now, quality improvement includes many strategies to help the integration and delivery, but is really much more focused on local change. Now, a simpler way of doing this from an excellent article by Greg Curran is that intervention or practice is the thing we want people to do. Effectiveness research says, does the thing work? Implementation research, which I'm talking about, looks at how best to help people or places do the thing. And the strategies are the stuff we do to help people or places do the thing. Now, in addition to effectiveness, we also look at implementation outcomes, which is how much and how well do people or places do the thing, and as well as if it works in real life. And the contextual factors are all the things that will help or hinder these strategies and outcomes to get people and places to do the thing, either directly or indirectly. So the basic concept of this is really we have this evidence-based intervention, and it's often not happening with fidelity or at all. And this leads to significant health problems. So in the example of hypertension treatment, this results in preventable cardiovascular morbidity and death. Implementation research tells us how do we actually bridge that gap and how do we actually get people to put these interventions into practice. And we know that efficacious interventions are not going to result in effectiveness without this implementation effectiveness. Now, we use a lot of frameworks and models, and this is obviously not going to make you all experts in it, but to understand the reason we do this is to help guide us how we plan and how we evaluate what we do, and how we describe to other people our strategies, and importantly, these outcomes, including these implementation outcomes of, is it acceptable? Will people be willing to do it or adopt it? Is it appropriate? Can they do it? Is it feasible? Can they do it as planned? Fidelity. Does it reach the right people? And is it actually maintained? And ultimately, that will then result in our, the clinical outcomes that we might be targeting, such as symptoms, quality of life, and health status. Now, to do that, again, we need to define and measure and understand the intervention, remember the thing, what you want to get done, the implementation of the planned intervention, what strategies will you use, what's actually done and how, the outcomes, what was changed, both effectiveness but also unintended, and did it make the difference in the outcomes? What else affected it? The contextual factors, and very importantly, as part of implementation research, who are your key stakeholders and when and how to engage them? And I would just say early and often. Now, these are examples, again, not meant to be a complete list and not meant to make you experts, but just to get an understanding of some of these terms. So again, adoption might be somebody's initial intention or decision or action to employ that, so uptake or utilization. Fidelity is, again, whether it was implemented as designed, so that might be quality or appearance. And very importantly is coverage or reach. Did it actually reach the people that you wanted to target? So this could be penetration or access or effective coverage when you combine it with fidelity. Now, one of the most common evaluation frameworks that you'll hear about we are using is called RE-AIM. And it actually includes both effectiveness, but also the reach of who was intended, the adoption, was it actually picked up? Did somebody apply it? The implementation, which in this framework really focuses on both fidelity, adaptation, and cost. And then finally, maintenance. Did it actually become operational? How long will it be sustained? And what's the effect at the individual or community level? Was that sustained as well? Now, these implementation outcomes are really important because if we look at something, for example, a vaccine that might be 94% effective, if only 80% of the programs adopt it, only 80% of providers deliver it with fidelity, only 80% of the population is reached, and only 80% of the organizations sustain it, what we can see is that's only about a 38% population benefit. Now, if we have lower thresholds, so for example, in areas where there might not be as good reach or adoption, say 50%, we only get about a 5.6 population benefit. And again, these inequities will further reduce effectiveness at a population level. So you can see it's very, very important why we look at not just the effectiveness of the original intervention, but how we actually are. Thank you very much.
I think we have saved a lot of time, and you can see how important labor is. Two students from US are going to get masters out of this. We have 2 research assistants. After that, they will also get masters. Arnold is one of them. So all questions directed there. For me, I'm looking at book pages for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kihego. Great ways to improve healthcare service delivery by doing things in real time to see how best they can benefit people and how, whatever challenges you face can be overcome in actual life situations rather than, these controlled researches that we conduct for much of the time. We are very short on time. I'm going to invite I'm inviting the infectious diseases research collaboration to give us their presentation. It's going to be given by Dr. Joan Nita, who is a clinical epidemiologist. Dr. Joanita, you are welcome. We are teaching you all about IDRC and the great stuff that you do. And we apologize for keeping you waiting.
Thank you very much.
It is there. We don't have it.
My name is Dr. Joanita Nakadura, and I'm here to present information on infectious diseases research collaboration. I'm a lecturer at Makerere University and an investigator with IDRC, infectious diseases research collaboration. As a load that I want to briefly talk about the
So the beauty of collaborations, you always have options. You saw how it was started initially with the voice, and our collaborator all the way from Kigezi brought a mic because they speak over hills to their neighbors. So we're very grateful for that innovation in that a moment when we were kind of fixed up. And now another innovation with gadget sharing.
So IDRC is a non-profit organization whose aim is to conduct research, high-quality research in infectious diseases and other diseases of public health importance. I'm going to talk about one of the infectious diseases we work on, that we deal with a number of diseases: HIV, malaria, hypertension, etc. Name it and we do it. We have three main objectives. Number one, to conduct research, that I say, high quality research in the infectious diseases. Special focus on three: malaria, TB, and HIV. But as I said, we do also other infectious diseases. And then diseases of public health importance, we are concentrating on hypertension for now, but we have other components like neglected diseases, we have cognitive function disorders, and many others. The second objective is to build capacity in research, and the third is to disseminate our findings to inform policy and practice. And with the three objectives, I'm just going to briefly show the activities we have. IDRC has its main offices in Nakasero, and then we have field offices in Tororo, Busia, Mbale, Mbarara, and Jinja. So 6 offices. And when you look at that distribution, it is almost across Uganda. We have in the west, we have in the center, we have in the east and northeast. So we are scattered around. Some of those are our activities we have in one of our offices in Tororo. We have clinical rooms where we do clinical studies, mainly malaria-based studies. We have laboratories where we do a lot of work: immunology, molecular biology, microscopy, the simple microscopy, and recently we are doing culturing of parasites and genotyping them. We also have a lot of storage. For each research we have, we keep a sample in Uganda, which is open to our students and collaborators if they fit the criteria as part of our training mandate. But we also work with collaborators who may be interested in these samples if they are within the ethical requirements for using those samples. We also have a data center in all our sites that support the data entry, data cleaning, data storage, such that even today, if I needed to know what was happening in the field, I'm just a call away to say, can I access these studies data? Please let me in. We also have done a lot of training. I'm one of the trainees from IDRC, all the way from my master's. I joined shortly after I completed my undergraduate training in medicine. Right now, I got a PhD, I think in 2014. Don't count my years, just take what you see. But we also have a number of other trainees. I'm happy to say this very month, we had 5 students getting their PhDs under our sponsorship in the London School this very month. And we have a wide range of things we train in. We have the epidemiologists where I lie. I've talked about immunology, transmission studies, drug resistance studies, insecticide resistance, regulatory. So as long as you're fitting, you can be accommodated in IDRC. Also, another mandate is the dissemination of our findings. We said 3 objectives: research, training, and now dissemination to inform policy. And the rest of my presentation will be based on that. So we do a lot of dissemination, scientific meetings. We called actual dissemination meetings. The last ones we had for malaria were in March this year, where we call in the Ministry of Health individuals and tell them about what is happening in the malaria field. But beyond the dissemination meetings, we also sit into their Ministry of Health meetings to give the day-to-day activities or observations regarding what we are observing in the field. We also attend conferences, we hold seminars, and we do a lot of publication. The first slide showed you that right now in this year or in the last 2 years, we've had at least 60 publications per year. That translates to more than one publication a week. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about the work we do. Okay, so I'm going to talk about challenges of malaria control. I'm going to focus on malaria, but I said we do a number of diseases. The time was very limited, so we are going to talk about malaria first. And I'm going to talk about the challenges of malaria control in Uganda specifically. I want to start by saying malaria control in Uganda is focused on proven control interventions. Indoor spray was talked about, we adapted it. Use of bed nets was highly recommended, we adapted it. Use of artemisinin-based combinations was recommended for care, we adapted it. Intermittent preventive treatment, we do in pregnant women. And we have seen significant reductions in disease burden. In the last century, significant reductions. However, since 2015, those reductions stalled. What do we mean by stalled? We're going down, then the curve stopped moving down. And now, in the last 2 years, things have actually changed. We are seeing an increase. And right now, you've heard about the challenges of malaria. We have an epidemic in 54 districts as of yesterday. So the story of malaria has not been, initially it was fantastic, but in the last 2 years, it has not been very good. And through IDRC, we've actually done a lot of work to try and explain, first of all, to show that things are no longer good. And then two, to try and explain why things are not good. So other things we are talking about that I'm not going to talk about that we've observed beyond the increased burden, we have insecticide resistance, which has been reported over and over. We've said use of artemisinin is a wonder thing. We've started seeing artemisinin resistance. And if we get full-blown artemisinin resistance, that means a lot to malaria care. Because if it gets full-blown, then we don't have a run-to drug. Chloroquine is beginning to gain sensitivity, but not as good as artemisinins. So that is another challenge we have. And I've talked about the resurgence in places, especially where we've had control. The example I'm going to give is going to be in one place where we saw success, and then we are seeing resurgence. And it is very worrying because all the things, all the methods we're using for control in that area are still there. But now we are seeing problems. Okay, so through the IDRC structure, we do surveillance, malaria surveillance on behalf of the government of Uganda. And as part of that, we do health facility-based surveillance, not the normal HMIS reporting. We go beyond that. We collect individual level data on each person who comes to the health facility at those facilities. There are only 70 out of the total number of facilities in Uganda, but we do detailed individual data collection at those sites. And we do training, improving on data entry, improved method reporting, and all the things that are needed to have quality data. Those are in 38 districts, with some districts having 2 sites and others having just 1 site. So what have we observed? That map, I should say, the health-based surveillance started in 2006. I'm not going to present the whole story from 2006. I'm concentrating on when we introduced indoor residual spray in these sites, in some of those sites. And I'm going to concentrate on the 5 sites where indoor residual spraying, which I call IRS, is still ongoing. So in that figure, we have a gray part where we didn't have IRS. Okay? Then the small bars are rounds of IRS with different interventions. And the orange bar, the thick orange bar, is a round of bed net distribution. So what did we see? In these sites, there were high transmission sites, and we saw significant reductions in the malaria burden. Before IRS, where we have a gray bar, high burden, IRS comes in, I should say bed nets had begun in 2013, the first round of mass distribution. but they didn't have much impact. That's why I've not included those. Even when you see the bed nets in the next round of bed nets, when you look at it, we don't see that reduction we see. But look at what IRS does. It reduced the burden to very low burden. We're actually reporting some successes in some of the sites, and we're happy to say we are at pre-elimination. Most recently, what is happening? So this is the recent data where I put the rounds, including the last round of IRS that was given in 2020. And we are seeing a significant increase in the disease burden. So these 5 are part of the 54 districts where we are actually having epidemics. An epidemic, malaria epidemic. And in this, we are having a lot of challenges because children are dying. That is one thing. Number 2, previously adults were not worried that they would have malaria, okay, or severe malaria or clinical malaria. They would have their parasites and move around. Right now, adults are getting as sick, not as badly as the children, but are also getting more sick than it was before the IRS. So that is one platform we use. Don't worry, these results are presented almost weekly updates to the Ministry of Health. So they are aware of what is happening and they are actually intervening. That's why I'm talking today about 54 districts. When we started with 86. So that is a big success for the ministry's part, that the epidemic now is only in 54 districts. The other platform we have is cohort studies. And these have run since 2010. Before IRS, before Bennett distribution and so on. These are based in Tororo and they've changed a bit 3 times. Tororo and then Busia. And we adopted the Busia in the last 2 years because it was an interesting neighbor to Tororo. So what are we seeing in this? Tororo has had 10 rounds of IRS as of today, 10 rounds of IRS, different formulations, and then 3 rounds of bed-net distribution. They had an emergency pillar in March for bed-net distribution due to the epidemic, but otherwise the official rounds have been 3. Busia, on the other hand, has never had IRS, only bed-net distribution. So in this cohort, we go and map the area, enroll 80 randomly selected households so that they are representative of the district, and then enroll all the people in that household unless they refuse. For now, the success rate for acceptance is 100%. So I can say all members of the households. Then we see these people every 28 days. 28 days we see them. If they don't come to us, we go to them and see them and evaluate them and take off the blood sample. So what have we observed? This graph is similar to what we had before for the old facilities, but it is concentrating on one side. When you look at that, we have what we call entomological markers of malaria and then clinical markers. When we talk about entomology, we are talking about the mosquito. What is happening in the mosquito population? And the lower one is showing what was happening in the human population. Important to notice, we are seeing that all indicators are reducing. When IRS was introduced in 2014, end of 2014, December, we started seeing significant reductions. And it was very beautiful. This is one of the sites that we had planned, or we had started plans for elimination of malaria, because it was high transmission. When we talk about entomological inoculation rate, we talk about the number of effective mosquitoes per person per year. There were 238 before IRS. So it means in the 356 days, almost more than half of the time, the mosquito that bites you infects you. It went to less than 1. Okay, it went to less than 1. And we're happy that we are starting pre-elimination. Malaria episodes, 1 person would have 3. It went all the way to less than 0.1, meaning if you had 100 people, only 5 would get malaria the full year. Okay, so that is what it means. What is happening now? In the last 2 years, we observed from 2021, we started observing an increase in these markers, and I've only presented the clinical malaria, but we saw it in all parameters, except of the mosquitoes. These parameters began to increase. And it was not only increasing in the children, but in all age groups, okay? And when we try to look at what is happening in Tororo, where there is IRS, versus what is happening in Busia, where there is no IRS, it was interesting to note that the increases, Busia, when you look at this, whichever is in Busia, the blue line, it is almost constant. No IRS. What is happening to Tororo? We started down. And what is going on is up. Even the red line, the lines are differentiated by the distance from Busia border where there is no IRS. We are seeing that the further you go in Tororo, where we're getting almost zero malaria, the more chances you are at being sick. We've asked so many questions of why this is happening, and we are doing a lot of studies. One of them is thinking that the formulation they use may not be as effective. We've done efficacy studies on it, and the data is showing differently. Okay? And this is the same insecticide using in our neighboring countries, and they're not having the epidemic. We've also looked at immunity. I'm not going to present all that data. There's a lot of explanation, which we are checking. So from this, we want to conclude that there is significant declines were shown when IRS was introduced. And we are most recently seeing an epidemic, and we don't know the cause of that epidemic, but we have theories. And each theory, unfortunately, that we've examined says otherwise. As I've said, we've looked at the insecticides. When you look at it on the walls, it is still effective. Why it is not preventing clinical episodes is another story. We've looked at the immunity of the people. It is suggesting that the immunity with that, because they were already being beaten, the immunity declined. Those studies are not presented here, okay? But also, we started seeing this when the COVID epidemic, during that period where spraying was done during the COVID epidemic. So the question is it the epidemic that is affecting it? I want to say that we have already a paper that showed that the epidemic had no impact on markers elsewhere. So we are still asking, and if we get that question, we shall say zero malaria in Uganda. Beyond what I've presented, I said we do a lot of things. We do pregnancy studies, checking chemo prevention or prevention of malaria in pregnancy. We do a number of children's studies, mainly chemopreventive studies, look at different medications and interventions in children. We do the therapeutic efficacy studies on behalf of the Ministry of Health, where we are checking whether the drugs we are using are still effective. And remember, I told you that one of the problems we have is that we are beginning to see what? Resistance is through those studies. We do vector entomology studies. We have those houses in most of our sites where we do malaria work, entomology rooms. That one is from Mutaika, but we have one in Tororo, we have one in Nagongera, and that one. And a small one that we are starting in Busia site. We also evaluate new diagnostics. In that one, that's one we are going to start shortly, where we are going to look at a new diagnostic, which where you just put the blood in a tube and you let, without staining and etc., and you let it tell you if somebody has parasites or not, and how many parasites. We have also a new one where we're going to look at a skin part. We give you a part, we put it on your skin, then we evaluate that. So those are all new diagnostics. Whether they work or not, we don't know, but these are the ones we need, so that diagnosis of malaria is easier. As I said today, I'm talking about malaria. We do housing modification studies. We come to your home, modify your home, don't modify your neighbor's home, and we see if the malaria risk is the same, okay? And you can know when we see results and people say, oh, no, not only do we get the beauty, I mean, don't we prevent malaria, but there is a lot of beautiful things, like you see that house. You get a ceiling, you get a screen in your windows, and so on. Very expensive, but I think that is where we are going in the future. Finally, we do school-based studies. A number of those, especially in malaria, COVID, and mainly malaria and COVID. If you want more information, when you get the slides, you can just click on IDRC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IDRC, and the work that you do on malaria and other infectious diseases. Dr. Juanita has a call, but I was wondering if there's any burning question about malaria. You were paying attention a lot, so I know you have one or two, please. She has a question.
Thank you very much, Janita. I have this to say about malaria. The areas you have been covering has excluded my area, but this we do an implementation research, and this was one of the experiences we got in the community with the issue of malaria prevention. It's very difficult unless we change people's attitude in the villages also, because we had some implementation whereby we could go to communities, we test at random. And out of, especially we are doing this for pregnant mothers and children under 5. Out of 10 cases, there is possibility that you can get from 4 to 7 positive cases. And we asked ourselves why. One of the reasons was attitude. Then the second reason we found was also people using mosquito nets. People even enter very late in the mosquito nets. Most of the times they spend outside the mosquito net. Then another issue is the issue of private practice, whereby people sell drugs in complete doses. That is tending to increase a lot of resistance in communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said, I need to present all the data we have, but we actually have some of those behavior studies. And one of our studies, we have a small machine that checks the time you put up your bed net, if you took it away, and so on. And one of the things we've tracked is that when patients come to the clinic, we ask them, did you use your bed net? Do you use it every day? And so on. And there we get 90%. When we put that tracker, we are finding that the bed net use is around 40%, especially before when the mosquitoes had gone down into rural. So we do, as I said, we do a lot. It is hard to present only in 15 minutes. And we also have an implementation program where we have students actually doing, where we sponsor students to do implementation of science at Makerere. The purely students program. They do masters or PhDs.
So thank you very much, Dr. Juanita. I will let you run to your call. But we are very grateful for that enlightenment and education of what's happening with malaria in Uganda. So please, you should all be alert in terms of protecting yourselves against mosquito bites, as you've just heard from Dr. Juanita. We're now going to get the presentation from METS. METS is Monitoring and Evaluation Technical Support Program. The presenter was to have been Miss Evelyn Akelo, but she has sent an able representative, Mr. Lutalo Ibrahim, who is the M&E team lead. We look forward to hearing about what METS is doing and what METS means. So please pay attention and prepare 2 questions for him even before he begins. Isabella, we can't see the presentation. We have 2 other presenters
yet to present. One will be online, and then we'll have one other physical one, and then we'll quickly revert back to the last presentations of the day as they prepare for our cocktail. Let's modify it. Ideas, presentations. It's down there. No, this one, that one. Presentation. We apologize for that technical glitch.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when we do anything, beyond 4 on Friday, the pattern of this kind of happen. So I'm currently Musa Carol. I work with the medicine for the Makere monitoring and evaluation technical support. We are under Makere University School of Health. We are a mechanism of CDC which support CDC IEPs for implementing partners with the M1E. And I'm here to present to you a topic that was going to ask by the organizers of the conference. But I wish they had allowed us to talk about the work that we do. But nevertheless, I can go ahead and talk about that. So I think it was realized that many research projects do not actually improve the component of monitoring and evaluation because the data and the M1D is also collecting data. We need to have monitoring and evaluation embedded into our research projects. So I think that is where they came from. So if you look at what research is, we know very well that there are different geological and systematic steps which are actually undertaken to collect new and useful information. And in most cases, it cuts across whether scientific or non-scientific fields. And the most important thing here is to generate knowledge. Generating knowledge. So whether we're looking at whatever type of research that we're dealing with, whether we're talking about pure research, talking about applied research, or documentation science, or quantitative, all that generates data. And that data actually is what we convert into information, into the information to about analysis, all that, purposely to generate information. And to that information, which is actually translated into knowledge, and then that can lead to decision making and then practices happen. So that's the hierarchy data that we're going to research. And the same thing, when you look at M&E, in fact, that's what confuses people. When you look at M&E, M&E are also steps that are taken collecting data from the implementation of projects. And that data also afford the same hierarchy. Okay? Information, knowledge, decision making, and practice. They're the same thing. The only difference is that M&E is assessing whether we are actually achieving the results intended. They don't look at the actual result of the science that they're looking at, whether voluntary circumcision reduces HIV transmission by 60%. We don't look at that one. But that's what we're looking at. What are you set to achieve? Have you achieved or not? That's what we're looking at. But research is looking at the result, the effect of that research that they are conducting. That's what we're looking at. So, what are the roles of M&E in research? Research is a project, isn't it? It's a project. It has interrelated activities, and all those activities are pointing at intended results, meaning that we should have some tools in place in order for us to monitor the progress or the implementation of the projects. So, monitoring implementation of such projects is critical. And also at the end, evaluating research project is also important. But when you look at non-scientific projects where science is not involved, still we have the learning component that we get from monitoring and evaluation, and that is knowledge. By so doing, somehow we are contributing to research, but also M&E. It has most cases you cannot have M&E if you don't have a database. So databases are created during the M&E, and they are available to be accessed by researchers who actually may have a topic that may not require you to collect primary data, but to come and use the data sources that we have in place. So, what are the benefits of having M&E embedded into research? The first one is that you stay organized. There are so many projects, research projects, which are bought. Why? Because they don't actually adhere to what they plan, and because they underscored the role of M&E. But if you have got a research project, develop all the necessary tools that will enable you to check whether you are adhering to the step that you put in place, and you'll be able to complete that project in the time, and also realize the results that are intended. So a good M&E system should be in place and should have all the relevant M&E tools, which you shall see shortly. And when I've got a good M&E system, it should indicate the intended results or desired outcomes. It should indicate how you are going to measure the successes that you are achieving, the milestones that are put in place. You intended to recruit 300 subjects from different regions. How have you faced that recruitment? So have to keep on checking and have to tell you that, look, year one has passed, but you have achieved only 50% that recruitment. Then the next year, you'll be able to actually down your effort, such that by the time the project ends, you have actually recruited the final number of what service that you need. It also includes how to adapt the project, the other project goes on, so that the outcomes become egalitarian. When you have a good M&E system replacing with research, you won't suffer with accountability. There will be transparency and there will be accountability as we go on. In this case, I'm not talking about financial accountability, but technical accountability. It will be provided, especially to your donors. A good, robust M&E system will provide information that will help the research study to replicate what works and drop what's not working. Do not wait for the project to end in order for you to identify what doesn't work. If you have a good M&E system, you're able to tease it out, what's not working, and you're going to drop it immediately. It enables you to detect problems early during the implementation of your project, and then you'll be able address those challenges. You'll be able to measure to ensure that resources are used effectively. You will know where to spend your resources, not to spend resources where you're not actually needed most. Because you'll be able to be doing root cause analysis, and you'll be able to know how to allocate your resources. And M&E helps research studies learn from their shortcomings. Shortcomings are not always bad. You learn on the shortcomings and then you'll be able to actually avoid them. Research is learning more from their mistakes than from the successes. When you get the mistakes that you have committed, you'll be able to learn from them and then be able to actually improve. And also M&E encourages innovations. As if you have got a good M&E system and you're collecting data and you're implementing it well, as you're implementing the project, you'll be able to learn new innovations and then be able to improve. Now, what happens at the end of the project? When the project ends, do not just celebrate that I've got the result that you intended. Reflect on that project, such that M&E provides you with the insights about research projects and its operations. Okay? Evaluation enables you to understand what works and what does not work. You are preparing with another project. Go back and reflect on the implementation of the project. What worked? What didn't work? What never worked? Try to analyze it and to get the root cause and then be able to improve on the next phase of that project. It leads to improvement in practices, of course, by reflecting on what worked. You use it to assess the effects of the implementation of that project. Here you talk about unintended one, those are that you intended to get. But there could be some unintended effects that took place, which you can actually interpret in the next phase. So good M&E system put in place, it will help you to improve your second phase of the implementation of the research agenda. It will help you to build the capacity of your team, because you get to know which skill sets are important. What are the important skill sets that I need to put in place? And that will be M&E that will tease that out for you and be able to improve the project. Of course, M&E improves decision making because it provides relevant information that you need to make decisions. Now, M&E alone itself is also leads to learning, especially in non-research projects. Okay, service delivery. Of course, if you have got information science in place, you'll be able also to generate knowledge and help you to learn from the implementation that you are doing. So, what we need in order to have M&E as a learning platform, you need to put in place those M&E elements. You should have frameworks for your project very well, which indicate the intended result that you need, and also make sure that you put in place a good processes and methods for monitoring data collection methods. Participatory monitoring processes must be in place. Evaluation designs, you must have them in place, and that will help you to have to be able to learn from the M&E that you have. Another thing that is important, have a data repository, a management information system, which is well organized and which actually has got very good processes to ensure that the data that you are collecting in that repository is of quality. Have data management standards and analysis plan, have dissemination strategy of disseminating your results, okay, different partners, and above all, document all those processes into an M&E plan such that even if the project ends, others can duplicate what you have in place. The other important thing is that these projects that we implement, they have various databases, they have various M&E systems which researchers can actually tackle. For instance, if you go to health sector, health facilities, in the art clinics, MEX has actually instituted the Uganda EMR. It's a database for patient records. It's available. Okay, it has got its modules for art clients. It has got a module for BMMC, that is SMC. It has got a module for HTS. Okay, it has a module for MCH, maternal and child health. Okay, all that data and facility. It is at patient level. Researchers can go and tap into those databases and be able, instead of going back to report to another data system altogether, you can tap that same M&E system and then be able to have your questions answered. There's DHIS too, you know that one, for reporting information of health, one M&E system information of health. There's OBC MIS, that is for vulnerable orphans and vulnerable children. You have got KP, key populations, project populations, trackers. They are at patient level, client level. That data can be tapped. We have a powerful database which houses data for paper reporting. It is available in mails. Researchers can come and make use of that data. So all that one can be provided by M&E. And these M&E systems, they have dashboards. For example, you can go to PEPFAR in-country reporting system. There's a dashboard. You just log on it. You'll be able to see the trends of health indicators in the country. Okay, you just click on one button and you get a report about from that data system. So all that one can be used by researchers. So in the conclusion and summary, we are saying that M&E is a very important component which should never be left out, because it will give you a tracking system of how you are implementing your researches. It will help you to be accountable to your stakeholders, and that can actually strengthen the collaboration that you have. It improves productivity of your research projects, and it provides you with reliable secondary data sets that you don't need to waste money in collecting the data which already exists. And most importantly, you can get real-time feedback on whatever components of your project that are interested in. If at all, you have a good M&E system. So M&E should be an integral component of your research project, so that you can have effective and efficient implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Talo. You're running away.
No.
Any burning question from anyone? For now, you should do M&E on your PhD projects, on your master's projects, because most of the time when people think of M&E, and they're possibly thinking very big things, only projects. But as you heard from Mr. Lutalo, you have to monitor, track yourself on what it is you're doing in order to ensure that you're actually delivering results. If you're doing a service, monitor and evaluate how you're doing it to ensure that you're getting where you intended to go. Because otherwise, much of the time, you veer off. You veer off where you're supposed to go. So we thank you very much, Mr. Mutalo. We're grateful for that presentation. We are now going to jump onto an online presentation by Dr. Bruce Chirenga. We apologize for the, the forward movement in time. And Dr. Bruce Chirenga, yes, have to call it.
Dr. Bruce, are you there?
I mean, that's recording on phone. Isabella? Oh, you still recording? Please call Bruce.
He's not here.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. I wonder what the problem is.
We're waiting for you.
Okay. So let me see if I can share my slides.
Okay, so as you share your slides, I've just been introducing you here as director of the Makerere Lung Institute. So we're going to hear from you. The person you're seeing on screen is Dr. Bruce Chirenga. We're all ears. You can share your slides.
Okay, good afternoon. I thank you for the opportunity to present about the Lung Institute and establishing collaborations. I hope that the audience will find this useful. So this is the Lung Institute. So this is when we first inaugurated the Lung Institute in 2015. Contrary to what people see, there are actually several people behind the finding of the Lung Institute, and they are listed there. The initial 7 people with who we worked to develop the concept of the Lung Institute. Myself, Professor Rupert from the UK, Dr. Orodria, Professor Van Gelmet from the Netherlands, Professor Jolova was also part of us, Dr. Mugabe, and the late Dr. Alfonso Quera, may his soul rest in peace. So what we actually did earlier on, before 2015, we had formed a consortium called Lung Consortium International, with the main aim of being able to bring attention to the high burden of lung disease. However, we realized that to be able to have impact, we needed to work with a large academic institution. So we wrote a proposal to the university to partner with us to start the Lung Institute, and that was in 2015. And as you can see in the pictures, this was the inauguration in the council room, in the main building. There are familiar faces here. Dr. Datu, Professor Ibinjira, the Vice Chancellor at that time, Professor Dumba, our professor from Netherlands, Professor Sewankambe is also there, and other faces, as you can see. And we had a very good meeting and a cocktail for the birth of the Lung Institute. This is our mission, to conduct high quality research that integrates disease prevention, clinical care, and training. We have those core values, including effort, norm, innovation, care, integrity, and excellence. This is how we evolved. As the lung consortium, we started in this room in the nuclear medicine department, which the hospital gave us. And later we expanded into a big place, and we started operating a small chest clinic there. And then, of course, when we partnered with Makerere, we were able to work with the college, and they allocated us this animal house. I don't know whether some people recognize it, the people in the college. This was behind where Mama Box was, and so many times acted as a garden, as a garbage pit. The things we found here were amazing. However, I worked with the engineers of the university. You can see the design. The animal house is actually inside MLI. If we choose, not if we choose, when we go finally to our ultimate home, which we are working on, if the college wanted, they can actually remove these bricks and have the animal house back. So we worked on this animal house and created the current MLI building, as you can see it there. This is our structure. We have a board of directors, which is appointed by the university. I have to mention that we are semi-autonomous, non-profit organization of the university. And then we have a managing director, we have an institute technical board. This is where most of the founders of MLI are, the lung health specialists. We are here. And then we have 3 technical departments: clinical research, education and training. We have specialized units or groups, then administration and finance and the grants. These are the departments. I will not waste so much time on this. Let me go over this. Of recent, to be able to achieve our vision, because we thought that the MLI would grow one time, that there would be people who have specialized unit within the institute who may want to do their things as a group. That has happened over the last 7 years. Now we have 7 working groups: obstructive lung disease, lung infection and immunity, environment, lung cancer, pediatric lung health, TB elimination science, clinical trials, and then COVID-19 research, which started a few years ago. We have been able to achieve this in terms of human resource. We have 25 research scientists and fellows who have been attracted. We have mentored 4 physicians into pulmonary medicine and 2 pediatricians. So the clinic has 6 specialists. These physicians, we have trained them as specialists, and we have written a curriculum. Once it is approved, they will be formally credentialed. Currently, we have 127 staff. This number fluctuates depending on the number of projects. And the staff are grouped as research fellows, project staff, and support staff. We have active projects for very many collaborators, and I think this is the main item of discussion today. How do you get collaborators? I hope I know how, or I can describe how to get them, but we have several collaborators, as you can see, from Europe, from the US, but also African networks that we have developed over time bilaterally. In terms of research, I may not be able to talk about all the research we have done, but I will look at the areas which were originally untackled, especially asthma. When we started, we didn't know the burden. We have conducted the National Asthma Survey. We have characterized asthma from clinical characteristics to genomics, and then we have determined the outcomes. In COPD, we have a survey in Masindi, which we conducted, and other surveys, but we have also determined the impact of this COPD through clinical studies. Through our studies, we have been able to know that the major dangers to lung health is infection, air quality, and tobacco smoking. We were the first group to go into this area of air quality when we conducted our first air quality campaign in Kampala and Jinja. And this study has been able to attract attention and policy with a whole unit or department created in KCCA for air quality with an air quality action plan. We have been working also on issues of access to respiratory care, especially the medicines. And these publications have helped the Ministry of Health to plan. Right now, at least we have some inhaled corticosteroid in the public health system and bronchodilators. This is a visual to show you the kind of major collaborators that we have. I may not go through it over time, but we have been able to mobilize, I think now it's about $20 million in grants from most of the major funding organizations using our collaborators, NIHR, DFID, pharmaceutical companies, GSK, Merck, Janssen, government of Uganda. This is a bit now higher with the coming of CONAT. Local organizational collaborations, we are working with Rakai Health Sciences, WHO, MRC, and other international agencies. In terms of impact, MRI, since we started, we have been able to attract, here, this is now Uganda, about 17 billion payment of tax, NSSF, and of course salaries which help people. We have done capacity building for health workers in respiratory care. And then I think right now we have treated about 7,000 patients with complex respiratory diseases. And the publication at this time when we made this visual was 100, but I think now it's over 200. With our scientists pushing out a paper, I think every week, and probably a grant every month. Now going back to the main discussion is how do you get collaborators? So I put down a few things. One is that you must be able to meet fellow scientists at conferences, at meetings like this. And I have given one example of each. For example, one time I was at ATS and approached by Professor Shwanda, with whom now we have set up air quality studies with a couple of other O1s, with the recent one actually awarded last week. We need to work with programs which are in line with your area, like we are working with the NTLP and an NCD program. With NTLP, we have attracted several projects with them. Currently, I think we have like 4 active projects with NTLP. And then with the NCD, we're able to work with them to get the first lung cancer research project in the country and probably the region with a mechanism called U54. So I'm emphasizing for people who are looking out how to create collaborations, not to ignore the Ministry of Health programs, because most people who want to solve problems, they start there. So work closely with them. But also you need to be in good books. If you are junior with your seniors and peers, I'll give you an example. The first project that we did called Fresh Air came from the head of department at that time. I think it was Professor Kamia, because they didn't know me. They went to the head of department, but because I was in his good books, he was able to say, oh no, go to Bruce. Again, be receptive early career researchers for the seniors. I will give the collaboration. You saw them in the visual. The Johns Hopkins collaboration actually came through the fellows who come for short periods of time to Mulago Hospital. When they approached us, were receptive. And then this student actually, who is now faculty, was able to introduce us to researchers at Hopkins. Study visits, sabbaticals, if they come, please take them up. You could be able to get close to people in your area and you can start working on something. Then lastly, handle existing collaborators well, because a collaborator brings a collaborator. The Hopkins collaborator, as an example, brought us UCL, London, which is a huge academic body and which has now brought more collaborators. And then not to mention is that you must be able to attract prolific researchers to yourself or to your institution. And this has to be an active effort. Here at MRI, our eyes are sharp. If you have your good researchers, be careful. We may snatch them, especially if they are good. Once you have good scientists, then you will be able to create a writing group, a publications group. Indeed, I didn't mention this when I presented the proposal of the Lang Institute to the Vice Chancellor at that time. He asked me, people come here who want to start projects like this with the big grants. Where are your big grants? I said, you know, if you want to start an institute, you don't need big grants. Actually, you need scientists. And we had them. And were able to know that it was only a matter of time that we were able to attract grants, to have publications, and have a vibrant institute. So those are the ideas. I don't know whether I have put everything, but we can discuss after. When you have collaborations, you must make sure that you maintain them. You must talk about what you are going to collaborate about. It could be verbal, but sometimes you could write down, not MOUs, because MOUs scare people, but exchange of emails with people. You would put and then be mindful of collaborators' interest. Everyone who is working something, they have their own interest. So don't take it all. Then deliver and deliver on the work. Make sure that there is quick delivery of your projects with integrity, and then create a conducive work environment. This includes infrastructure. As you can see at MRI, we are lagging behind in this, but we hope we can work on it. I can leave this. What have been the challenges creating these collaborations? Sometimes people may not see your vision, especially peers, and this can give you a bit of less energy, but you have also to surround with your people, yourself, with people who share your vision. So you have a bit of banker. So this negative energy, they will not come back to you. Bureaucratic red tape in our public university, lack of local research funding. I can say this is improving now through advocacy. We have some local funding. Lack of senior scientists to help you, especially for the junior ones, because the few who are there are overwhelmed by mentees, and then lack of core funding for these institutions. So this, I have showed you where we have come. This is where we want to go, and we are about to start this project very soon. I thank you very much for listening. Hello.
Apologies, we hadn't unmuted ourselves, but we are very grateful for this presentation. You have taught us to be strategic in whom we collaborate with, in the kind of teams we build around ourselves. So do not, just get people, close to you if you don't think you're going to benefit much from them. They could be your friends in other areas, but when it gets to research collaboration, be very intentional on how you do it. Make yourselves attractive so that people can yearn and look out for you in making these collaborations. We thank you very much, Dr. Bruce, for having waited up. We apologize for having made your day longer than is usual, but this has been very insightful for us.
Thank you.
I know. Yeah, but now I would like to hand over to the MC. As Isabella, I want to know if our cocktail is near ready. So we have just a few more presentations before we drop into the into the cocktail. Thank you very much, Dr. Bruce. You can stay online if you would like to continue with what we have left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and audience for listening. Please let's stand up again before we move to our next session. And before your table is allowed to sit down, among yourself and pick one person, 2 people. And give us a name of the cup brand. We start with the letter of their first name. So all of you should be standing now, right? Before your table sit, give us 2 cup brands. We start with that. For example, my name is Philip. My first name is Philip. So I don't want to. First name. Sorry. First name. First name. First name. Not yet. So my first name is Philip. So I have brand. Start with the letter C. If you want to go back, before you allow to sit, you have to give me the top brand. So top brand is that first name. So you put up your hand and I pick you and your table can sit. Who's ready? I saw my hand back, so she goes first. So my name again is called Alima and there's an out. This is Alan and there's Alex. Alex, it's a Toyota, right? Yes, it's a Toyota. It's the brand Toyota. Well, Toyota has brands. There's brands under Toyota. You can see. Who wants to go next? Which table?
Level November.
What is the name? The first name?
Corona.
Corona.
Yes. Then we have Robert. That is
What my name is you have to stand. Who is your friend? Who is your friend? Okay, good. All right, I think we're waking up now for our next session. So thank you very much, everyone. You can all sit down. Right. So now back to science. I'd like to introduce you the chair for our next session or the continuation of our previous session actually. Dr. Bandirana Paul, which will continue the session of mental health and vulnerable population. Dr. Bandirana Paul is a clinical psychologist and a senior lecturer at the Department of Psychiatry at Makerere University College of Health. Welcome, Dr. Bandirana.
Thank you very much, MC. So without further ado, let me call the remaining presenters from the research symposium. Dr. Aujo Kanisa, Dr. Claire Paga, Mrs. Shufaya Nagai. We have Professor Lori Nakasuja. And we're going to be joined by Sam Junior, who was supposed to be the last presenter of the Exact Broadcast Forum, but we do everything at the same time. So our first presenter is going to be Dr. Mrs. Kapita Awujo, who's going to present on the economic stress and coping mechanisms in women with sexual dysfunction. This must be interesting. She's a final year MA psychiatry at Makerere University of Psychiatry. So we have 10 minutes of presentations, and we shall hold our questions until the end, or we shall have a short standing meeting.
Don't share, don't share. Eddie, don't share.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Awujo Tabitha, and I'm a master's student from the Department of Psychiatry in my final year. So our study was psychological distress and coping mechanisms of women with sexual dysfunction using hormonal contraceptives at Kawempe Hospital. Those are my discovery. So sexual dysfunction is clinically significant disturbance in a person's ability to respond sexually or experience sexual pleasure. There's a wide range of causes from biological, like hormonal contraceptives, like diabetes mellitus, like hypertension, like tumors, some medications like SSRIs, for example, fluoxetine. There are social causes, for example, challenges with marriage and all that, and psychological causes, feelings of anxiety, sadness, and how someone copes determines the cause of this, whether it will be short-lived or long-lived. There are different subcategories of sexual dysfunction. We have challenges with desire, challenges with arousal, challenges with lubrication, challenges with orgasm, sexual dissatisfaction, sexual pain, and in turn, sexual dysfunction can lead to psychological distress, family discord, sexually transmitted diseases, among others. In the problem statement and justification, there is a high prevalence of sexual dysfunction, ranging from 0.6 in some studies to as high as 72.4 in some studies. The African studies start from around 33.3 in a study that was done in Egypt, all the way to 72 in a study that was done in Ghana. And in Uganda, I came across one study whose prevalence was 67.9 among diabetic women. And sexual dysfunction is associated with a lot of distress in women and family discord, and yet it is a taboo for many of these women to talk about sexual dysfunction among their friends, even with their partners. Even when they come to hospital, some of them find it challenging to talk about sexual dysfunction, and it's not something that we routinely ask as health caregivers. And there are limited studies on sexual dysfunction. Our objectives included determining the prevalence of sexual dysfunction, factors associated with sexual dysfunction, psychological distress in sexual dysfunction, and coping mechanisms in sexual dysfunction among women using hormonal contraceptives at Kawempe Hospital. In our methodology, this was a cross-sectional study. We employed consecutive sampling, And the tools included the standardized demographics questionnaire for demographics and other characteristics, female sexual function index for sexual dysfunction, K+6 for psychological distress, sex flex for coping. We got approval from the hospital and from the university. Got informed consent from each and every participant, and participants that were found with significant sexual dysfunction or psychological distress were referred to the Bobosa Mental Health Clinic for further assessment and management. This brings us to the results in our participant characteristics. I projected a few of them where we had age, type of contraceptive use, psychological distress, whose prevalence was 47.67, coping mechanisms, where we see most of that few of our participants employing approach coping at 24.35 compared to reflexive coping, which was slightly higher at. And it was fewer participants employing approach coping than reflexive coping. And just a brief on approach coping versus reflexive coping. Approach coping is where someone is able to identify a problem and seek a solution to this problem. When it doesn't work, to be able to seek out another one until they find one that works for them. Whereas reflexive, someone does nothing about their problem and they hope that it will go away without their intervention. The prevalence of sexual dysfunction, we see overall sexual dysfunction being the highest, with a prevalence of 74.61. This was followed by arousal challenges, and then lubrication, then pain, dissatisfaction, orgasm, and desire was the least. At bivariate analysis for sexual dysfunction, I only put up the factors that were statistically significant. And at this level, we had age, partner employment, partner infidelity, intimate partner violence, psychological distress, and approach coping as statistically significant. For sexual dysfunction, together with relationship dissatisfaction and finding sex important among these participants. And the characteristics that were significant for psychological distress, we had overall sexual dysfunction, lubrication challenge, sexual dissatisfaction, and sexual pain, those chi-squares and p-values. At multivariable levels, we had relationship dissatisfaction as significant, whereby the odds of sexual dysfunction were 3.7 times more among participants that were dissatisfied with their relationships compared to those that were satisfied with their relationships. And we had a less likelihood of sexual dysfunction among those who found sex important, and also a lesser likelihood of sexual dysfunction among participants with approach coping compared to those that did not employ approach coping. For psychological distress, we found overall sexual dysfunction to be statistically significant, whereby the likelihood of psychological distress was 2.25 times more in participants with overall sexual dysfunction than those without, and the likelihood of psychological distress was 0.44 times and less in participants with sexual dissatisfaction compared to those who are not. And also the likelihood of psychological distress was 2.84 times more in participants with sexual pain than those who did not have sexual pain. In our discussion, the prevalence of sexual dysfunction in this study was higher than most studies. There are many reasons for this, possibly because we employed consecutive sampling, possibly because this was done during the COVID era. And for the characteristics associated with sexual dysfunction, relationship dissatisfaction, finding sex important, approach coping, and psychological distress, those are some of the studies that had similar findings as our study. And for psychological distress, those are studies that had similar findings for overall sexual dysfunction, sexual pain being statistically significant. However, we found that sexual dissatisfaction was protective of sexual dysfunction, and there are many. I came across a number of studies trying to explain this. The major explanation being that in Africa, sexual satisfaction or sexuality of women is suppressed, and so there is not much importance put on this ladies' sexual satisfaction. In our limitations, this was a cross-sectional study, therefore it was hard to determine causality because we see sexual dysfunction being significant for psychological distress, and also psychological distress being significant for sexual dysfunction, but we couldn't determine causality, for example, here. And we use the same nurses that provided these contraceptives to administer these questionnaires, so there have been courtesy bias as a result of this. Funding was by the Association of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Uganda, and my master's is being funded by the Ramos Scholarship. And in conclusion, female sexual dysfunction and psychological distress prevalence were high. There was low approach coping among participants. Okay, find out. Those are the factors that were associated with sexual dysfunction and psychological distress. Our recommendations include increased screening for sexual dysfunction and psychological distress, teaching approach coping and sex education among women using hormonal contraceptives. Those were my references. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you to my supervisors, my partners, my research assistants, and my participants for sharing these intimate details of their lives. Thank you.
We looked at was very good study. We are now going to have Dr. Claire Bakara, look at prevalence and factors associated with opioid use disorder among adolescents with special disease in those people. And Dr. Bakara, given our short time, we are now going to take like 8 minutes from his
Thank you, Dr. Barra. I'm Claire Bakara, a finalist in psychiatry. I would like to thank you all for hanging in there, and this will take shorter than 8 minutes. Basically, opioid use disorders in adolescents, sickle cell disease in Mulago Hospital. I'm defining opioids basically as natural or synthetic chemicals that interact with opioid receptors in the CNS to reduce pain. Basically it means that these opioids reduce pain. And then opioid use disorder is when intake of these opioids becomes problematic. While we know sickle cell disease, but just a definition, it's a group of inherited red blood cell disorders that affects the shape of red blood cells and their carrying capacity. So why I chose adolescents, this is a very critical period. So many bad habits start at this time. And then in sickle cell disease, the hallmark of this illness is basically pain. And we've heard of someone that suffers from sickle cell disease. It's pain and anemia. And in Uganda, we use opioids to manage this pain. These opioids can be abused. It's that clear cut. And studies have been done in Nigeria, found a prevalence of about 2%, and in America at 10%. And some of the risk factors that were found included depression, anxiety, family history of substance use, and so on. And we don't have that data like Uganda. So if unidentified, what happens to adolescents with an opioid use disorder is they're going to stay longer in a hospital, they're going to require larger doses, there are very many side effects that are known of these opioids, respiratory depression, toxicity, and so on. Hence why I decided to go out there and look at and determine the prevalence and factors associated with opioid use disorder among these adolescents with sickle cell disease. So this was a cross-sectional study at the sickle cell clinic. After calculation, I got sample size of 384. I included adolescents 10 to 19 years with sickle cell disease, and I excluded any that were in so much pain. So the tools I used, most of these tools have been explained, like the PDI, but the rest, I'm sure you can go and look them up. They have good psychometric properties that have been validated here. That is my approval number from the School of Medicine Research Ethics. And before someone asks, any adolescents that were found to have an opioid use disorder were initiated into care at the Child and Adolescent Clinic in Molago, Child and Adolescent Mental Health Clinic in Molago. So I'll because of time, I came straight to okay, the prevalence that was found was a prevalence of 5.3%. And in my population, the factors that were associated included female sex. As you can see, I don't know if it's clear, but female sex, those adolescents that were living alone, and those adolescents that scored high on the PGI. So those are my key findings, the prevalence of 5.3%, and those factors were associated. So this prevalence was higher than the one found in Nigeria, and this could have been because in Nigeria they studied one opioid, pentazocine, which we don't even use here, while I went out to check for any opioid that's being used. And it was also found to be more in males. This finding was consistent with studies, it was inconsistent because in America, they found that females that are higher risk. I explained that it could be because of the cultural differences, where here in Africa, and in Uganda in particular, there's a lot of monitoring that is accorded a girl child versus a boy, which may not be the case in the Western world. So that could have explained why there was that difference, but also there's a possibility of underreporting by the girls due to social desirability. The adolescents that were living with family had lower odds of an opioid use disorder, and this is consistent with so many studies, and it basically highlighted the importance of family support in the management of adolescents with sickle cell disease. Adolescents that scored high on the PGI had higher odds of opioid use disorder. This also emphasizes the interaction between some of these psychological problems with an opioid use disorder. And in a study by Carmona, it's held in 2020, their findings are consistent with this. So the strengths and limitations of this study, it is among the first studies to highlight prevalence and factors that are associated with opioid use disorder in the adolescents in Africa. And some of the limitations, we did not assess other factors, that could present as important variables, like use of hydroxyurea, because even here at our sickle cell clinic it's being used, and how probably it could have affected, if it's reducing painful crisis, does it correlate with reduction in amounts of opioids used and hence an opioid use disorder. Then also recall bias, and then social desirability bias. We recommended that these adolescents with sickle cell disease that are receiving opioids should be screened, because they are being exposed to something that is, addictive. So screening for an opioid use disorder is a recommendation, and also screening for depression with a simple test as like a PHQ-9, which has just 9 items. And then involvement of family support in the care, and also for further studies to be done to, take account for these other variables. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge my supervisors, my funders for my master's program, the Rubber Scholarship, and the head of department of secretary. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Taylor. We now going to another study on sickle cell. I should buy another who's a patient, PhD student in the Department of Pediatrics and Child psychologist looking at academic achievement among children with sickle cell anemia is granted.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shiva Nakari, a PhD student. Dr. Paul has introduced me, and I'm going to be presenting data or results from a study conducted in 2019 on academic achievements among children with sickle cell anemia in Uganda. That's a picture of John, a child who was born with sickle cell anemia, who was trying to make it in life academically. I'll look at the background, objective of the study, methods, results, conclusions, and then I'll acknowledge and obtain those. So we know that sickle cell anemia is a global disease. However, we see that 75% of the sickle cell anemia burden exists in sub-Saharan Africa. This shows that we have a large number or a large amount of people with sickle cell anemia. Particularly children with sickle cell anemia in Uganda have been estimated to be about 20,000 children born annually in Uganda. So that shows that we have a large number of children born with sickle cell anemia. Therefore, we need to pay attention to their needs and we need to pay attention to their needs. One of the needs that have been often understudied is academic achievement in these children. We all know that academic achievement is important in achieving academic goals and also just creating successful adults. So sickle cell anemia complications have been found in high-income countries to be associated with poor academic performance among school-going children. And a few efforts in sub-Saharan Africa have been made in Nigeria, where research has actually shown that children with sickle cell anemia have poor academic achievement compared to their healthy peers. However, this is only Nigeria, meaning there's a huge gap. There's limited data on academic achievement of school-going children with sickle cell anemia in Uganda. Therefore, this was the drive for this study. We aimed to determine the academic achievement of children with sickle cell anemia and compare this to that of children without sickle cell anemia in Uganda. So the methodology, this was an age-matched case control study whereby we enrolled children with sickle cell anemia aged 6 to 12 years old. The controls were immediate relatives or neighbors of these children. The study was conducted in the sickle cell anemia clinic of Ulago National Park Hospital in 2019. For that tool to assess academic achievement, we used the RAT4, which is the wide range achievement test, which assesses for skills like spelling, reading, math, and sentence comprehension. RAT4 scores were converted to Z scores on age, gender, and the mean comparison tests were used to compare the Z scores of the cases with controls. Linear regressions were also used to adjust the covariance of demographics, socioeconomic status, and mood stimulation and environment. A p-value of less than 0.05 was considered significant. So I'll jump straight to the results. We had 68 cases, of which 30 were females, and 69 controls, of which 37 were females. The mean age for both cases and controls was 9 years, 2 months. And then overall, that is in math, reading, spelling, and sentence comprehension, we see that cases, those are children with sickle cell anemia actually perform poorer than controls, and those are children without sickle cell anemia with a p-value of 0.034. We, however, did not find any significant difference between mothers' education, socioeconomic status, and home environment between the cases and controls. Now, to break it down to the different skills we were assessing for, that is spelling, reading, math, and science comprehension, we see that cases performed poorer than controls in math with a Z-score of 0.002, and in spelling as well, cases performed poorer than controls. There was no significant difference in reading and sentence comprehension. So what does that mean? Children with sickle cell anemia are going to have poor performance in math and spelling compared to their health peers. We therefore recommend that additional educational support in math and spelling should be considered for them. I would like to acknowledge Global Health Uganda, sponsoring the study, Columbia University, the several investigators, one of them, Dr. Kumba Joanna, and the research assistants who assisted in this study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Very good work being there. Our next speaker is Professor Nakasuja, Professor of Psychiatry and Psychiatry at Madrid University. So that the effectiveness of a solution-focused approach called Diagnose Plus for patients with severe mental illness and epilepsy in Uganda. And this is the randomized controlled trial. So let's see.
If I get 8 minutes and I'm starting the presentation now, because the line person. So as I begin, in the management of mental illness, I will talk a little bit about this yesterday. You find that much of the time people are aware about the use of drug therapies. But yet we have a very limited human resource that is equipped with the skills of giving out drugs to these individuals. That said, it is also not true that all mental illnesses are managed with medication. For much of the time, it is other ways of us to that said, we use other interventions in the management of mental health problems to help people get back to their normal levels of functioning. So the background of this study is that there's been other ways that have been found to be useful in trying to deal with severe mental illness. When we talk about severe mental illness, we are talking about things like bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, but in Uganda, we also include epilepsy because it ends up in our mental health institutions as one of the disorders that is in the neuropsychological realm. I'm making this presentation on behalf of a team. This is a collaborative research that, even though with different design methodologies, has been ongoing in Colombia, that is in South America, in Bosnia, that is in Europe, and then Uganda as the other center for where this has been happening. So we would like to, I think I'll just go into the aim of this study. We wanted to test out what we call a dialogue scale and how it got, and whether it was effective to use it in this setting, and if it is something that we can look to into the future to see if it is scalable in improving mental health outputs for individuals that come for care in our settings. Dr. Domonero talked about how few psychiatrists there are in Uganda. They are not yet 60, but are getting there. There are even fewer psychologists. And yet, much of the work that needs to be done in mental health should actually go to psychologists. A psychiatrist should be bits that are rather extreme. So, by the development of these mHealth gadgets, we're hoping that you could even kind of shift the care of an individual if you just train someone on how to use it. But first, to test out if it works here, of course, we use professionals. And the scale I'm talking about is the dialogue scale. It's on a computerized tablet. When an individual gets into the room for their review, it is shared between the patient and the clinician. The patient grades themselves on the different domains that you're seeing up on the screen, on how well they are feeling in their physical health, if at all their job situation is okay, if they have any challenges with partner or family, is there any challenges with friends, how well they're taking their medications, and leisure, do they engage in any leisure? So they grade themselves on how well they are performing in those things, because they are really pertinent for mental health. And it's the individual who scores themselves. Now, as you're monitoring them, you can see there are orange lines and blue lines. It's possible for you, after you have reviewed a patient in their first session, when they subsequently come, they again grade themselves on how they are performing, for you to tell whether there's improvement and if there's no improvement. And if there's no improvement, you then discuss. Now, the original picture I had shown you here was, just the scale. You just talk a little bit, if at all they are having challenges in how well they are getting along in any of the domains that is put up here. So with the Dialogue Plus, which we are testing in this study, there is an additional 4-step approach that is used, and it is based on solution-focused therapy. So what do you do in that solution-focused therapy? If you identify an individual who has scored badly on any one of the domains, you then discuss that particular domain. And these are the 4 steps. So the first one is for you to understand why they have given that particular domain that rating. They explain why they've given it that rating. You ask what is working for them and what is not working for them. They should look forward to what the best scenario would be like. For example, if they're talking about a job, maybe the best scenario, if they're not working, is for them maybe to work in an office, but that may not be feasible. So you can also discuss other options that are really workable and practical for them to, to get to the next level that would improve their level of satisfaction in that area of job satisfaction. So then you consider the options of what it is that they can do within their means. If at all there's anything the clinician can help them with, for example, if it's medications and you need to adjust the dose or change medication, that is discussed between you and the client. And you also discuss if there's anything else any other person can help that person with in improving the score that they've come up with. And then you agree on the actions that they should do. So if they need to go back and maybe speak to their spouse or their friend, if they're having challenges in their relationship, then they go and speak to their spouse or friend. And then when they come back the next time, then you still go back through the same thing. So we were testing the acceptability and feasibility of using that scale in our setting in patients that had severe mental illness. And we wanted to see as secondary objectives whether there will be an improvement in the quality of life of that individual and whether there will be an improvement in the symptoms that they present with initially. And then we'll test how symptoms change over a 1-year period. So quickly, the study was done in Tabika Hospital. It was a mixed methods and pragmatic cluster randomized trial. We randomized at group level for clinicians and who are using the dialogue scale and those who are not using the dialogue scale. And we distributed 168 patients between these 2 groups. The sessions were held on a once-a-month basis, but after the 6-month follow-up, we let it was open level or optional phase for people to continue with the sessions or not if they didn't want to. So of those 168 individuals that were in the study, these were the common severe mental illness disorders, the commonest being bipolar disorder at almost half the sample, schizophrenia at about a quarter of the sample, and then major depression was about 10%. I know we've been talking about depression, and we say that it is very common, but the cases that end up admitted in Butavika would only be about, a much smaller sample. And then, of course, we have also patients that have epilepsy. Just to note that the clinicians who are doing this intervention had all been working in the institution for quite a period of time. Most of them have been there almost for 20 years, so they are conversant with what they need to do. So quickly, with the outcomes, there was an improvement in the quality of life in individuals who are using the dialogue plus scale as compared to individuals who are using the plain scales without discussion of getting solutions to their problems. And the other area, there was an improvement in the symptoms of individuals that had severe mental illness at 6 months for those that had the intervention. And there was also improvement in their medication adherence score, which is the MARS. And yes, so those improvements, however, only were visible at the 6 months. When we went through to the 9th month, there was no longer any difference between the two groups, so we could see that there was an improvement from baseline for both groups. So because we also wanted to find out if, how acceptable was this for individuals, the patients loved it very much. Why did they love it? Butavika has very long lines. You can come when you have 120 patients for review for the day. So each individual can only have like maybe 2 minutes or 5 minutes of an evaluation, and that doesn't allow you to really discuss issues. Thank you. Last slide. So it was acceptable. It was also acceptable for the people who are giving it because it allowed them to engage better with the patients, and they felt they understood them better and could help them with their challenges. So I conclude that there was improvement in subjective quality of life and institutional adherence, and there was a general improvement in the general psychopathology of individuals when we used their class. This research was funded by NIHR. NIHR was already talked about by Dr. Linitwi. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Passenger. So we are going to add on our last participant, from the Macquarie Biomedical Research Center, to present for 10 minutes, and then we shall have around those questions, much of which presenters.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a presentation. I will only be here for about 5 minutes. My name is Samuel Chirikuna. I work as operations manager at the University Center. I come to bring conversations to our approaches, intended figure data presentation, and told me to come over and confess that approach. And talk briefly about what Macquarie University Research Center is. It is a center of excellence in the School of Biomedical Sciences, so that's for basic sciences. What the center is, it's really a conglomerate of the laboratories within the department. The Biomedical Research Center in the School of Biomedical Sciences was formed to respond to needs that were at the school at the time. The formation of the company, which is owned fully by Macquarie University, went through the structures of the university right up to council from the school, to the college, senate, to council, and it was approved and it's fully established. So what do we do at Macquarie University Research Center? We really follow the same tenets of the university. We support research. We have primary awards as a center, but we also do second grade awards that we support. The other thing is that we support training at the School of Environmental Sciences. I think as of last year, we supported about 180 students in the school to have their studies go through. We do a little community service, and that's why we interact with you as clinicians and researchers. In community service, we offer laboratory service to the community. We, of course, cooperate for all these labs in the School of Environmental Sciences. I'm talking about international accredited labs like the biorepository, where we store a specimen from your researchers for you as a bank. You can pull these samples as and when you need them. I'm talking about the genomics and sequencing laboratory, where we do whole genome sequencing. I've enjoyed the session that I'm part of now. We've done work for them. Researchers that have expressed work. We talk in genetic laboratory, we talk in clinical research laboratory, we talk in laboratories. These are international accredited laboratories. And the center, which is fairly new because the center was formed in 2020, it was inaugurated in September 2020, has brought back these labs together into one unit, and it has created synergies, and we hope you will hear this name over and over from you. Yes. Please do not forget that Nigeria University for Medical Research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have not had a round of questions, but since we are time back, we are going to entertain a question each for the presenters. So let's have some questions. Please take when you ask the questions too, and then you move forward.
Thank you. I'm Shadow J1. Dialogue is a good practice. I got the chance of working with students who are abroad, and I was translating for him. We went with a guy partners, so when we reached there, it needed a lot of time discussion with the patients. So sometimes they would get out of hand and stop there. So for you, how long were you taking during those meetings? Was it taking 1 hour or 2 hours? How long was it taking? So did you meet the same challenge that the one you met?
This is for Dr. Awujo. Thank you very much for your presentation. So the title of your presentation was actually very captivating. I just have one question. I don't know that I heard what you mentioned. You said that sexual dysfunction leads to STDs. And I was wondering how a disorder can lead to STDs.
I actually like to study and I like to use this contrast study. My worry is around the case to control ratio. Do you think you could apply to study or the problem actually in case to control ratio? So that's my concern.
My question is to Dr. Khan, who presented about psychological distress. I'm glad that at the end you actually mentioned something as a limitation. So I'm wondering, psychological distress and sexual dysfunction, which is the case that which is the If I'm distressed, I'm likely to have sexual dysfunction. If I have sexual dysfunction, I'm likely to be psychologically distressed. And Professor Nakasu, the dialogue plus whatever management tool in patients with severe mental illness. You must control severe mental illness before assessing acceptability and effectiveness of the
all of you actually assess the patients who are severely ill, because I was just wondering, a patient with severe schizophrenia, a patient with severe depression, how would I be arranged to do? I had another question. Yes, I had another question.
And I wanted to ask about sexual dysfunction. What were the confounders in your study? Number two, this was to number of presenters. I'm not sure how they expected for ethical issues considering resource teachers for expenses for people in their presentation.
Anything, Dr. Wazara, Dr. Sam?
Just a very simple question regarding your education. I think you need to first. So I was wondering, was it one time weeks, 2 times, consistent?
And a question to Dr. I might be saying we had 91 PhD supported in the last year.
I wanted to know the population because if I'm 25 years old or 35 or 32, you might diagnose me differently from a 58-year-old. I mean, sexual interest is dependent on age and common. So, what was your population? Was it a selected population? Did you analyze the data according to age and other factors that might affect sexual satisfaction and sexual function?
Since we like people asking getting much questions, I have just one question from there. Did you also assess for hydroxyl use? Okay, so
Thank you for your questions. So in terms of how long we took in administering the dialogue, take us 20 minutes. Because 15 to 20 minutes, because especially as we continue to go along with it, we're using highly, these guys are about 17 years or so in the clinic. They know stuff about mental health, so they kind of have already a background about challenges or how to approach patients that have mental health problems. I think the reason you found the challenge with yours is that you are translating. And in mental health, the moment you bring in a translator in a session, it triples the time. Because by the time you translate and you want to maintain meaning of what it is you say, and then the person says it back, and then you translate it back, very tiring exercise.
What I was meaning, you are having a dialogue with the patient. So sometimes because of the conversation you are here, they will feel like they don't want to release some of the information. So like the way you are talking about the other 4 steps, by the time you cover the 4 steps, this person is feeling like, why are they asking me?
Maybe it wasn't very clear from the beginning that's what you are doing with them. So maybe explaining to the individual clearly
and you're both on the same page as to why you need this. To here, that's psychotherapy. I don't know. It's absolutely wonderful. And we never find it as a challenge that the patient complains you're asking me questions unless they are reality. And usually you have to first put them at ease. For you to ask them about certain questions, they need to have confidence in you. So in our study, some of these patients have been coming to Africa for the longest time, and the clinicians are also in the same space. The only challenge we have is that each time a person comes, they are going to say different clinician, which is not good. Actually, because of time, I can go into the details of the qualitative responses. They told us they were very happy that they were meeting the same person each time, because when you're doing dialogue, you talk to the same person each time. You don't dialogue with A today, and then tomorrow you come and dialogue with B. That interrupts the relationship you establish with that issue. Yeah, but it becomes easy with time and easy to do. However, even with those 20 minutes, I want to admit it's still a challenge in our setting because of the huge numbers of patients that come to the clinic. But if you want for that, that is the best we can. And then for Professor Biachika, the patients that were enrolled in this study had to be stable. And they had to be stable. Most of the time when people think of mental illness, they're thinking of people who are, moving up and down the corridor, taking off their clothes. But to tell you the truth, mental individuals, so I guess 70% of the time don't act like that. The percentage that end up in with those kind of manifestations are smaller few. I run an outpatient clinic, and Dr. Biachika knows because we talk about patients. I have to talk about patients, once I'm done with them in order for me to stay sane or cool. But much of the time, these individuals come very well suited, and you wouldn't even expect there's anything wrong with them. So you sit down with them. The most important thing for us in this study was to understand whether they know why they are being involved in research studies. So it was important for us to determine their level of understanding of the research, and that when they gave consent, indeed they were giving consent because they understood, but they didn't understand it, we wouldn't include them in the study. I thank you very much for your question.
So much for our questions. My first question was how does sexual dysfunction lead to STDs? Like I had classified them in different categories. One of them was lubrication challenge. So when a woman has challenges with lubrication, there is increased risk for tear, and as a result, there is increased risk for sexually transmitted diseases like HIV, gonorrhea. Then my next was a comment for Professor Biachika about distress and sexual dysfunction. And yes, that is true. That was one of our limitations. How to tell the age was for sexual study. Then what were the founders had quite a number the hormonal contraceptive results as they were to impact intimate, suspected partner infidelity, partner employment. They were quite a number. I won't exhaust the list. And then my final question was for Prof. Biachika. What was my population? Sorry, I forgot to include my inclusion criteria. My population were perimenopause women, that is 18 to 50 years, who are on hormonal contraceptives for the past 6 months, who had been sexually active for the past 1 month, and they before constant. Yes, if I was menopausal women, I would probably be a different question.
Thank you. Question. So that number 91, problem is every student who's PhD. So some of them are not primarily registered in marketing. Some of them are for students that come and visit. We support a lot of other universities like KIU. They will come and they are because of labs that we have. I didn't give a picture of why marketers was approved by council, but primarily we had an HR issue at the school. We had high specialized skills individuals needed that the university could not take care of. And this thing was created. And we do actually support the structures in the school. And so if anyone goes to the school, and this is the key output of the company, we tell every lab, and there are many labs, tell us every student to support the summer student, the student from another university. Any clinical fellow to support it as a PhD.
So much. So the question was opioid disorder definition. I defined opioid disorder as a problematic pattern of opioid use leading to significant impairment. That is according to the Psychiatric Association. But no pattern is, I think, what will describe it itself, the problematic pattern, and that I would go to the DSM, which gives us multiple factors for it to be a problematic pattern, where it involves failure to control, excessive use more than normally would be more quantity than is tolerance, withdrawal. So I think I could fix it in here, but correct way to define the problematic pattern would be from the just like any use disorder from the 12 DSM factors that define the disorder.
Thank you to the gentleman who asked a question. Yes, I'm answering the question about the ratio of cases and controls make a difference. We had 68 cases and 69 controls. So my statistics may not be the best, but I believe a difference of one participant does not make a significant difference. No?
I expected more control.
You expected more control.
And it provides more buffers. So we have one, you should have 1 to 2 controls or more or 3. And I thought that you did lack controls. You could have had as many as you can because the controls were those without sickle cell disorder. That is my point.
So in your point, you should have had more controls to I'll be my statistics. Because the rationale for having contribution was supposed to have 70. The rationale was that we just wanted to compare them equally. I'll go back to that for that. And about the pictures, I don't think I'll go about the pictures, but I'll take one for that. The picture I put up, John, was one from a public source, which is a website, or which is public data. And I also provided a link that shows that I'm not the source of the image. And I believe when you're presenting, you can allow to do that. As long as you provide that there's a source, there's another source for that picture. And I provided that link.
Thank you. I forgot to answer Mr. Mandela's question. He asked me about hypoxemia, and no, I didn't. And I included it as an expression of experience.
Thank you, parents. I think we come to the end of our session today. And
Dr.